you know, I believe that is not too long, but also is the most effective one that was, in the old days, the original one, let's put it that way. All right, I'm gonna use the Al-Maghrib Shahada class notes. Obviously, took a lot of the slides out, kept it to what you need to get a Shahada in 10 minutes, right? And it's broken up into different sections. The first section is talking about Dawah itself. Excellent. The second one is about the mad'u, that's you, the person giving the da'wah. Third is about the mad'u, the person that you're giving da'wah to. And then 4, we're looking at some of the talking points and the arguments and so on and so forth. All right. I've been teaching this for probably 18 years, 19, I don't know exactly, but it does work. I've got tons of stories. I told you just a few yesterday. There are too many to mention. The material does work. I always like to start by saying there is no magic wand in da'wah. So all you have to do is go out and try the techniques. And there is no one technique that works all the time. So you might try this one technique. Maybe the guy won't take the other, or the sister won't take shot, and you're not gonna, oh, that guy just tricked us for 5 hours. Try it again another time, or maybe using the wrong technique with the wrong individual, and so on and so forth. But for the most part, for brevity of time, I've got tons of stories, and some of them are like really insane and amazing. And if people who took the class, went out, tried the material, got not one shahadas, lost count of how many shahadas they got, or some people who started consistent da'wah programs every Saturday for the last probably 17 years. Every single Saturday, this group has been giving da'wah in downtown in this particular city. Many stories like that. Kids who took the class, youth or people who just took the class and then just repeated one section of it, got shahadas, some crazy story. One is, I want you to understand it does work. You just have to listen, give it a chance, try the material. And that's the test between me and you, that you try the material. I'll tell you some of my pet peeves, okay? One of my pet peeves is I introduce a technique or a concept that someone in the audience never heard before this moment, and they put their hand up. I don't think that will work. 20 seconds ago, you didn't know this technique existed. And 20 seconds later, now you know it won't work. And I'm standing in front of you telling you the story when it did work, and you telling me it won't work. When Allah, like, give it a shot. Look, I don't feel that will work. One time this one guy was going back and forth with me nicely, politely. Then I just suddenly asked him, how do you know this? He goes, I'm guessing. Okay. So all you have to do is just listen to the information and say, you know what, I'm gonna try this technique. I'm gonna give it a shot. And the problem is, like, we listen to a lot of things. You read books on, human behavior, how to connect with people, how to make friends, how to establish rapport, and we don't try the techniques. Always try it. Always try it. When I used to do the double weekend class, I would show, we talk about a lot of techniques. The next weekend, I would say, okay, who tried any of them? A room of 200, 400, nobody will put their hand in. But try it, man. Try it. There's some things that make your life so much easier, And I tell people there's something I call da'wah mode, all right? All you have to do is switch your brain into da'wah mode. You will start to see da'wah opportunities everywhere. You will see da'wah arguments everywhere. But you have to be in da'wah mode, all right? People say, well, how do I just meet a stranger, like, how do I bring up Islam? You can bring up Islam. If you're in da'wah mode, you can be talking about anything. And we used to sometimes during break play this game. I'll just say guinea pig. And just from guinea pig, you have to go to quickly. From guinea pig, show me how. If you're talking to a stranger about guinea pigs, you can move to the next topic smoothly. And next one, boom, you talk about Islam. Hamburgers. Boom, boom, I'm talking about Islam. The weather is so easy. How do you go from the weather to Islam? You meet a stranger, like, oh, it's really hot today. Huh? Go for it.
You know what's harder?
Straight in your face. The health part's a lot harder. Not humid, but very hot. Okay. How about less subtle? I mean, it's just easy. Just whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. If you can pull it off smoothly, do it. I've got, heat. We had this one time. We were sat next to the stranger at a restaurant. It was busy and crowded. He mentioned the heat, and I told him, where I'm from, boom. Or we've got a hot day in Mecca after Hajj, such a hot day. You know what? I had this one day, it was so hot. We're in Mecca right after the Hajj. You know what that is? Boom, I'm in. And people don't even notice that, oh, you just switched it. No, they don't notice it, but just you're going along with it, Anything from an actor to whatever, a movie, boom, you can move to Islam. That's when you're in da'wah mode. And you see da'wah arguments everywhere. All you have to do is get into da'wah mode. That's one, da'wah mode. Number two, Allah created everyone with the ability to read facial expressions, body language, voice inflections, all that, to intuit emotions. Everybody's able to do that. But the problem is we have it on the low setting. All we have to do is bring it to a higher setting. You don't even need to take these classes on how to read micro expression. Very few people can do that anyway. Just bring it up a level. I always tell people it's like when you're, something's on TV or there's a video on the internet and it's in another language. Maybe let's say it's a clip from a Spanish soap opera. Okay? Now, because you lost the language, what do? How do you compensate for not having the language anymore? You heighten up your other senses. You pay attention closely to what's going on. And you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on, but Alberto messed up because she's really yelling at him and he's admitting guilt because you can see that he's just all quiet and stuff. And this other guy walks in and the tension increases. How do you know all that? Because now that I don't have the language, I'm paying attention. So it's sad that we all have these abilities, but most of us, we don't pay attention to it. You don't pay attention. But when you pay attention, you notice things, and then you get used to it, and then it gets to a crazy level. It gets to another level. And it's not like, oh, teach me. No, you have it. Okay? You need to, rekindle there's a movie moment here. There's a movie line here. I don't know what it is, though. Connect with your inner, vanilla and bring out the Oreo, whatever, some kind of nonsense like that. I was at a conference one time, and it's like the lights are on you, and it's kind of dark. The audience is dark. So I see the silhouette of a guy walking to the front row to sit down. And I saw him walking like that. Like, this guy has a problem. It's a problem, like here. So then after the lecture, he comes to me and he asked me a fiqh question. And I told him, that's not the real question. There's another issue. And he started crying, brought up this other issue. But it's just from the way he was walking. It's not less skill or like, oh, mashallah. No, everyone in this room can do it. The problem is a lot of times we're not paying attention to these things. You pay attention, oh man. So if I've got this other thing, if from the way people phrase the sentence, I can figure out their problem. Meaning, I can't explain it or teach it, but from the fact that they put this word ahead of this other word, I can immediately tell their problem. Whatever it is, if it's personal problem, family problem, something in the head, or if it's in da'wah, they've got this one issue, from the way they arrange the words in their sentence, I can tell what the problem is. Now, again, you just have to bring it up a notch. Everyone has the ability. Most people just ignore it. All right. So those are the two things. All right, let's get started. A lot of times I'll tell you things you might, it's not a big deal. Make everything a big deal. All right, make everything a big deal. Just try, and there's nothing that I say in the class for no reason. Even if I tell you a funny story that seems off topic, there's a purpose behind it. And sometimes you can put your hand up and say, I'm sure there's a lesson here. What is it? Sometimes it's just silly stuff. Ignore those parts. One time in this class in Canada, I told them a joke, and then the next day the sister's like, what was the purpose behind that joke? Like, to laugh. You think there's a lesson in it? It's just a joke. She's like, why? Laugh? What is laughter? I've never heard of it. What's going on here? All right, can we get to the first slide, please? Excellent. This is kind of what I talked about yesterday. And it's nice to know that, actually it's important to know, and it's da'wah related, that there is a linguistic definition, how the word was used in the Arabic language, even how the word was used before Islam.
That's why when you read tafsir, like you read tafsir al-Qurtubi, tafsir al-Tabari, you're reading these tafsir books, the classical, there'll be like a huge section, or the Shaykh will be explaining the verse. Then he'll give you this long excerpt from this pre-Islamic poetry, Jahiliyyah poetry. Why are we putting a Jahiliyyah poetry words to explain what Allah is saying? Because the author is telling you, this is how the Arabs understood this word in the language. And therefore, since it was an existing word, this is how Allah used it as well. So they'll use pre-Islamic poetry to explain what Allah is saying to you. So there is a linguistic definition, what the word means in the Arabic, in the language. And then there's the technical or the Sharia definition, like Salah. Salah in the Sharia, when you say Salah, it means prayer, all right? Salah also in the language means dua. And sometimes Allah will use it that way. And from the context, you can see which one. وَصَلِّ عَلَيْهِمْ إِنَّ صَلَاتَكَ سَكَنٌ لَهُمْ. What does this verse mean? Pray over them. They're alive. Means make dua for them. Your dua is a source of comfort and tranquility for them. So the reason I'm mentioning this is that sometimes people play games and they put the linguistic definition in the place of the technical definition. It used to happen, especially after 9/11, where Muslims are turning on each other to show that they're loyal to the US government and all that stuff. So if somebody used the word kafir, like, oh, don't use the word kafir. Kafir is a derogatory term, and one speaker said it's equivalent to the N-word and all this other stuff. Okay? And one guy was like, oh, we can't call people kafir. Why not? Because the kafir is the one who actually received the truth, recognized that it is the truth, and then chose not to accept it. Don't play that game with me. That's the linguistic definition of a kafir. In the Sharia, any non-Muslims are kafir. Because what is kufr? Disbelief, that's. As one of our Shaykh said in an interview, he said it in a funny way, he said, I'm a kafir. Because what is kufr? To disbelieve in something. Right after Ayatul Kursi, the next verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks you to do kufr. فَمَنْ يَكْفُرْ بِالطَّاغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ. So all of us have to do kufr and the taghut, anything that's worshipped and obeyed besides Allah. We do kufr. I'm a kafir in Iblis. Yeah, I don't believe in him. Believe in him, not believe in his existence. You understand? So what's kufr then? To disbelieve. But those people try to make it sound like a bad thing because they're trying to put linguistic definition in place of the technical definition. You can't do that. All right? That's that point. So be aware of these little tricks. Sometimes you're also dealing with the Muslims who are doing shady things, not just non-Muslims. All right. So, but linguistically, look at the differences between command and request. Seek the aid and call, encourage, ask. Very big differences. But Islamically, there it is, to invite people to Allah and to make people better worshippers of Allah, better in their understanding of their deen, better in their relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, increase in their love of Allah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And in every verse about da'wah, من أحسن ممن دعا إلى الله قل هذه سبيلي أدعو إلى الله. It's always about Allah Azza wa Jalla. Not your movement, your what? Not your Shaykh, not your tariqah, not your. It's always you're calling people to Allah Azza wa Jalla. The minute you're calling to something else, it's going to turn sour. Meaning, if I'm standing there speaking to a non-Muslim because I'm trying to whatever, just be the da'iyah or have this number under my belt or whatever it is, doesn't work like that. All right, please. Okay, so we have, look at this verse, and we just want the second part of the verse, the end of the verse, the last line here. Prophet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells him, وَإِنَّكَ لَتَأْتِي إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. Indeed, you guide to the straight path. Next one, please. You guide to the straight path. Okay, what about this verse? إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ. You do not guide those whom you love, but Allah guides whomever He pleases or wishes. All right. So one verse says, you guide to the straight path. The other verse says, you don't guide those whom you love. Allah guides. So do you guide or do you not guide? And the scholars say there are two kinds of hidayah. The first one The first slide said Hidayat al-Tawfiq. Hidayat al-Irshad. There it is. Hidayat al-Irshad. And that's when you direct someone to the truth. Someone's lost, asking you for direction. Go this way, make right, make a left. That's it. Okay? The second one, Hidayat al-Tawfiq. You're not going to force them to follow the directions you gave. Right? Because sometimes you ask two people for directions and you see which one sounds right. You can't force them. They might go with the direction of the guy before you. Which is, any of you travel overseas, you know, when you go to some countries, you have to ask 3 people. And sometimes for different reasons. We had this Umrah experience in 2016. And I was like, you know, Saudis are horrible in direction. You ask a guy directions, and he'll tell you, henna, 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 henna. Like he can't be there. I don't see anything. Henna, henna, henna. That's all they keep saying is henna, henna. You go there, and you have to ask another person. And then, so it's like 16 steps. You have to ask 16 people, because each one will give you 1 step. Each one, henna, 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 and then to finally find it. Egypt is the exact opposite of that. Ask someone in Cairo for directions, and he will tell you, boss, روح على كده خش يمين في شمال هتلاقي مش عارف ايه, and he's gonna give you very detailed, confident directions, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. So in Egypt, you ask 3 people for directions or 4, and if 2 give you the same, that means that is the correct one. All right. The point is, you can't force people to follow. But the first type of guidance, you direct people to the truth. I'm going to make it as clear as possible, clear as many misconceptions as possible, and tell you this is the way to Allah Azza wa Jal. But I cannot open your heart to Islam. That's Allah's part, subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this distinction is so powerful, you know. Hey, can we go to the next one? Nah, okay, I took that. So I used to call this slide, why you can move mountains. Why you can move mountains. Because once you see this, once you see the distinction, you can move mountains. Nothing can stop you. Because you realize, my part is just to talk to people. Allah's part is to open their hearts to Islam. If that's the equation, who can stop you? Who can stop you? Who's difficult? Oh, they look difficult. Oh, atheists are difficult. Nobody's difficult. You just have to talk. That's not difficult at all. Maybe shutting up is hard. That's not. And then nobody would dare say the second part, that's Allah's part, is difficult. So what's hard in da'wah then? Here's the problem. When people think their job is to open people's hearts to Islam, and they speak to one guy, it doesn't work. They speak to another, oh, I'm not good at this. Because they thought their job is to open their heart to Islam. No, you're an excellent da'iyah because you're doing your job. What's your job? Speaking. Speaking direct. The rest is up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nuh alayhi salam called his people for 950 years. Some narrations say 80 people became Muslims, some say 72. So did he do his job or not? He did his part. He did it well too. Publicly, privately, you know, and out loud, secretly, I mean, everything. By night, by day. Oh, he did his job. So you are doing your job, the rest is up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't you worry about Allah's part. Sometimes we'll see someone, you know, with purple hair and piercings and tattoos and then the people with me in da'wah, oh, he looks different. What do you mean different? I'm going to speak, that's not difficult. Allah opening his heart is not difficult. So what's the obstacle? You see why you can move mountains. Doesn't matter. They're a celebrity. Doesn't matter. They're a politician, an influencer, someone who's a billionaire. Doesn't matter. Oh, Elon Musk will probably be hard to talk to. Why? Jordan Peterson will probably be really hard. No. You do your part. Nothing is hard here. Speaking is not hard, and Allah opening their heart is not hard. Allah. That's it. But just if you meet any of those folks, have a technique that's different, and don't let them hear the same nonsense. I met this, I was at Chicago O'Hare Airport. It was really, it's like the last flight. There's nobody there. So I'm walking like this, and there's this guy, this actor walking straight at me. So if he turns, it'll be like I'm avoiding you. It's too awkward. And if I turn, it's like I'm avoiding you. So we just stop right in front of each other like this. And of course, if I just say, oh, I love your work, which I don't, But I'm just gonna sound like everyone else. You have to not sound the same. So I just said, when we stop, I said, are you Muslim? And he goes, he just completely threw it. I'm gonna talk about this technique. It's that 98% technique, right? But you have to do it at the right place. I was like, are you Muslim? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, what? I was like, how long have you been Muslim? He's like, I was born Muslim. You didn't know that? So I'm like, bro. So I kind of put a wrench in the whole thing. But the point is that, like, you gotta sound different. I'm gonna talk about later on this guy. I've never used this technique. So sometimes I'll talk about a technique that I have never used and I will never use. So why do I mention it in class then? So you understand the wide spectrum of techniques that are out there. That you're not limited to 1, 2, or 3. That even if I don't like this one, someone used it and it works. That's all I care about. I don't care which one you prefer. I don't mind if we disagree. I'm okay with people being wrong. You don't get it, huh? Yeah, feel free to disagree. It's okay. You got it. Feel free to disagree. It doesn't matter. But at least just try things. Sometimes step out of your comfort zone and make an argument that doesn't appeal to your personality type, but it does appeal to theirs. So, what was I just starting with here before I made that? Talk about that guy. Yeah. So this guy, he would pass out pamphlets like this. I've never done this. I'll probably never do it. But he'll pass information like he's giving out pamphlets and gives it to a guy. Then he waits till the man moves and he's like, excuse me, sir, you make sure you read that before you die. And the guy would be like, this is, So do you think he's gonna casually just go and just throw it on the coffee table? What is this guy talking about? And he just made it stand out. There was this guy, he came to us many years ago to teach us Canadian style Dawah. We were in DC. And I'll tell you the truth, he ended up learning a lot from our crew because he just, we brought him to teach us, and he ended up going back, okay, I learned so much from these guys. Because he would just have these pamphlets and he'd just, some reading material for you. Here's something to read. Here's that. And then he saw our team, and our team was aggressive because, it was DC. So you can always adjust your tone, right? But our team was like, free information on the purpose of life. And what is the purpose of life? To worship the Creator is the purpose of life. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Free information, free and beneficial. What is the purpose of life? We're talking, we're trying to get people to stop. And it's like, boom, boom. And we had salespeople on our team. Oh, man. We had these 2 twins. If you look at them wrong, you buy all the jewelry in their store. They used to have a gold store, and sales and Dawah, they're like the same thing. Anyways, but he would say, here's some reading material for you. And that's exactly what the missionaries are saying it. So it doesn't stand out. Study showed that if you're begging, you're at the street corner, you ask people for 25 cents, oh, can you spare some change? Excuse me, can you spare some change? Excuse me, do you have a quarter? Excuse me, can I get $1? I don't think people ask for quarters anymore anyway, right? The dollar's the new quarter. So what happens when someone says, excuse me, can you spare some change? You quickly say no. And research shows that you ask people for 37 cents, you greatly increase your chances of getting it. Because of one thing only. Because 37 cents gets you to think. Just gets your mind rolling. Even if it's a wrong thought, gets you to think. So 37 cents, maybe that's exactly what he needs for the bus fare. Maybe that's exactly what he needs to get a sandwich or a cup of coffee. That's a very specific number. Maybe he is honest. Doesn't matter if he is or not. What matters is you got the brain moving. And so anything that gets you to think stands out a little bit like that. And that's what you want if you have a Dawah table at your MSA and you're trying to call people and stuff. Say something that gets people to stop and think. It doesn't matter. You can ask a question. They give you the wrong answer. Doesn't matter. As long as they stop and think. And that's why we never just handed out material like this. If I just want to hand out material like this, just get on top of a building and dump it or something on top of people. No, you want to talk to people. All right? And you want to listen to what they say. And anything out of the ordinary, explore it. Here's an example of that. It was at the end of the Dawah table, we had, our Dawah table, I think, is like 12 to 2 or something like that every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Maybe it was at the end, it was like late, probably like close to 3 or 4 o'clock. I'm the only one left. I'm kind of putting stuff away. There's white guys walking by, kid. He's on his way to his class or something. And I'm tired, at the end of the day. So let me just hand him a pamphlet. No talking. Then I'm like, no, let me just ask him a question. So I was like, free information on the purpose of life, sir. What is the purpose of life? He stopped. He said, I don't know. But I was gonna get a tattoo that says, and then this white boy said this to me in Arabic, Alf Layla Layla, 1001 nights. So I'm like, okay, is this normal? It's not. And he's saying it in Arabic, explore it. Explore it. It'll take you places. I said, do you like, I just made a guess. I could have been wrong. I said, do you have like some, Arab lineage in your, in your ancestry or something like that? He said, yeah, I've got the way back and stuff like that. And boom, we just from there started talking. He took a shahada, came to Jum'ah next Friday, all that stuff, But just that question was the difference between just handing him the reading material for you. Everybody says that. I want something to stand out when I hand it out. Okay. All right. So, yeah, you can move mountains. There's nobody, no celebrity, no rich people, no rich person, no billionaire. Elon Musk. So what? Elon, what? He has more money in his account that makes him harder to give dawah to. Oh, he's got everything. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have the thing. He doesn't have the hop. But has everything. So, anyways, nothing can stop you. All you have to do is talk. The best way possible, clear misconceptions in the best way possible. The rest is up to Allah Azza wa Jalla. Just look, if there's anything that's equivalent to a steroid shot for a da'i, I love steroid analogies, okay? So, because there's the training and then you grow quickly, right? It's this. Just you walk into any situation, any da'wah discussion or what have you, doesn't matter what denomination, what religion, what belief, what argument the other person has. You walk in confident because you have, not because you're arrogant or you're so smart, because you have the truth. You have the truth. Even if it's a religion you never heard of, we know certain things for a fact. Number one, your religion has absolutely no flaw in it. There isn't one thing that people always use to twist their arm and like, because it's true and we avoid it. We don't have that at all. And then two, because their religion is not Islam, it's riddled with holes. So the one technique is you look for the holes. Once you find the hole, explore it a little bit more, ask about it a little bit more, then bam! Here's the true story as an example of that. So you might say, well, get on with the slides. No, every story I'm telling you, there's a dawah technique in it, okay? And, we're like learning from the experiences. So this guy was giving me a ride to my car after class. I barely know him. But like, I've been telling him assalamu alaikum the whole semester. He's like, wa alaikum salam and stuff. And I thought he's like a Muslim. He was this Chinese American dude, but he was like very like black in speech. And, I don't know how to describe it, but he's like like that. So, assalamu alaikum wa alaikum salam all semester in Ramadan, I see him drinking. Like, why aren't you fasting? He goes, oh, I'm not Muslim. I'm a 5%. So give me a ride to my car now. And I said, so what's a 5%? You heard of it, by the way? It's an East Coast thing. It's popular like in New York and stuff like that. They said like, basically they know there are 5% of the population that knows the haqq. The point is, I said, okay, what's that? So I never heard of this religion before, but I know it's full of holes. But that's not fair to judge it's full of holes. You don't know it yet. Doesn't matter. It's not Islam, it's full of holes. Doesn't change. So I said, okay, so what do you believe in? He said, we don't have to worship God. We are gods. I am a God. You're a God. We're all gods. I was like, I never heard this. What makes us God? He says, our superior intelligence. We're smarter than cows, dogs, and other living things. So our superior intelligence is what makes us gods. I just asked him one question. He was quiet till he dropped me off to my car. I said, and I'm sure that we could have destroyed it many other ways. I said, look, so what's the ruling in your religion for people who are born with like a severe mental defect? And they're not intelligent. They don't even know their name. They can't drink water. They're just like just in a bound to a wheelchair or something for the rest of the. What's the ruling on these people? Obviously, they're not divine. Are they like cows and cattle? Like, can they be killed? Or what's the ruling? There you go, simple hole there. I just was introduced to religion 2 seconds ago, and already there's a problem with it. And then we have this technique called low point, high point. And it's powerful. Low point, high point is when like in that car ride, when I bring you to a low point in your religion, we don't just stay quiet. No, I come in with the high point in mind. Boom. Okay? All the time, to anybody in any scenario. True story. My biology professor, and I was telling her, you're someone who's a scientist and this and that, and she told me she goes to church. How do you believe that there are 3 gods physically separate, yet there are 1? And then one of them dies for 3 days, and instead of becoming 2, they are still 1. And she goes, watch this low point. Word for word, she goes, as a scientist, I have to, and as a Christian, I have to separate between my scientific self, my logical, rational self, and my religious or spiritual self. And immediately, that's a low point. And here, what's the high point? We don't do that in Islam. We don't have to do that. So immediately, and these are the exact words, and I'm calling you to a religion where you never have to separate between your logical self and your spiritual self. Boom, like that. Low point, high point, another example. And you see how these examples are completely different. This is a biology professor here. These are 2 elders. You know what elders are? The Mormons, right? The white shirt, the tucked in, the pants, and that's tie. So I'm walking down the street. This is a long time ago. This is probably 1997 or something. Some of you are like, oh, I wasn't born yet. So I'm walking down the street. This is in DC, down the sidewalk. And I see these 2 elders coming. They want to give me da'wah, and I want to give them da'wah. It's not going to work. Something's got to give where we both mutually understand that one of us will be quiet, the other will speak. All right? Because they want to give me da'wah. That's what they do. I want to give them da'wah. So and I'm not going to like try to cross the street. This is going to happen. This is happening. So they stop right. Good afternoon, sir. Have you heard of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? That was his question to me. This was my answer, and this is true. Yes, aren't you the ones that believe that God used to be a human being who lived and walked on earth? He used to make mistakes and stuff, and then one day he repented, he became good. And then when he died, he went to heaven, and he became a God, and they gave him a little earth, and he becomes the God of that earth. And that when you guys die, each one of you will go to heaven, and each one of you is going to have a little earth. That is what they believe, actually. He goes, yes, that's us. Now, let me tell you honestly, do you expect him to bounce back from that? He's dead. He's done. Go home, assume the fetal position. Get under a blanket. You're done. Because he's not going to go, yes, son, would you like to join us? Join me, habibi, to Zibala. You're done. So he was like this, low point, boom, high point. Here's what we believe in Islam. And guess who's talking now? You're done. You're not talking. Khalas, you listen. You get the idea, right? And by the way, I have a disclaimer. Like, I get excited as I'm telling you these stories, but I don't speak aggressively to people. I speak calmly to people. I'm just excited telling you the story, so it sounds like I'm telling people, hey, what about this? What about? I don't talk to people like that, and you don't talk to people like that. All up in their face and aggressive, and it's calm and all that. Just this is amongst us, right? So low point, high point, it's powerful. I'm not gonna let it slide. You tell me, oh, we do this, and we just believe blind faith. We don't have evidence. Oh no, let me tell you what Allah says in the Quran. Don't they contemplate this Quran? Had it been from other than Allah, and Allah's telling us how to know if the Quran is not from Allah. It's going to have discrepancies and contradictions and hit him with the high point. What's the point of them admitting something bad? Or hey, you don't have to deal with that nonsense when you become Muslim. In other words, that's what you're saying. All right. So I hope we're clear here. Your job is to direct people to the truth. Allah's part is to open their heart to Islam. Once you know that, you'll never feel like I'm not doing my job right. No, you are. The rest is up to Allah Azza wa Jalla. You can call a person to Allah more than once. You can call him again and again. There is no rule that says, oh, we've already talked to him. Come to them 1,000,000,000 times, it doesn't matter. There was a guy at our university. I don't remember what his real name was. Actually, I don't think I ever knew his real name. But I used to call him Al-Hasan. He was this African guy, he was a Christian, but he looked like his name is Al-Hassan. So I would call him Al-Hassan, and like from far, I'm like, Al-Hassan, he would turn around like it's his name, you know? And he would come to our da'wah table every semester, and I'll tell him, look, Al-Hassan, you have to become Muslim. Because the shaitan is trying to get you away from this. You're already interested in Islam, but you have, you know, bills to pay, papers that are due, exams and things. And so you're going to put it in the back burner. That's why you should become Muslim right now. If you don't do it now, I'm going to see you next semester and you still won't be Muslim. The next semester I see him, Hassan, and he immediately looks down and says, did you do it? Didn't I tell you? Do it right now, you know, like that. And again, I've never spoken to anyone else like that, but you can develop this kind of thing. So, how did I get to Al-Hassan? What was I trying to prove with this story? Too much stuff now. Oh yes, yeah. So the point is, like, there's no rule that says, "Oh, we already spoke to this guy. So check, put him off the list and spend time with him." No, you keep coming back and again and again. And then a lot of times these people become Muslim. There was a guy who used to come to our table by himself every time and spend the whole 2 hours with us. Thursday comes again. Then finally he took a shahada. And we'd always talk to him over and over again. There's no rule that says just once or twice, 3 strikes throughout. No, 4, 5, 7, doesn't matter. Okay. And that's why one of the questions I still don't have an answer for in da'wah is, when do you walk away? Actually, I think I do have an answer. And that is, you never really walk away, meaning you close the door on talking to someone. In DC, there were some clear walkaway points. The guy's intoxicated, walk away. Drunk, well, that's intoxicated. I mean, crazy, actually. See a lot of crazy folks, you know? And don't waste time with crazy folks. We took one da'wah with us, and he's sitting with this drunk guy explaining to him. He is not remembering any of this tomorrow, Habibi. What are you wasting your time for? Let's go talk to somebody else, you know? And sometimes they're just crazy. I remember we were wearing the da'wah clothes, films and stuff. And this guy's like, how are you doing, great grandson? I said, I'm fine, how are you? He said, you know who I am? He was like, I said, no. I said, I'm your great grandfather. Have a nice day. Waste any time with this guy. I'm done, you know. But I'll tell you, there was that, remember that sister I told you about would go set up the table at the other university, then shut it down, come set up the table. So they had this thing where we're giving da'wah, Muslims all over the place, everybody's talking to somebody, and we always work in pairs. We never go one-on-one. Even I like to have a partner with me, right? And I'll tell you why, we'll explain that later. Partner is very beneficial. But so we had this thing when someone is difficult, your partner comes and gets me. So she would like always be like, her partner would come to me all the time while I'm talking to someone, like, sister's saying that this guy's difficult, we need you to come. Sometimes I'd go, and then in the end I'll say, look, man, there are a lot of people here, just close it off, hand the pamphlet, and then go to someone else. And then I'm talking to people, and every time I turn, she didn't. She's still talking to them. And then after a while, they're calling me over for the guy to say shahada. So I actually learned from her, don't be too quick to walk away. And sometimes I might walk away now, but I'll walk back to you another day. So you constantly coming back and giving people da'wah again and again. All right, let me ask you this. Any questions on anything we covered so far? That's a very precise question, because usually what happens is, how about the atheist? No, what we covered so far. Any questions on that? Any of the slides? Please don't be shy to ask. Yes, sir.
I'm wondering, so last night you mentioned that we shouldn't like attack religion, but when we're asking these questions, how do we frame them in a way where that they don't feel like we're attacking their religion? Like, what's the line between attack and, like, you know, kind of poke and holes?
Yes. You tilt your head sideways, soften your voice, and then do this with your eyebrow, your forehead. So I just want to understand how do you like that? Yeah, so basically you're just asking questions, right? And you can even like throw in these things, you know, it's really interesting. Like you could say something really offensive by don't. So there are a lot of dirty tricks. They call it what do they call it? Dark psychology. All right. Don't use it. We don't need that. We're Muslims, everything is clean for us. All right. And there's so many techniques. I never teach them in the class. All right. But you can actually say something really offensive to someone by saying, I don't want you to be offended by what I'm about to say to you. And so they start to get ready for it. okay? And they won't be offended if you warn them in advance, you know? So like, you know what, I'm not arguing with you, I just want to understand how this works in your religion. And then you just ask them that question, and you're really getting them to think. And getting them to think, I'll talk about that on slides, most important thing. Oh, that's you. I mean, the da'i, not that guy in the picture. All right. Do's and don'ts. Look, anything that is not deceitful, conniving, that will give you an advantage or make you more credible or make you more understandable or get your point across or create rapport between you and the person, do it as long as it's not deceitful or conniving or anything like that. We don't do that. So you might say, well, I don't need this list of yours. That's fine. But if anything makes you more credible, you might look. In the old days, a community that I don't know would call and say, hey, you know, can you come to our masjid? There's a whole things were weird back then. Okay, you guys never have to deal with this, but back then you had communities who liked the suit on the minbar and others who liked the thobe on the minbar. And it was a big deal. Right? Imams would call to me and, excuse me, can you take the tie off? And I'll strangle you with it if I take it off. It's better if I keep it. Okay, so the people, a random community would call me, like a local masjid or whatever, and I would ask them, does your community prefer the thobe or the suit? And whatever they preferred, I would put it on, because my point is, the khutbah is da'wah, and if just a dumb garment is gonna make you listen and understand and listen to hadith and ayat, that's my point, and I'll do it for the sake of getting across. My friend was the opposite. The Shaykh, when people called him and they said, could you wear a suit? He'd wear a thobe. And could you wear a thobe? He'd wear a suit. Because he wants them to understand. It has nothing to do with the khutbah. And stop this nonsense with the clothing. That's his point. And you don't have to, I don't think either one of us was right or wrong. And some of you would probably do what my friend did. Some of you would probably do what I did. But my whole point is, if anything is going to give me a little bit of an edge in getting across to you, I'll do it so long as it's not deceitful or conniving or anything like this, something dishonest in it, you know. So, or inappropriate. Okay. So, do's and don'ts with that. Be an educator. Be an educator means like you are here to guide this person from darkness to the light, to the truth. So you know and they do not know. We're not equal. We're not. هل يستوي الذين يعلمون والذين لا يعلمون? Rhetorical question in the Quran. Do those can we equate? Are they equal? Those who know and those who don't know? Is the kindergarten teacher equal to the kindergartners? And if one of the kindergartners argues about 1 + 1, the teacher going to get offended? No, I know the truth. It's 2. You're just a baby. You don't know this yet. So I'm not going to get upset. I'm here as an educator. And that also keeps you calm when you're giving dawah. You know, mess with me on any other day when I'm not behind the dawah table and it's on. But now here, I'm at the dawah team. I'm an educator. It's different. It's a mindset. Okay. Understanding people. That's the most important thing. Needs, obstacles, issues. Listen to the wording. Listen to the language. Remember, there's one sister and she's ready to become Muslim. Said, I just have one issue with Islam. I mean, there was an issue, it was clear, but then we're like, okay, what's the issue? What's stopping you from becoming Muslim right now? Oh, it's just that, and it's a topic that she never brought up before, that Islam allows divorce. That's it. Yeah. I think you should always stay together, no divorce, and what happened. How simple is it to explain why there's divorce in Islam? And how simple is it to explain why divorce is better than 2 people hating each other, can't stand each other, and you tell them, no, you have to stay together till death, either naturally or forced, does you apart. So that was her issue. This other guy once was talking to me, and he was like, "Oh, I love Islam." You know, all these, white kids, and he was just like, "Oh, I love Islam. It's a great religion. I read up on it. And if it wasn't for that whole women thing, it would be great." You see, Allah, he just gave you the answer. Like his obstacle, the women thing. So he listens to TV and he thinks we oppress women. And how do you refute? You can go any route. You can use numbers, statistics, evidence, Quran, Sunnah, history. You can do anything. You can pull a sister, like, hey, tell her, it's easy. You know, one thing said, one statistic, it said that for every one male who becomes Muslim in America, 5 women become Muslim. Yeah. Where there's like follow up. I'm ready for follow up. Yeah. Oh, tell you something. Better wish for death before you take advantage of any new Muslim. It's the worst thing ever. Worst thing ever. Wish you better die before that. Ask Allah to take your life than to live and be one of those people. Nastiest, dirtiest thing ever. Where there's this masjid in one state, I'm not gonna mention, Virginia. And they used to have, they were insane. They used to have like a waiting list, and it was just the leaders of the masjid, and they had a waiting list. Anytime there's a new revert, okay, Abdurrahman, it's your turn now. Because Hassan got the last one, okay, like that, kid. And they were just white girls too. The point is, the true story, everybody's telling. I remember one time my roommate came, he was like, hey, the Shaykh told me single, and I said, yeah, I should come see me after us. He goes, you think he's got a revert for me? I'm like, yeah, he's got a revert for you, not the one you're thinking of. After Asr, he comes sad. I'm like, what happened? He's not white. Oh, the elephant in the room, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it works, people. That's how it works. All these people immigrate here and their dreams. White woman, blue eyes. That's why I like hardcore Desi parents. Like, no. What do you guys call it? Goran or something? What do you guys call it? It's gotta be the real deal. He makes good chapli kebab. That's what we do. All right. But figure these things out. Because sometimes people are almost telling you in other words. All right. It's like customer service. Remember I told you last night, someone is saying something ridiculous, or oh, you're the gosh, you worship Muhammad. I can see why you thought of it that way, but we actually don't. And then explain, you know. And there's some little points I'm skipping, but like for example, using you have your what they call the wind up and then the curve, where you say but. Oh, I agree with everything you're saying, but no, you don't. Because if you agreed with everything I'm saying, there wouldn't be a but. So they teach you things like remove but, say and so forth. These are just little tiny little pointed there. I'll give you some good books. All right. Obviously, the best of the best when it comes to this stuff is Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. That is the #1 book. Doesn't matter what anyone says. And any other book you read will either refer to Dale Carnegie's book or borrow from that book. That was the first one. And I remember when I read that book, how upset I was. Like, Prophet used this in the Battle of Tabuk. Prophet used this with that companion. We knew the material before this guy wrote the book. But what a shame we're so behind in analyzing the seerah. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie. That's absolutely a must read. All right. And inshallah, this is the last time I promote anything British, but there's an author, his name is Nick Boothman or Nicholas Boothman. He's got 2 books, so easy to read, so easy to apply. It's what really matters, okay? One is called Convince Them in 90 Seconds. The other is called Get Them to Like You in 90 Seconds, or How to Get Anyone to Like You in 90 Seconds. Just write Nick Boothman, 90 Seconds. Those 2 of his. I don't know if he has any other stuff, but those 2 are so good to read. You read it and boom, and it's so easy to read, and then you can apply it instantly. Then the other is David Lieberman, Dr. David Lieberman. Okay, he has a lot of books out. He's a good writer. He's really good at explaining a concept and telling you this is exactly how to use it with your husband, your wife, your coworker, like that. He's got a lot of them, but his hands down the best 2. How to change anybody and get anyone to do anything. Hands down are his best 2. Then he has Never Be Lied To Again, not as good. Okay. He has and don't give it to your wife. He has yeah, they're single. You'll buy it after you get married. The other one, Reading People, Instant Analysis. Just stick with those first 2. Let me tell you something. You read these four, and you'll be a beast when it comes to understanding people and communicating well and establishing rapport. You know, if you like what they call neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, I've always hated NLP, hate it. But if you read that stuff, it's basically just stuff from psychology, trying to scam and make it look like it's its own science, just a scam. But if you read a lot on psychology, you don't need NLP. It's just the same stuff. They just picked all the yeah. And then they'll charge you $3,000 to become certified, and the guy himself has no skills, and and basically what we're talking about is a field referred to as emotional intelligence, so what's that name of that guy, Daniel something, and anyways, emotional intelligence, those kind of. But you read these four, you're all right, and you'll help you bring it to another level. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. Okay. The don'ts: don't attack, don't be aggressive. We kind of explained the whole debating thing yesterday. And the mind shuts down, right? And you just take this, you defend your side, your argument, and you don't really hear what's happening on the other side. Don't be evasive. Someone's asking you a question, you keep skipping and moving to something else. What does it look like? Oh, I got him. This is one of those issues that they don't have an answer for. That's why they're being evasive. Don't do that. And we're going to talk about your main talking points. But if there's an issue that's very important to that individual, address that issue. All right? If there's an issue that's super important to them, pause and address it. Because you're not going to move forward if you don't. Whatever it is, I can give you examples from two stories, whatever, you're talking to someone and the environment is a thing. Okay, or you're talking to someone and slavery in Islam was a thing. I'm not going to move forward till you tell me that. Oh, here's a true story. Happened in Canada. We were at the Dawah table, Islam Awareness Week, and this guy walked up to me, and he points to the Quran. He says, "How old does this book say the earth is? And how old is the earth according to this book?" All right, so you understand what he's saying? What's he saying? What's his concern?
He's worried that it says like it was created and it wasn't reset. Like he thinks that it's like scientifically impossible or something.
Or that, it's scientifically wrong.
Yeah.
So he's saying, this is what he's saying in other words. If you guys are like the Christian, and this book is like the Bible, and it says the earth is 10,000 years old, while we know that there are things that are millions of years old, I don't want to hear it. That's what he's saying. That's why he's saying, how old does this book say the earth is? And this was my answer. Because I'm not going to move on to Tawheed and whatever, because this is an issue that's important to him. If we don't get it out of the way, he's not going to hear anything else I say about Tawheed. So I said, and I'm just sharing this because, the Dawah benefit. Said, look, first and foremost, this is a book of guidance. It has everything in it to help you avoid the hellfire and make it to paradise. I'm stopping on purpose to talk about this story because a big mistake Muslims make is they try to present the Quran like it's a biology or a geology or a science book, and their talking points are science in the Quran. Don't do that. It's not. What percent of the Quran is science? I don't even know. Just make random number. What? 2%? 1%? 3%? 7%? Does that make it a science book? If your textbook at school was just 7% science, would you call it a science book? So don't sell it like it's a science book. And we learned this the hard way, because in the 80s, 90s, all it was science in the Quran, science in the Quran. And I learned this from one imam. He said this lady came to this lawyer. She's wearing that suit, that woman's suit thing, the Hillary Clinton thing. And she came to my office at the masjid after work, straight from work. She said, "Why should I become a Muslim?" He said, "Well, there's a lot of science in the Quran." She said, "Stop. I'm not going to become Muslim because there's some science in the Quran. What will Islam do for me?" And he realized, they don't care about that. Talk about cloud formation. What are you, a meteorologist? That's why talks about cloud formation? Partly cloudy, but now it's sunny. Come on now. Nobody cares about that. But it has its application. Talk about that later. All right.
What happened with that guy though? The one who asked you what you were talking.
Oh yeah. So basically, sorry to finish it. So I was telling him, look, so it may have some science in it, some biology, but it's not a biology, some geology, but it's not a geological. It is a book of guidance first and foremost. So the Quran does not make a comment about the age of the earth, because that's not something that Allah is going to ask you about on the day of judgment. How old was the earth? And you know what he said? We can talk now. Yeah. So figure out what the issues are with people. Listen carefully, right? Or what if I can't figure it out? What if he says, how old is it? Like, I don't know why he's asking. I would ask, you can ask. There's nothing, you just say, you know what? That's actually a very interesting question. I've never been asked that before. Why are you so interested in this? Or why is this of interest to you? You know, just ask. There's nothing wrong. No one's going to be offended. All right. Fantastic. Don't do this one. Muslims always do this one. Interfaith, they're doing this one. There's pressure, trying to make Islam look Christian, sound Christian. Don't do that. Nobody's going to leave full Christianity for something that's 10% Christian or has a sprinkling of flavor of Christian. Don't. It's never going to work. All right, next one, please. The mad'u, the person you're calling to Allah, the seer. Yeah. Okay. So look, nobody in the world has one script. Well, unfortunately, there are people like that. They have one script that they use with everybody, and that's why they don't get anywhere. You have different scripts in your head, and you click on the appropriate one. And sometimes you might close a file and open another one in the middle of the conversation. And sometimes you will rewrite it as you're going along. The whole point, like I said earlier, the da'iyah is malleable. You're flexible. You don't have just one fixed script. So, because look at how the script changes with every one of these people. A rabbi, which is different than a missionary, a Christian missionary. A child, different than an older person. The way you speak to them is different, true? Member of the opposite sex, you speak differently. No, there's not going to be like, hand on the shoulder, like a lot of direct eye contact. Give me your number, we'll talk later. Fine, because it's different now. Family member, yeah, you're 22, you're still in your diapers today. Yeah, it's different, and everyone knows it's easier to talk to a stranger and give dawah to them than a family member. Anyways, what about other like genders giving dawah, speaking? Like the scholars say, because one of the scholars were asked, can a woman give dawah at the university to men? And the answer is yes. There are some guidelines, just like with anything else. There's some guidelines. Number one, that the proper dress code is adhered to. Obviously from our side, can't control the other side. The proper dress code, okay, that the topic does not go outside of da'wah. Once we get to, hey, giggle, I like the color of your, we don't go there. Okay, do you like Nicolas Cage? What? Why are we going there? Stick to the script. As long as they're only talking about religion, the dress code, there's no touching, there's a proper distance, everything, you keep it as Islamic, copaesthetic, as they say, right? Then we're fine. And then, of course, the rest. I personally don't see any reason on earth for the guy to be following up with the girl or the girl to follow up with the guy. I don't see any reason why a girl would come to the da'wah table, then I take her number, then under the blanket, I'm like, there are two opinions on it. There's no reason. And that's why we used to pass it on. We used to have two da'wah tables actually next to each other. You have like one here and the guys are behind it, and one here and the girls are behind it. And guess who comes to the girls to ask about Islam? Chad, Trevor, Tristan, those guys. Guess who comes to the guys to ask about Islam? Kimberly, Jessica, Catherine, Aaron. They're the ones saying, so what's this all about? What's your name? Aaron. So Aaron, and I start to take her to the girls. So Aaron, let me introduce you to Sister Khadija here. Khadija, this is Aaron. She's interested about Islam. You're in good hands, Aaron. Thank you for coming. Khalas. One. But sometimes, I'm the only guy at the da'wah table, or there's a girl, she's the last one at the da'wah table, and the guy comes. No problem. Give him the material, give him the pamphlet. I'd like to learn more. Let me take you down your number. I'll pass it back I'll pass it on to a brother. I'm going to follow up for weeks with you. So, many times it starts off with good intention, and then the shaitan turns it sour. I can't tell you how many times, like a sister will come, like, I was giving this guy dawah for a month, now I'm attached to him. Just don't leave an avenue for the shaitan. Okay, we'll become like that guy. It's my wife, she a new shahada. You see your brother with too many new cars, you know what's up, you know? And that follow-up technique. All right, people. So look at this. The people change your talk completely. Can we go to the next? Not only the people change your talk, the place will change your talk. And the amount of time you have will change your talk. You're at a library, whispering anyways. An elevator ride. How long is an elevator ride? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 25? How much time do you have? A rally, people are yelling and chanting and you just trying to give da'wah to someone. That's going to affect and going to change your talk completely. Elevator ride versus you tell someone, hey, do you know anything about Islam? Well, I mean, my wife's picking me up in 40 minutes, so you've got time. You've got time, 40 minutes, 20 seconds. Someone asks you a quick, what do you do? Sister asked me this once. She's a Napabi. Actually, this was Houston. Yeah, it was a long time ago. And she said, I'm at the cashier, at the register, and the lady bagged my things. I paid everything. She gave me my change back. And then as I'm walking away, she started the next customer. She goes, why do you wear that? She's like, no, there's no time. She asked me at the end. She asked me at the beginning, I'd have an answer. What do I do? I was like, but your best teacher is experience. You ever have that where someone says something to you, you don't know what to say, or you don't have the right thing to say when you get home, you're like, oh, I should have said this. And the next time, you're ready for it. That's experience is the best teacher, right? So she's like, what should I have said? There was no time, and the line is already moving, and I have to get out of the way. I was like, look, especially back then, on the register, what do you have? You have all these magazines that have a confused woman who needs to put her finger in on the cover, like her hair is blowing. These magazine covers have the girl. So dumb. So I said, well, and this is an example here of what I can do in 2 seconds. Like you just point at the covers, so I don't become like that. Boom! Objectified, mad, all that stuff, Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Come up with your own answer. But the point is that when there's little time, it's different than when there's a lot of time. It's a quiet place, different than a park, than a rally. So yeah, what I'm trying to prove with those 2 slides is that your talk is always going to change. You can't set it up in your mind and just go spill it to everybody. And then it's not personal at all. Next, please. Okay, now the calling. So I was asking you earlier, is this a good place? Like, when are breaks? Do you have designated breaks? Huh? What time is it now? It's 12:46. So does everyone want to go to the Dawah? Look, the Iqama is at 1 or the Adhan is at 1? The Iqama. So okay, let's stop in a few minutes then. Okay, so that you can get ready and all that. Anyone have any questions about the material we have covered so far? Because sometimes people just want to get into what you say. No. This is half the success right here. What if I bring you someone who knows what to say, he's got a great script, can't connect with people, comes off condescending, so that's more important now.
So what if you're tabling like a brother or like handshake me, and how should I answer to him that also
Is it tabling? Did you say tabling? Oh, really?
I'm just asking, what if I run into that kind of situation, like someone tries to handshake me and I'm like, I want to answer them in a way also, it's also Dawah.
Okay, very good. All right, you give me answers. What do you do? Someone puts their hand up. What do you do? What do you say? Like this, right? Do they get it? But then, for the most part, they'll get it. Something wrong with your heart? No, they get it. Huh?
They're saying hand
And whoa. I'm mad. Oh man, we used to work at this company. I'll be honest, I'm relaxed on the handshake now, but when we were younger, man, it's like death or the handshake. We would so this guy taught us this technique, and we would always have a card, our business card ready. And every time when we put our hand up, boom, we put the business card in their hand, and then we direct the attention to the card. Because if you don't do that, You hand her the card, she puts it away and she, what are you gonna do, hand her another one? So you give her one card, and then you're like, that's that's my name, Kamal, that's my number. And then what can I do for you today? And then at the end of the thing, it was a sales thing. We would ask them, did you notice that I didn't shake your hand? And they would always say, no, I didn't notice that. It's misdirection, right? And then we tell them, this is why I didn't shake your hand, and that saves you from the goodbye handshake. And that's just like, sometimes people get silly. Like one brother was like, the minute I see all that. Oh. Or now the verbal explanation. Like, what's a good explanation? Why you don't shake hands? What's a good explanation? Go ahead.
Out of respect for the other person and your spouse.
What's that?
Out of respect for the other person.
Yeah, okay, so that works. Like we had this guy who was a poet, and he would always tell the women, I don't have the right to touch you. And they'd be like, oh. Then we have, like, for example, Shaykh Yusuf Estes, like he's an older man, like in Islam, we're not allowed to touch pretty women. He is 80, he can do that. You don't walk around, we don't touch pretty women. You want to say something?
I'll do the same thing.
Same thing. Okay, good. So I was gonna say, what do you do when you don't have a card with you? You don't have a card with you. You what?
You hit him with the too slow, you know?
Huh? So I'm like very mature. You pull out of thin air like this.
Oh.
I was expecting all that. All right. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So those are ways to avoid that, and like, and by the way, there are other things. Like I used to do this. Salespeople used to come into this business area where I was, and part of sales with that firm handshake. And watch this, okay? And we do this also, like sometimes when you walk up to someone. So I have this is my briefcase, okay? Or can I use that for a second? Okay, sure. So this is me. And I'm supposed to meet whatever, Jessica or whatever, okay? So when I get close by, watch this. How you doing, Jessica? I'm Kamal, who spoke on the phone earlier. And so what happens? You watch their eyes. So I got my hand, and I got my right hand is occupied. And it's not like it's down here where I could quickly free it up, but I've got it right here, and I'm not making any effort to free it up. And I'll watch their eyes. They actually look at your hand, and they start to free their right hand, and then they look at your hand, and they realize that you're not going for the greeting, so they don't go for it. There are many ways you can psychologically stop someone from even extending their hand, right? There's another technique. I was supposed to meet with the dean of the university. I wouldn't do this again, but basically when the secretary or her assistant set up the appointment, I said, please let the doctor know that I don't shake hands. It's a religious thing, but I don't want it to be awkward for her. So I noticed that when I came for the appointment, all the women were sticking their head out of their queue. Oh, here's the weirdo who does what does he look like? Anyway, okay, let's take our break. Yeah. So I give my breaks to Q&A unless like I'm going to refresh wudu or something like that. But as long as you catch me in here, we can do Q&A, or you can ask me any questions. Sallallahu alaihi wa sallam. Assalamu alaikum.
Zoom and then restart it when it's done.
Alrighty. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Inshallah, we're gonna get started with the second part of the workshop, inshallah. Sisters, the SAT is under like some kind of construction right now, so if you guys have to use the bathroom, use the SAT. And without that, inshallah, we'll get started. Also, lunch will be at like 3:15, 3:30ish. That'll be our next break, inshallah. Alright, assalamu alaikum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد. Okay, something important. One of one of the, let's call it one of the precursors to understanding people. You have to understand yourself. I don't want that to sound like very cliched or something, but you have to understand yourself and you have to be very aware, very conscious of how you come off to people, all right? Meaning a lot of people are not at that level. They don't realize how they come off when they greet you. They don't pay attention that they don't smile. And I want you to pay attention to how often people smile. You'll give salam to people, they won't smile. A lot of times, most people don't smile. They'll say nice things to you and everything, but without a smile on their face. Or be aware, make sure you're not one of those people that even if you're talking to someone, you're engaged in the conversation, somebody walks in, you give them salam like this, without giving them attention, looking them in the eye. Be aware of those things. Because it's really not acceptable to not realize how you're coming off. It's not acceptable. And you'll be amazed at some of the things and the quirks that people have that, how could you not be aware of this? I always tell the story. I was in one country in Europe, I'm not gonna say which one. And they said there's a brother, he's gonna show you around the city and he knows the history and he knew his history. But he's completely unaware of how he behaves around people. So every time he wanted to get my attention, he would smack me with the back of his hand right here. So he'd always go, "Shh, let me show you something. Shh, let me show you something." All day he's smacking my hand. It became raw from him smacking all time. So now I want him to realize that it's not acceptable for a grown man to be smacking another grown man and not even aware of it. So I said I'm gonna do something dramatic here. Every time he comes to, if I just go like this, he's not gonna notice it. So I would move away in a very dramatic way. Every time he comes to slap me, I would do this. So he could pay attention. Now that's a big movement. And he still wouldn't pay, he would just stretch out further to look at you know? So always be aware, like that's an extreme, but always be aware how you're coming off to people, how you treat people, how you greet people, do you smile or not, you should be aware of that. And that's why advice is so important. What if I never catch the thing that I do? Advice is very important. And not accepting advice or being angry when someone gives you advice, they're trying to rectify you, make you better, and help you improve. And you're upset with that, that's like one of the worst things. And this is a very American thing, by the way. Oh yeah, somebody gives you advice. This is one of the things that, and again, I've lived in a lot of countries, and I noticed certain things about American Muslims, and they don't like to hear it either. But like I noticed immediately that here, people don't like advice. Talking about Muslim Americans. And they don't give you advice because, oh, to each his own, and it's my prerogative, that's how I am, and it's my personality, and it's a free country, and I have a right to. Yeah, improve. Don't give me any of that nonsense. Improve. No? People interrupt people. They don't, maybe I don't notice that I cut people off while I'm talking. But my brother will tell me, hey, by the way, you always interrupt people. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's where advice comes in. All right. Anyways, and if someone gives you advice, work on it. This one guy was like, I barely know him. I just see him every now and then, we talk. He gave me a ride to my car again, and he's like, give me advice. I like people to give me advice. I like to improve. Okay, inshallah, I won't hold back. If I notice anything, I'll tell you. The same for you. 2 seconds later, do you have anything for me? Give me some advice. Like I said, if I notice something, I'll tell you. Then 2 seconds later, oh, did you think of anything? Then I thought of something. And something he always did. I said, you know something? I just remembered. Always interrupt people. Always cut people off. He goes, I'm not making it up. Yes, I know that. Give me something. It's a hobby, like you collect stamps and you collect advice and work on it. It's not acceptable. That's what I told him. It's not acceptable. Hey, you know it, work on it. You want more homework? You didn't finish the other one? So when someone gives you advice, accept it, think about it, give it a minute, because sometimes we reject it before thinking about it. I learned from this Shaykh, he would accept advice from anybody, even the masjid clown. He's like, oh, you know, brother so-and-so gave me good advice. I'm like, what? You take advice from that guy? He's like, no. But I learned from him, he gives everyone's advice a chance. I learned that from him. So when someone tells you something, don't resist immediately, get angry, reject it. Think about it, maybe it is true. Maybe you don't notice it. Yes, sir.
How do you do that coming out with insecure all the time?
What do you mean?
But coming out with insecure all the time, it's all like, you know, like, it's my problem all the time.
You mean you're always asking people that?
Yeah, like coming out insecure.
Yeah, so, I mean, it shouldn't be perceived as insecure, it should be perceived as someone wants to improve, right? But you also don't walk around to everybody, and you know, people do that, you know. I go to another state, Georgia or whatever, and the guy comes, give me advice. How about this? Don't walk up to strangers asking for advice. That's my. So you'd be insecure if you just meet everybody, brother, give me advice. Brother, how can I help? Brother, I mean, just people who know you well enough, they can give you some good advice, something good and constructive. Accept it from them. You know. All right. I actually have a whole page on how to get people to accept your advice, but it's not part of this one. It was part of the longer one. There are many good techniques, but also Lieberman, the book that I told you, has very good techniques to get people to take your advice, not get offended. All right. Okay, here we go. Look at this in the Quran. Look, there's not a human being who will read the Quran and it will not communicate with him. You understand? Meaning, sometimes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will tell you the harm of doing something, the benefit of leaving something. Sometimes the benefit of doing something, the harm of leaving it. Sometimes he'll give you an analogy. Sometimes he'll ask a rhetorical question. Sometimes he'll tell you the story of a prophet. He'll give you a parable. There's not a human being that will read the Quran and not find one way that speaks to them directly. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put many different techniques and methods of communicating in there and getting the point across so that everybody is covered. Now, as a da'i, you have to be in the same way as well. Don't have just one method, one technique, and you use it with everybody. I don't know, is the next slide on that or something else? Yeah, there we go. I have different methods and techniques of affecting people. You know, Nuh alayhi salam called his people night, day, secret, public, out loud, to a group, privately, individuals, and he did that constantly. And it's not always scary, always, you know, the hellfire. And that's why Ibn Mas'ud said that the Prophet ﷺ كان يتخولنا بالمواعظ مخافة السآمة علينا. يعني النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم would be mindful of overusing admonitions to the point that they have no effect. That's why the scholars have a saying, they say al-mawa'id kasiyat. I know this analogy we can't relate to, but when if you get whipped like 60 lashes, the first 4 hurt a lot more than the middle 4 or the last 4. Okay, again, we haven't been whipped like that, but they say that the first ones hurt a lot, and after a while you kind of get used to it. So if there's a khatib in every khutbah, we're talking about the hellfire and its bottom is deep and it's not, okay, fine, it was scary. Next one, the pangs of death and the stupors of death. Okay, next khutbah, the punishment in the grave. If he continues the whole year like this, do you think it'll have the same effect on the audience? They'll be like, oh, this is the grave one, I remember this one. Crush the head. Not even like scary to them anymore. So the overdoing the maw'idha, the admonition stuff, will lose their effect, just like the whip will lose its effect. They'll have the mawa'id, don't overuse. Some were storytellers. They were known as al-qassasin, and the scholars didn't like that. Everything was a story. Everything is once upon a time there was a man. You ask him a fiqh question. Once upon always telling stories. And what happens with these people, and I want you to think of this, when you first started practicing, who did you used to listen to? So don't say names now. You used to listen to certain speakers. And then at some point, you moved on to some other speakers. In English, I guess there's enough variety now, but in Arabic, there's a lot more variety. You start listening to these people who give these heart warmers and heart softeners and, kind of more on the fluff side, not heavy on the ilm side. And after a while, it doesn't affect you anymore and you move on. And I didn't want to give names of speakers, but there are some speakers that are great storytellers and move you emotionally and everything. But after a while, their fan base shifts because, khalas, I'm done. Like, you can't tell me stories for the rest of it. They hit a plateau. So they move on to something else. So storytellers, just telling stories all the time. You can't build people just with stories all the time. So have different techniques, different methods, just like Quran uses different methods. It's not the same thing, so you can affect and communicate with different people. And this is again another field that's a lecture by itself. You get into the different personality types and what kind of arguments are appealing to the different personality types. Someone who's a thinker likes logic. 1 plus 1 equals 2. You can figure them out from the way they speak and the language they use. They will say, I think, I believe. They never say, I feel, almost never. And some of you in the room, you say, I feel that would be a good idea. Or I feel we should go over it. And others never use I feel. When I read that, I discovered that I've never said I feel. So I started to add that on purpose to my vocabulary, just to connect with the I feel people. I always think, I don't feel. I do feel, but you understand what I'm saying? It's like those, do you see what I'm saying? Or do you hear what I'm saying? The visual versus audio versus thinking. Anyways, but it helps you connect with people so much. And I've got some interesting stories, but I don't know if I've got the time for those stories. But that's basically it. Have different methods and techniques, be able and willing to adjust and accommodate what the other person, and sometimes it could be not even a personality trait or something. Or like one time I'm giving dawah to this guy in the street in DC, and he had his son with him. And it seems like this was some kind of manhood journey, like he's teaching his son to become a man on this Sunday. And every time I spoke to the man, he would cut me off and say, you were talking to both of us, right? Like he's saying, treat my 10-year-old like a man, And of course, I'm focusing on him because if he becomes Muslim, we got the boy in the bag. But like if the kid is like, I'm going to see the Shahada, his dad will be like, oh, hold on a second. So obviously that's why I was focused. But I have to like make sure I talk to him and talk to the boy. And sometimes talk to the boy more than the father. The father was happy. Like, listen, don't teach him to be a man at my expense. I'm trying to get dawah here. All right, let's go. All right, this is a technique that I was telling you about today, I think, where 98% of the time when I use this technique, the person becomes Muslim. But it's not about the technique. It's about using it on the right person, the person who's close already. And I don't want you to use this technique. I'm putting it up here again so you understand the broad spectrum of different methods that are out there. All right? This technique is no good in the UK. But I still leave it in the notes when I teach in the UK because I want them to see the different things that are out there. So I'll see a specific type of person who's got the look. Some of you know what I'm saying. Some don't. I can't explain it, but sometimes you see someone, they're not Muslim. They look like they're Muslim. They've got the look that they could become Muslim. Okay, if you got the look, if you know what that is, you always go straight to them. Those people, you don't have to be like, hey, how's the weather? No, you just boom, are you Muslim? So, and sometimes like I'll see someone like a block down the road and he's got the look. I'll tell whoever's with me, that guy will become Muslim if we talk to him. We'll go talk to him and become Muslim. One time we were on this trip, and my friend's driving and a guy just crossed the street in front of us. At the crosswalk, and he goes like this. So the light turned green, friend started driving. I told him that guy, if we talk to him, he'll become Muslim. Most of the time people are like, oh, that's interesting. This guy made a U-turn immediately. We went back to, hey, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Got in the back seat. By the time we dropped him off, he took a Shahada. So when someone looks like that, this is my technique. I'm not telling you to use it, just sharing it so you understand. Are you Muslim? No. Why not? And they give you the answer, and the answer also tells you how close they are to Islam. True story. Said I held the door open. I was walking to a gas station. I held the door open, and the guy behind me, said thank you. He had the look. The door is still open. I was like, "Are you Muslim?" He said, "No." I said, "Why aren't you Muslim?" He goes, "This is his real answer. I don't know. I mean, I have an older sister who's Muslim. I've got a couple of uncles who are Muslim." When someone says, you ask them, why aren't you Muslim? And they say, I don't know. What does that tell you?
They don't have a good reason.
Yeah, it's telling you there's nothing to stop me from becoming Muslim. So, and spoke to him in 5 minutes, whatever, he took a Shahada. So, but, okay, what if it doesn't go that way? Are you Muslim? The guy says, no. Why not? Because I have my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. That's why not. How long has this conversation been going on so far? It's not even 10 seconds, right? And I learned 3 things about this person in less than 10 seconds. What are the 3 things? Number
They
1,
believe in God.
they do believe in God, they are not Muslim, but more specifically,
They're confident,
they are,
they're confident.
yes, they're attached to their religion,
Mm.
because that's why he got all fired up. Number 2, Christian, right? Not just not Muslim, but specifically is Christian, not Jewish, not a Taoist or Buddhist. And then 3, Trinitarian, believing in Trinity and all that stuff. And because he got riled up, he cares a bit about it. You might say, well, that's not a good technique. You got this guy riled up. Watch me bring him down quickly. All right. He says that. It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Well, you know that we also believe in Jesus actually in Islam. But you know what is the main difference between your belief in Jesus and our belief? And I go, what? Well, calm down a little. And you can go from there. All right. But again, my point is that so many things work. And that's da'wah. It's so situational. I'm not trying to tell you use this technique. In the UK, this technique doesn't work. Things that are direct do not work. And as any medical student would come up to me and say, you know, they even teach us when a patient dies, how to break the news to the family. In America, what happens? The doctor comes in, like, so sorry for your loss, you know, it's gone, we lost it, whatever. In Britain, they train the medical students how to break the news. They give you the whole story starting from 20 hours ago. Well, last night he went to this arrest and we gave him this many milligrams of that. He showed good signs and he was stable until about 2 in the morning. He got another this and that. We gave him another dose of this and that. And then you go until 9 in the morning, he died. But yeah, that's how they want it. They don't want it direct in their face. So don't, which is the other thing. You also adjust based on the people. Like people in Sweden would always ask me, how do I do this? I'm like, listen, don't have a foreigner come and tell you how to talk to Swedes. I don't know Swedes. Okay? You figure out. I'll give you the guidelines and you tweak them. Don't just follow everything I say. It's not etched in stone. Just figure it out. Make adjustments and tweaks. So, well, I was going to say something about this. Yeah, but the point is that look at how much information we learn about the individual, and you're trying to find out the person you're talking to because that's the file you're going to click on. You're not just going to start talking.
Sorry, this is a tangent, but is giving dawah like Denmark and Sweden like more difficult because those like you know I think it's like 75 or 80% like atheists are the same.
Yeah, they say in Sweden, if you take the Jews and Muslims outside of the population, it's 96%. It's insane. But I don't know if it's harder. Just Ireland was hard because they were rude. But you know, the rest of the places, people are people, and it's all the same. And people always ask me, who are the hardest people to talk to? And not in an arrogant way, but I don't see people in those terms. There's nobody hard to talk to. Because this Quran, Allah says, if it were revealed to a mountain, solid rock, it would crumble. Don't tell me this guy's heart is harder than that. I mean, so you just do your part. The atheists, Muslims are so terrified of the atheists. Like atheist has nothing. They have the worst of the arguments. They have nothing to stand upon. They're the least rational, least logical. But it's funny how they market themselves as such, and people believe it. They're all about science and stuff. And then you ask them why you're an atheist. I have leukemia. That's your science. Okay. Right, we'll get to that. So, all right. Yeah. Any questions before that? Yes.
Okay, so like on campus, when you're tabling to like students across campus and like it's like the middle of the day, they're going to class and stuff, and obviously 95% of the time their response is always, oh, like we have class, or we're getting late, or there's like a meeting. Do you think that the straightforward approach at that point might work better than like striking up an actual conversation?
It's good to strike a conversation, like because the straightforward approach, I only use it with someone who looks like they're already or very close to Islam or something like that, and I can't explain it, like why that person looks that way, and I can't explain you to. I can't teach you how to figure out what the look is. So I would never use it on just a random person who's rushing the class. I'm like, well, are you Muslim then? Why don't you become Muslim? You got 10 minutes. Classes in 12. You know? So I would look, I've got a rule. You either take the pamphlet from me or you hear it from me. But you're not just gonna walk by like nothing happened here. So free information on the purpose of life. They don't want to take the pamphlet. And what is the purpose of life? They don't want to answer. I give them the answer. To worship the Creator is the purpose of life. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Free information on the purpose of life, free and beneficial, and we keep talking. But you don't take it from me, you're gonna hear it from me. So I want to say something that will go with it, they will take to their class with them. So I can ask them a question, or I can give them a pamphlet. Like, I'm in a hurry, I'm late for class. Well, you know what? Just take this pamphlet. We're here, and that's why our Dawah table had the same times every week. We're here every Tuesday and Thursday from 12 to 2. We'll see you next time, okay? That's it. Just something. But I'm obviously they're in a hurry. I'm not gonna try to like. I don't even want to stop them and talk to them because they're not even with you. It's always watch. Like we used to give Dawah in DC. In the beginning, we didn't know the drug dealers from other people, and it's just naive. And I've never seen a drug dealer in my life. But then we start to just recognize them. First of all, they're never paying attention to you. They're always checking out for the popo. They're always looking around, looking for customers, police, rival gangs, and I would always like when I noticed that, like, okay, this guy's a drug dealer, and I would always be like, I don't know, is that racist or something? No, I mean, like I could tell when I don't think everybody's a drug dealer. Oh, he's black, he must be a drug dealer. But like when he's acting like a drug dealer, we know it. And then I would always do this, like, are you with me? Are you listening? Are you following? I never advance without checking. Are we on the same page? Because you think you're together, you get to the top, you're like, you look back, it's way down there. Like, I thought you were with me. Like, no, I was here. Well, you're not paying attention. Yes, sir.
So like on campus, they're on Speedway and stuff, they have a lot of people that, a lot of like, say Christians that will go out and they'll try and convene campus. But for someone like me, who's super confident in my religion, I'll completely ignore them and walk past them.
Wow.
Like everything they say just slips out of my mouth. Right? So do you use a straightforward approach for other students that are like?
No, just for that guy that looks like they're Muslim. But I can be direct with people. That was just a specific approach. But yes, I'm direct most of the time. Because so I would say Allah chose direct speech, like it's not people don't understand. Yeah, the Muslims who don't understand the Quran, oh, most of the Quran is not clear, it could be interpreted. You clearly have not read most of the Quran. Most of it is super clear. There are a few verses where the scholars disagree. Does it mean most of it is super clear? And Allah described it as a clear book, in a clear tongue. بلسان عربي مبين يعني ايش مبين؟ Clear. آيات بينات. آيات مبينات. Clear ayat that clarify issues. So Allah chose very direct, no beating about the bush, going in circles, style of dialogue or communication. That means, therefore, it must be the best way to communicate with other human beings. So you communicate and you're being direct with people. And most language is literal and not figurative. And if I tell you, Leith, please hand me that chair, I don't mean, Leith, give me support and hand me the chair. But like, how can you read the Quran and say, well, here Allah is really saying that. And we have another problem, like Allah and Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam explained what the verse meant, and the companions understood it in this way. Then you come 1,400 years later and tell us, no, it was figurative. Really? So Ibn Mas'ud thought of it this way, literal. Anyways, so you are direct. You don't just refer to, no, we're telling them straight, hey, this is Islam, this is what we believe, very direct, and direct is not rude. Many people they confuse being direct and frank with being rude and abrasive. It's not the same thing. And the question I always get, how can I give da'wah to such and such without being rude? And I always tell them, just give da'wah and don't be rude. And who said that every time I talk about stuff, I have to be super rude? Just talk without being rude, yeah. What's the issue? Write this down. 5 most important things in da'wah are 3: knowledge and discipline. All right, that was a joke. Like 5 most important things are 3: knowledge, then I just mentioned 2. It's like this guy, he met somebody, he said, how many brothers do you have? I said, I have 5 brothers. I said, what are their names? He said, all 5 of them are named Muhammad, except for Khalid, his name's Ahmed. All right, that's when you walk away, right? This guy's crazy. All right, here we go, people. What are we talking about? When we meet someone in the street, what is it? What are we saying here? Now, there's some things that, for example, there's establishing rapport. Rapport is building some kind of relationship, even if it's very basic with an individual. But rapport has its time. Like if I will never see you again in the street, I'm gonna be direct. Okay? I don't have to be in your face, but I'm gonna be direct. But let's say I live in an apartment building and then I come and there's a new security guard. Like, hey, how you doing? Where's James? Oh, James is on vacation. He's gonna be gone for a month, so I'm gonna be taking his place. What's your name? Jackson, whatever it is. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm on the 6th floor. Okay, that's great. Now, next time I walk by, do you know anything about Islam? No. You know, some quick thing about the weather. So now I've developed this rapport. And now when one day I come and I bring up Islam or whatever, I came back from Jum'ah, like I just went to Friday prayers and it's one of the most important prayers in Islam. Do you know anything about Islam? Boom, I'm in. Okay, but at least now we've established this. But it's not like you're coming back with your groceries and then you notice that there's a new security guard. Just drop your groceries. Are you Muslim? But you can't use rapport if you're never going to see the person again. All right. So that's rapport is good. Relationship. If not, you're not going to see him again. You can't. Indirect da'wah. Remember what I was talking about yesterday. Indirect da'wah, sometimes very, very effective, but is it enough to just walk around town giving indirect da'wah the whole time? At some point, you need to engage people and talk to them directly. Your roommate. Someone asked me earlier, like, are you obligated to give da'wah to everybody you see? And the answer is, you're more obligated to those who are close to you. All right? So, and is Allah going to ask you? It's more like they're going to try to get you in trouble. So, when your neighbor, Mr. Winston or whatever, when Allah asks him on the day of judgment, why didn't you become Muslim? Everybody's trying to throw someone else under the bus to save themselves. So they will say, this guy was my neighbor for 12 years and he never once told me about Islam. And that's when Allah will bring you and ask you, right? But someone just walked by you in the street. Allah's not going to ask why didn't you give them da'wah. But your coworker who's been with you 2.5 years, your classmate who's been 9 months or 3 semesters with you in the same classroom, those people, you're obligated to tell them something. And it's got to be a little more than direct. And you can't say when Allah asks you, did you call them to Islam? Well, I always said good morning, good afternoon, have a good day. I was well-mannered. La habibi. That does not convey that there's only one God. You cannot worship Jesus and his final messenger is Muhammad. Not the same thing. So at some point, we need to start talking to people. All right. What do we say? We've got a number of things. Number one, you've got your main talking point. Like I was saying yesterday, Tawheed. That's your number one thing. It's not chlorophyll. It's not plate tectonics. It's not any of that stuff. Your main thing is you're talking about Tawheed, the oneness of Allah Azza wa Jal. And that's the biggest advantage you have. Because the biggest disadvantage, let's say, a Christian has is that he believes in a concept that doesn't make any sense. 3 gods that are physically separate, but they're actually one. One of them dies for 2 days. Instead of becoming 2, there is still 1. So 1 + 1 + 1 equals, and they swallow 1. And then 1 + 1 equals 1. One guy, this missionary, tried to get smart. He goes, and 1 × 1 × 1 equals 1. People just trying to save themselves. Like, why are you multiplying? Like, because that's another way the equation equals 1. I said, listen, if I put 3 bottles of water on the table, I said, how many bottles are on that? Are you going to say 1 times 1 bottle? Because in essence, it's all plastic and water in a label. Because if that's how you think, I want to borrow $300 from you. And I'm only going to give you 1 back, which you can multiply as much as you want. Yes, sir.
I was talking to somebody on campus about this same thing.
Mm.
And the example he gave me back was, he's like, he's being intellectual. He's like, I imagine an apple. There's the flesh, there's the meat, and there's the core.
Yeah,
It's still all one thing, just three.
yes, and you have the egg
Yeah.
that has the shell, the yolk, and the white. Or you have the flame that has the light, the heat, and the whatever else in it, right? And here's the problem, and I know a lot of like du'as will refute the egg and stuff, but there's some fundamental problem with that, okay? First of all, let's go with the egg or the apple, doesn't matter. Let's go with the egg. You got the shell, the yolk, and the white. Three things that are in one egg. There you go. God the Father, the Son, the Spirit, three in one God. La ya habib. La. All wrong. First of all, if we physically separated the ingredients of the egg, it's not called an egg. Okay? When your mother makes you eggs in the morning, does she give you a plate full of shells? Because once they're separate, those are called eggshells. Okay? When you take the yolk out, that's called the egg yolk. And if you're walking down the street and you see egg white on the floor, you're gonna say, who sneezed? You're not gonna no, it's not called an egg. It's not an egg anymore. So you're telling me God the Father is physically in the heavens, God the Son, let's go back to when he was, according to them, on earth physically, and the Spirit, you can put the Spirit wherever you want, they're physically separate. And you can't find me an analogy of three physically separate things that are actually one. You can't. And all right, so it's wrong to begin with, because you separate that egg, separate that apple, it's not an apple. Yeah, and when you ask someone for an apple and they hand you apple juice, you thank them, ask for an apple. You gave me one of the ingredients separated from the apple, it's not an apple anymore. Or someone just gives you pulp, they squeeze the juice out of it. So it's wrong, the analogy is completely wrong. Then they come up with the water thing. Let me explain it to you guys. All right, it's like water, yeah. Water, solid, but the Father. It can be a gas, the Spirit, the Son, liquid. Right? So, and I heard this, like, I trying to refute this. No, that's not even acceptable. I was doing this thing. I was sitting down with these 5 missionaries. We sat down with them, man. It was fun. Okay. And they gave me the water analogy, and I just stopped and said, listen, we just agreed that the Trinity is 3 in 1. And you just gave me an analogy of 1 in 3 to explain 3 in 1. One thing, water in 3 different states, which just the whole analogy is wrong. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's true. That's right. Yeah, that's right. They accepted it. But some people try to, oh, well, you can argue that they can't be in the same time. And actually, under extreme laboratory conditions, you can have, right? Solids, liquid, but it's a wrong analogy to begin with. It's wrong. The analogy is wrong. All right, now.
One thing I heard, like Shaykh had also say about this that was pretty good was he mentioned that like we can't be using like physical analogies to describe something like Allah, which is like by nature like something that's transcendent beyond like physical. Like how do you convey that across to like somebody without going into it too much? Because a lot of the time these analogies feel like cheap and like also kind of pointless when you're like talking about something that isn't even physical to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, you could go down that route. You can go the other. The only reason I like when they do that, because I'm trying to make a stronger point, and that is, what you're saying makes no sense whatsoever. You can't even find me anything similar to that. Yeah, you cannot even like you're telling me. This is my point. You're telling me that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala revealed a concept that does not make any sense to you, and then tell you that the only way to be saved is to believe in this concept that makes absolutely no sense. Your brain cannot understand it. If you're telling me your brain can understand this, okay, give me something similar that you understand like that. There's no way Allah will reveal something that makes no sense to the human brain. Okay? Whereas in Islam, we don't compare Allah to His creation, right? We always say, وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثَلُ الْأَعْلَى, we don't compare Allah to His creation. But I can give you some reasonable analogy that will help your brain understand the bigger one. Because, and this is a double-edged sword. One of the ways we understand Allah Azza wa Jal is we use our existing universe to understand Allah. That's true, right? So if I tell you Allah is the most merciful, I understand what mercy is. I've seen it in the animal kingdom. I've seen it with my parents. So I understand mercy. I look at my world, I look at mercy, and then in my mind, I just keep adding to that and making it bigger. And I understand how Allah is the most merciful. Allah is the most generous. I look to my world, I've seen generosity, and I multiply that immensely in my mind, and I understand how Allah is the most generous, right? But then sometimes you get a description of Allah Azza wa Jalla that when you turn to your universe, you don't find an example. Allah is the first, and He had no beginning. First, I can find an analogy, right? But Allah had no beginning. So I turn to my universe, and everything has a beginning. So there's a flaw in my system of understanding Allah, because now in my world, there is nothing that has no beginning. That's why your brain's gonna blow up, because like, what? It's always there. Yeah. And what did the Prophet say when you get to that point? This is really brilliant, this hadith, right? That you'll be sitting, and then and the Prophet said that you will have the question, Man khalaqa kada, who created this, who created this? You will say Allah, and then he said, then the shaitan will come to you and say, who created Allah? And then what was the solution in the hadith? Prophet said, you say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Because notice he didn't try to explain to you how Allah was always there, because your brain's not going to get it. And if your brain doesn't get it, doesn't mean it's nonsense. And that's why people here, they overestimate them. This is a Western kind of philosophy thing where they give the brain too much power. And if my brain doesn't get it, it must be nonsense. La habib. Your brain doesn't get it because it's limited. The Islamic philosophy makes a lot more sense. Philosophically, the brain is one of the means through which you acquire information. All right? I acquire information through all my senses. Through touching, I touch it, I know it's soft or hot, I won't do it again. I smell something, I know there's fire, or I know that smell, it's chilly, I'm not touching it again. I learn through my senses. And the brain, they consider as one of the means or one of the senses through which you learn. You can't deny that. But they said, just as it's ridiculous to say, I will learn everything through the sense of smell. The surface is rough or smooth, I'll only use smell, no touch. Okay, this is the, tastes good or bad, I'll use my smell. Okay, is this whatever, anything, hot or cold, I'll use my sense of smell. Just like it's ridiculous to learn everything through, or expect to learn everything through one of the senses, it's equally ridiculous to think you can understand everything through this one here. And that's why sometimes a concept makes sense, but you cannot wrap your mind around it, and that doesn't make it nonsense. I always give this example, bear with me if you heard it before. Imagine, inshallah, you walk into a Jannah, and then you start to see amazing things, and then you see a brand new category of color. Not a mixture of two earthly colors or different tones or hues or contrasts, no, it's a completely new category of color. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Great. Now do the next part, it should be easy. Close your eyes and see that color. You can't. Now, does that mean that my first statement was nonsense because your brain couldn't imagine the color? No, you understand the concept of seeing a brand new color you've never seen before. But now you can't imagine it. That doesn't make it nonsense or impossible. But to think that, oh, if my brain doesn't get it, that's so arrogant. It's so arrogant. If my brain doesn't get it, it's garbage, it's nonsense. But I can give you an analogy to explain many things, and I use it to explain things about Allah Azza wa Jal. Okay? Al-awwal, if I say, Brother Subhan, he was the first one in the masjid today. The first one to unlock the building and walk in. You tell me, yes, but who was there before him? I said he was the first one. Yes, but there must have been someone good. Do you not understand the first or what? You don't understand what the first means? So you can't ask me then who was there before him if he was the first. So Allah is al-awwal. Here's a simple analogy of someone being the first, and you can't ask me who was there before. Same thing. So you can still, like I said, that was so situational, you can choose whatever you prefer. Yeah. And just for da'wah being situational, that's why I don't have any really, except for two hard and fast rules in da'wah. And there was, there were some people develop their own da'wah workshop, and they're like, say this and then say this. Why? Why would I do that? And where is this scenario where I can just follow the script and the other guy's just sitting there nodding their head? I'll give you just one story. This is a true story. This guy, we asked him how he became Muslim. He said, I was buying drugs from a drug dealer. And
While I was handing him the money and he's handing me the product, out of the blue, the drug dealer goes, "Hey, you know who the best people are? Those Muslims, they're the best people, I mean, $20. And they finished the transaction. He said, I went home, smoked it or snorted it, whatever it is, he did it. He said, I woke up in the morning and I said, the drug dealer said the Muslims are the best people. Start Googling Islam, he became Muslim. So what can we take away from this story? It's real simple. Sell drugs. There's nothing I can do out of this. I can't make a rule out of this story. It's so situational, it's crazy. There's so many, I've got tons of crazy stories about people becoming Muslim for the weirdest reasons. Some are really smart, some are just like, what? But I can't make a rule out of everything. And that's why for me to tell you, say this, then say this, then say that, it's not gonna work. Go ahead there, Hannah. Is it you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, have you noticed, generally speaking, that like the two approaches, like the I think versus I feel approaches work about equally, or is there some that are more common, like does one work more often than others? I feel like even just that question of like the analogies and versus not, it's like,
Yeah.
some will apply to I think people, some will apply to I feel people, like are
Yeah.
that you've met over time equally 50-50 or?
No, so basically, there you will find many different breakdowns of personality types. There's the 5 personality types, the 4 personality types, the 6 personality types. The one that I believe makes sense because you can teach people how to use it practically, the 3 personality types. Like if I meet you and I have to break you into one of 7, it's so hard. Whereas one of 3 broad categories is so much easier. So this one says commanders, thinkers, and visualizers, okay? There are more visualizers on earth than commanders and thinkers combined. Thinkers, you typically find them to be a scientist in fields of research, and you can figure them out from their language. They'll always say, I think, explain, how does this work? They're 1 + 1 = 2. Commanders, they're generally kind of big, and they, appreciate the firm handshake. They're usually in leadership positions, and they use words like, power and this, and they want to dominate the market and stuff. So and why is that beneficial? If I'm selling to someone and I discover they're a commander, then I'll tell them, well, you know what? Our company has been #1 in the market for the last 5 years. We've dominated sales in this region and that region. That language resonates with it. Whereas if I believe this person is a thinker, I'm going to show him numbers. Because I don't want to hear about your feelings if I'm a thinker. Don't tell me, oh, I feel this will be a good marriage between our 2 companies. No, I don't feel anything. Show me, then I'll feel. But then the rest of the world are visualizers, and there are more of them than all the others put together. And that's why, by the way, in classrooms, teachers have whiteboards, blackboards, PowerPoints. That's because most people are visual. And sometimes maybe someone like this, when they want to explain something to you, they bring a blank sheet of paper. And then they just, as they're talking, putting random scribbles on the paper. Like, okay, so we're in Dallas, puts a D, circles it. We want to go to Georgia, G and circles. Like, I don't need to see this, but they're visual and that helps them. So anyways, most people are. Let me tell you something. Talk about practical application of things you learn. I started to do this. I have this, I consider it the most effective Dawah technique that I know. But it's not a short, quick thing. It's called, I'm going to explain it later. I'm going to actually refer you to a video where I explain it because it takes 40 minutes. So it's the most effective technique for an atheist, Christian, or a Muslim who left Islam, and we use it all the time, and they either get up Muslim or they get up knowing Islam is the truth and they're blatantly rejecting. It's the most effective technique, right? And anytime I use that technique, I bring a sheet of paper and a pen. And even if I say a number, I write it down. Okay. So, we pray 5 times a day, just put 5x, kidda. And it just helps them understand better. Just experiment with these things. You'll see for the visualizer, most likely the person to visualize, just as you're explaining things, just jot it down and make circles and images and symbols and arrows and stuff. And it helps them follow along better. All right. And I noticed the difference of when I started scribbling on the piece of paper versus when I wasn't. And I'm doing it for them. Okay. Again, you might say, get to the thing. No, this is half the work here. If I
again, train a robot and send them out in the street, they're not gonna be effective because you have to connect, you have to understand people, you have to tailor the talk based on the individual. All these things are important. So I don't believe that, I don't feel that we're wasting time right now. All right, I'll tell you, I was giving a lecture in California. Don't go to California. It's weird. Everything there is weird. People are weird. Most of them are weirdo. You know, that's why he's an Oscar. So my wife loves California. I'm like, just weekend and we're out. So weird. Actually, to be honest, Southern California, that's where it's really weird. Beyond weird. Beyond weird.
I was there over winter break, that was weird.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was weird?
Yeah.
Southern California.
The airport, everything.
Yes, everybody's, it's weird. Yeah. Mr. Aisha, can you please make the adhan for one on here? All right. So. Anyways, so I was asked by this message to give this lecture. And okay, let me show. So then in the middle of the lecture, a guy writes me a very rude note asking me to have better manners. You know, kind of ironic. Super rude note asking me to have better manners. So I've put it aside, finished the lecture, and then the guy comes to me, this Arab uncle, and while he's talking to me, he was turning red, and he would physically jump as he's talking. So both feet come off the air, he jumps to this side, talking to me, and he jumps back like this. And I'm a thinker, and I'm trying to give him arguments to show him you're the only one who feels this way, therefore you must be wrong. Because I'm just using logic and numbers. And for him, no, you have to validate his feelings, okay? Right? So I'm telling him facts, and they're not affecting him whatsoever. This lecture I gave it initially at the Texas Dawah conference before I moved to Texas. And then they had people vote for the best lecture at the conference. And they voted for that as the best lecture. I'm not trying to show off to them, I'm trying to tell them people heard this before and liked it. 2,000 plus people thought it was the best lecture. So you're alone. The organizers of this masjid heard it at the conference. They thought it was appropriate for their youth. They asked for it again. So you're alone again. And nothing's working. He's still red. He's jumping from one place to another. And I stopped myself and I said, think, you're not getting through to this guy. What's wrong? And it was right in front of me. His face is red. He's jumping from one place to another. He's a visualizer. It's all about feelings for him. He doesn't care about the numbers and the facts I'm giving him. So, and you won't believe how I figured this out, how I solved it. I never apologized or retracted any statement or promised him to never give the lecture again. I just told him, I just shared a story with him of how one time I was in the audience, the speaker was saying things that were very inappropriate, you know, below the belt stuff, and how I felt just like how he felt right now. And then suddenly, the color just left his face. He stopped jumping up and down, and then he started hugging me. And I never even apologized or made any promise. You understand? I didn't address the issue, but I just connected with him. Like one day I felt like you, and boom, he calmed down. And that's why customer service says, I understand your frustration. You know, when you call them back, I ordered a cappuccino. I asked for 2 pumps of vanilla. I only got a pump and a half. The weird stuff. Take it easy, you guys. People who work at restaurants are people too. We rate them and you get the 2 pumps of ash, man. Sorry, I just don't understand things. I'm from Africa, man. Give me any pump. What's going on? Thank you, my brother. Anyways, people. So what are we saying? What are our talking points? Number one, your main talking point is Tawheed. It's the number one advantage that you have and the biggest disadvantage they have. Because
The number one is the easiest to understand and to fathom, and it makes sense. One God makes more sense than 2 and 3 and 7 any day of the week. And it obviously makes more sense than no gods. So it's the easiest number. Even, by the way, 0 philosophically gets very fancy, very confusing. 1 is easy. It's your main talking point. It's the one of 2 things that gets you to become Muslim. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Okay? So that's what you're talking about. And it's very easy to get sidetracked. Very easy. Now, the only time I will allow myself to move away from Tawheed is if you have another topic that's very important to you and you don't want to listen. Like the guy, how old is the earth? Okay? Don't worry, it doesn't comment on that. Great, now we can talk. Oh, how did your prophet marry a young woman? Let me explain it to you. Okay, great, now we can talk. The only time I would not talk about Tawheed is if there's something else that will, it's such a roadblock that they won't even hear what I'm saying. Otherwise, if you get, you know, what's the word? Like if you go off the path, come back to it. Because sometimes it happens. When there was a dinner, MSA dinner for non-Muslims, and then at the end, one guy's talking to me about Islam, and I'm telling him things. But some Muslim felt it was wise in the course of that dinner to explain to him about the biha, non-biha. So every time I'm talking about Tawheed, he would go into, well, what if chicken was not raised in a humane way, but it was still slaughtered the biha? Does that make it halal? Like, wow, this guy's starting early, right? And I love that topic, so I'd find myself going into it, and then I'd stop myself, come back to Tawheed, then he goes to the chicken again. And I have to tell him, listen, like straight, hey, don't worry about the chicken right now. Right now, worry about yourself. We'll get this whole Tawheed thing down, then we'll go fight for the rights of chickens and, you know, all that other stuff. So, stay on your main topic. What are your main topics? So a lot of times I'll say, we're going to talk about this with the non-Muslim. And someone will say, well, what about that? Someone else will say, well, what about that? What about that? Okay, fine. I have a huge pot here. Okay. And what do you think we should talk about? Jihad? Jihad. You know, the environment? Environment. Your parents and respecting the elders, put that in there. And we're going to keep adding things until the pot is at khalas, the tip, and it's going to spill. Right? Now, that's not skill. Remember? The skillful person will let this pot simmer, and it'll keep that water evaporating until we get to just exactly what we need. So let's explore what's the bare minimum I need to talk about before someone actually becomes Muslim. Like the bare minimum, it's going to be, and I'll give you the stories and all the evidence for it. It's really going to be La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. But I'm going to tell you in advance so you don't learn the hard way. You will barely get a shahada that way because people need to know a little bit more. And here it is. Just add the 5 pillars and you get a shahada like that. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. 10 minutes, 12, like that, whatever. 2 months, but you get shahadas. Tawheed, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, 5 pillars, or really the other 4 pillars. That's enough to get a shahada. But wait, I took a da'wah class. One time someone told me, I took a da'wah class and they said you have to talk about the 6 pillars of Iman. Why? What's your evidence for that? You know, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he only mentioned 2 of the 5. La ilaha Muhammad Rasulullah, and then zakat. Was it just zakat? Zakat, right? Yeah. The first thing you call them to, ayyuwahidullah, and then that there's a zakat amount. You even have to mention all 5. But someone will take a class and the speaker or the instructor says you have to talk about the 6 pillars of Iman, and they're like, okay, we have to do it. So I'm going to tell you a story, and it might be after lunch, I don't know. But there's how much time do we have?
At least 2 minutes.
Okay, so at least we're going to cover that story. And I covered that story, and the guy goes, like, what? You didn't talk about the 6 pillars. Why would I talk about the 6 pillars? Well, I took a course. They said you have to talk about the 6 pillars. But Habibi, look at this story. The guy's a Baptist Christian. Why on earth would I talk about the 6 pillars? What are the 6 pillars of Iman? Yeah, okay.
Allah, His angels, His messengers, and prophets.
Yeah.
The day of judgment.
Good. So here's an easy way, right? Just so you don't
Allah sent his angels to give his books to his messengers so they can warn people of the last day. And all this was part of the qadr. Got it? Allah sent his angels to give his books to his messengers so they can warn of the last day. Qadr. Qadr I'm not going to talk about anything, right? But is a Baptist. Okay. Allah, first of all, that was my main talking point. And they already believe in a God. Angels. Do the Baptists believe in angels? Books? Prophets? The last day? Like, why am I forced to repeat something and just follow a rule because some guy said it? That's why it's not about these etched in stone points. And there's no magic wand. And don't make up rules for da'wah. People love to make up rules. These guys, I did a da'wah workshop at George Mason, and then Saturday we took them to DC, took a group of people to DC for some street da'wah. All right, these two Arab brothers, they've never given da'wah before in their life. They just took the course, and now we're going to street da'wah for the first time, and they made up a rule, and everyone believed it. That's one thing I can never understand why people make up rules in that. So one guy said, every group has to have a black guy in it. Because it's DC. Suddenly black guys became hot commodity. You find your own black guys. And the funny thing is, they made up this, and when they said that, what is this? This is your first time here. You're making rules. But for those who don't know, that's what Arab do. Okay, they don't know what's going on. And they know everything. Anyways, it's true. Don't say it, but so the funny thing is, the two guys who made up the rule couldn't find the black guy, and they ended up being paired together. And I remember them, they're like, we don't have a black guy in the group. We don't have a black guy in the group. I said, let's just go out and give that. Forget this nonsense. When we reconvene at the end of the day, we always have this thing where everyone talks about what happened, and then they give us how many success stories they had. Every group got one shahada, except for their group, they got two. There you go. Allah just showed you that your rule is baseless, right? So people always make up rules and people look for the magic wand. There is no magic wand. So we said our main talking point, we're talking about Tawheed. That's what we're talking about the whole time. Then when we finish that, we move on to the pillars. And that is enough to get you a shahada. If you want to keep adding more, you're just adding more unnecessary information. That's all you need. And if you take away from that, you will, mark my words, you will struggle a lot more to get a shahada. And I learned this the hard way. So here we go. Let's go to the next slide, even though it doesn't really yeah, we have, this is the hadith when Mu'adh bin Jabal went to Yemen. Yeah. And then he mentioned the zakat. Can we see the next slide just so I know what's in it? Here we go. Yeah. Oh, let's just leave it on this one. So it goes like this. This is the next illustrate this through a story. Then I'm going to pause and go from that story to another story, do an exercise, and then come back and finish the first. All right. Remember, we're trying to sell you on what is the minimum amount I need to talk about before someone becomes Muslim. So the story goes, this was many years ago. I went somewhere with my wife, and there's a police officer at the door, and I didn't know if he was going to let me into the office or not. So I said, okay, if he lets me out, just wait for me. I'll be right back. So I get there, and the officer said, you can go right in. So I'm walking past the gate, so I wave to my wife. He sees her in jilbab, everything, getting back in the car. As I'm walking in through the gate, he goes, how come it's the Muslims who always have the best women? I don't know what that means, but all I heard was, can you please give me dawah? So I said, what do you mean by that? There's nothing wrong with asking for clarification. It gives you something to work with, right? So I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, well, Muslim women are well-dressed, well-mannered, and our women, he starts describing, but how come the Muslims have the best women? Now I've got something that we have in common, and by the way, commonalities or things that you have in common, they're amazing, amazing, and people naturally connect with someone that they have. Like if you're in some other state and you're wearing what's the sports thing here? Huh? Longhorn? What is that? What sport is that? Football?
Basketball.
Basketball,
Longhorns is football?
It's just, you know, everything.
basketball,
Huh?
volleyball.
I think it's right now.
The logo, the mascot, not the.
Is it like an Austin thing, the Longhorns? Okay. Play, okay. So, you're in whatever, New Hampshire, and then you see a guy wearing a Longhorns shirt. Or the Rockets or whatever as a team, right? And you instantly, or he sees you in it, or you both see each other in it. What happens? You immediately connect and you start joking and talking like as if you know each other for years. Like that's one of the few things I appreciate about sports is like how like the fans would connect instantly, you know? When I was in Canada, the Oilers, that's the Calgary Flames and some other team came from Montreal to play against them. So we had our conference that same day in the hotel. And they just started going friendly back and forth, trash talking as if they grew up together. And it was beautiful just because they connected with something they have in common. You know, I make friends with people at the store looking for fishing rods because I do fishing, right? So I'm standing there looking at rods, the guy's standing there, and then, hey, where do you go? Oh, I'll get a Burke Lake. And one time I caught a catfish this big and I was fighting it for this long. Then I told him my story and stuff. Then we exchange phone numbers and then we meet at the place, right? Because we started from a point where we have something in common. Now imagine he's looking for fishing rods over there and I'm over here. And I look at him and I'm like, so well, what religion are you? I think we're gonna trade phone numbers and stuff. But you start with something you have in common. And that's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has also said in the Quran. I don't know if I have the slide, but وَقُولُوا آمَنَّا بِالَّذِي أُنزِلَ إِلَيْنَا وَأُنزِلَ إِلَيْكُمْ وَإِلَهُنَا وَإِلَهُكُمْ وَاحِدٌ. So Allah is saying, do not وَلَا تُجَادِلُوا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ. Do not debate with the people of the book except in the best way. And then he says, start with things you have in common. So what I did to this officer, I said, are you a Muslim, sir? Because I know he's not Muslim. He goes, no, I'm not. I said, because you have very Islamic values and qualities. His chest came out. I said, maybe I'm not so different from these people called Muslims. Then, and this is all after 9/11, of course, right? So then I said, do you know much about Islam? He said, no. So this is the equation in your mind, right? Do you know much about Islam? It's the question. If they say yes, you have to find the problem. How do you know there's a problem? You know about Islam, you didn't become Muslim, there's an obstacle. He says, no, I have to click on a file called Brief Introduction to Islam. All right. And these files in your head, you practice them like a mad person. You're driving your car, you're practicing. You know, I used to always I'd be driving my little brother and I'd just be talking, just giving the argument so that when it's time, it's smooth. You're not stuttering, you're not searching for words. It's like, I practiced it. Yeah, you get ready for it. So my younger brother would always say, like, who are you talking to? And I would tell him I'm practicing a speech. And one day I'm driving him, he's talking to himself. What are you doing? Instead of practicing a speech. Like 8. So, what was I saying?
You were saying the story about the fishing and the cop that you were talking to.
Yes. So I said, now if they say yes, you have to find out the problem. Why aren't they Muslim? And figure the problem out, solve it, and then go for the goal. If they says no, click on that file, Brief Introduction to Islam. So I said, this is exactly what was said, word for word, inshallah. I said, do you know much about Islam, sir? He says no. So I gotta click on that file. But I need to know the person in front of me. You can't just click on a file. So I asked them, what is your religious background? And I actually never ask people, what is your religion? Or what religion are you? Maybe this is just an East Coast liberal thing, but every time I ask people that question, their face turns sour immediately. Well, because they left it, right? I grew up Baptist, but I don't believe it. I went to church as a child, but I don't go anywhere. Okay. Yeah. So I just ask them, what is your background growing up? And then they'll tell you, we were Baptist, but I've been part of like that. But I don't know about Texas. I've never tried it. Like I stopped saying that a long time ago and I've never experienced it in Texas. The point is, so what is your background? He says, I'm a Baptist. Or still is. And now I want to build. So if you want to build a structure, you need to have solid foundation. You're not gonna build a 5-story building in the air, or start with the 5th floor floating in the air, and then 4th and 3rd. You need solid foundation. That solid foundation is belief in Allah Azza wa Jalla. If someone says, I'm an atheist, I cannot go from atheist to, well, okay, you said there is no God. Well, this God sends prophets. What are we putting prophets on? Nothing. Okay, so it looks like a pyramid structure. The solid base, the foundation is belief in Allah. So when he said he's atheist, actually, I didn't ask him that, sorry. The first thing I asked him was, do you believe in a creator? Which is a close-ended question. I didn't ask him, what's your view on God? One of the du'at would say, what's your view on God? I don't have time for that. Well, it started back in 1967. I think it was 69, because 68, I was in the penitentiary. Hey, I don't have time for this. Do you believe in a creator? Close-ended question. Yes or no is the answer. That's it. I'm not interested. I'm sorry, it sounds mean, right? But I know your view on God is wrong anyway. I want to hear it. So, you believe in a creator? He said yes. So then look, this is the base. From here, the next logical step, by the way, what I'm telling you is an example of what to say. It's not what to say. I don't believe in, hey, this is what you tell everybody, it works. Okay? But I should have started with this. So what we're really doing is we're taking you from in an organized fashion from step 1 or from A to Z, and Z is the Shahada. A is whatever your deen is. Atheism, Taoism, and Z is the Shahada. And I want to take you in an organized fashion, building upon the next, we logically reach the end, the Shahada. Not throwing random pieces of information at you, like I told you, so with the chlorophyll and this and that, and something about the environment and recycling it. No, I want you to take you through these steps that make sense. And that's why, and everything has to make sense. That's why your textbooks, chapter 1 is the introduction. You know, then the last chapter looks confusing, but you get to it when you get to it, and so on and so forth. Do you believe in a creator? He said, yes. Now I want to build. Now that you believe there is a God, what logically comes next? Now, this creator, out of his fairness, he doesn't just create people on the day of judgment and send a group to paradise and a group to the hellfire. He has to inform them. He doesn't just put people on earth with no guidance and then send them to their places on the day of judgment. He has to inform them first. So the best way to communicate with humans is through other humans. And so Allah will send prophets. Because we've got 3 options, right? Either God appears directly and specifically to each individual, which doesn't make sense, because then what's the test? Or 2, he sends angels, or 3, he sends prophets. If Allah sent angels as prophets, people would resent them, right? Anything a prophet told you, if he's an angel, you would resent. The prophet comes and tells people, fast for 30 days. The minute he leaves, like, yeah, he doesn't even eat or drink, he wants us to starve. He tells you, spend the night in prayer. He doesn't even sleep. He wants me to stay up. He doesn't know what it feels like to be human. We'd resent them. So that's why the thing that makes most sense is for Allah to send humans, albeit with good background and good lineage and good manners, to communicate to other humans. And when someone might say, well, he can send an angel in the form of a human, you're not the first to say that. Quraysh said the same thing. And Allah responded to them. He says, وَلَوْ جَعَلْنَاهُ مَلَكًا لَجَعَلْنَاهُ رَجُلًا وَلَلَبَسْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ مَا يَلْبِسُونَ. So powerful. Like if we sent an angel in human form, if we sent an angel, we would send him in human form. And then we just confuse them in an issue that was already confusing. Yani if you're going to send the angel in human form, how about this? Send a human. How about that? So that means the most logical thing is for Allah to communicate to humans through other chosen humans. And they tell people that there is a God. These are the do's and don'ts of life, and beware, you're going to be held accountable for what you do on the day of judgment. That's why, and again, he's Baptist, but sometimes he sends a prophet, they don't believe in him. Sometimes they believe in him, but after he dies, they alter his message.
Sometimes they kill the prophet, sometimes this, sometimes that. And that's why Allah will send another and another to ensure that the truth is available on earth. And that's why biblically you find the names of so many prophets: Moses, Aaron, Abraham, Solomon, David, Lot, and the name goes on and names go on and on and on. So now we establish that if there is a God, he must communicate to us, and it has to be through prophets. So that's solid link there. Now I want to talk about two prophets in particular, especially because he's Baptist. I could skip this one if I wanted to, if he were Jewish or something else, or but I said, look, we're talking about Jesus, of course. Now, and look at how we discussed the issue of Jesus. He could have gone in any direction, but this is a true story. Is it logically possible that Jesus could have been one of the prophets that were sent, just like Moses was sent, Abraham was sent, Noah was sent, because he actually came and he did not clearly and explicitly say, I am God. He never once told people to worship him. They asked him, what is the first commandment? He said the same thing Moses said, word for word. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So basically, and he said he was sent by God. He said it 22 times in the New Testament, that he was sent. So is it logically possible? I'm not asking if this is what you believe or what you prefer, but is it logically possible that Jesus could have been one of the prophets sent by God, just like Moses was sent by God? And his answer was yes. And I asked him if you believe that. Just asked him, is it possible? And he can't say no, because if he says no, just say it again slowly. If God wanted to send Jesus as a prophet, just like he sent Moses, did he do it? I guess, yeah. I'm not saying I believe it, but it's logically possible. If God wanted to send, just like he sent after this prophet, he sent the other prophet, and after that one, he sent another. Could God send a prophet after Jesus, 600 years later, whose name is Muhammad in Arabia, who was also a shepherd, was also known for his lineage and good manners and honesty, and he did not change the 10 commandments, did not change the first commandment, and acknowledged and insisted upon the existence and belief in Jesus and Moses and Abraham? Is it logically possible that Muhammad was one of the prophets of Allah? He said yes. If he says no, just say it slowly. Allah wanted to send a prophet named Muhammad. Allah said, can he do it? Or who's going to stop him? Yeah, I guess it's logically possible. Then from here, we went to the 5 pillars. Now, one second. You might say, well, wait a minute. So how do you ask a guy for a shahada? You just ask him to say, is this logically possible? I didn't ask, and then 2 minutes later, I'm saying, okay, now I want you to testify to what you just said is possible. Look, the gap between what is possible and what you believe is a small gap. Right now, think of something you believe is logically not possible. It's most likely something that you don't believe is real. And think of something that you believe is logically possible, most likely something you believe is real. So imagine I said, you guys know Jim Jones? You know, the cult leader, Guyana, mass suicide, or murder, however. If I ask someone, is it logically possible that Jim Jones is one of the prophets of Allah? You think they'll say yes? They won't. They no. He does not fit the mold of a prophet at all. Okay? He didn't teach the 10 commandments. We never had a prophet who had 1,000 of his followers commit suicide, and he committed suicide, and had a little clearing in the woods and named it after himself. And then they discovered after his death that he had $15 million of his followers' money in his personal bank accounts. Does that fit the mold of a prophet? When's the last prophet that did that? Well, killed himself also. So he doesn't fit the mold of a prophet. So if I ask him, do you think Jim Jones is one of the prophets of Allah? Or pick any cult leader, they'll say no. Because in his mind, it's very far. But the fact that he said yes about Muhammad tells you that in his mind, the gap is not that huge. Okay? So the point is, however you want, discuss that there is one God. And you might, and try to avoid this, like going to Matthew chapter this, verse that, just a can of worms. I'm going to show you a way around that. Very effective, inshallah, in a little bit. So, Tawheed of Allah, the Prophet was his messenger. And then number 3, you go into the 5 pillars. And here's why you go into the 5 pillars. Because I'll stop you and talk to you about Islam for 5 minutes, give you a brief introduction, and the person will say this, these are true stories. You know what? I'll tell him, hey, you want to become Muslim? Well, I like everything that you've said, but I can't just change my entire religion and my life based on a 5-minute talk, even if I did agree, but I need to know what else is out there. What if you just give me the best of the religion? Like, those folks, those other religions where there's some crazy stuff they only tell you later. Like the Book of Mormon thing, or like, or blacks for Mormons. So I want to know what I'm getting into. Here's how we're gonna explain this. I call this story Evil Santa. I hope he was Muslim now. So there was a gas station behind the masjid. My friend, he pulled in to get gas. He says, look, there's an old man in there. If he's there, he's interested in Islam. He's currently reading the Quran. Take your time, talk to him. Give him as much da'wah as you want. I'll be here. Don't worry about me. So I walk in. This is what he looks like. He's got big white dude. He's got long white hair. He's got long white beard, and he's got like tattoos everywhere, skull rings. Looks like Santa's evil brother. It basically has that biker look, right? Sleeveless denim, whatever. So I walked in, and he's like an older guy, right? So I said, and this is exactly what happened. So I said, I understand that you're interested in becoming Muslim. He says, yes. I am currently reading the Quran. And if I read the whole thing through and I find no mistakes, I will become Muslim. Now, where do you go from here? There's no wrong answer. Like,
Did you know that he was actually interested, or did you just assume, say that as a?
no, my friend told me,
Oh, okay.
because somebody from the masjid talked to him or whatever, the news reached us. There's no wrong answer. You can say, what's your name? It's the right answer.
Tell him, so do you believe in God?
You believe in God? Okay, good start. No wrong answer. Yes.
What if you die before you?
What if you die before we're going for that urgency? Good math. Samir,
How far have you read?
how much have you read so far? Why are you asking that, Samir? Nice. And so what? It's halfway through.
He's halfway through.
Uh-huh.
Now move to another.
Huh?
Now move to the guy.
Now we're good. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna tell you what happened. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, do you like let him finish, like say, whenever you do finish, here's my number, give me a call, I wanna take, feedback on it.
Okay, possible. But we're always
Like, my question is like, why interrupt that process of him actually like trying to figure it out on his own?
that's a good question. I've never been asked that question before. Why interrupt that process? I mean, I didn't interrupt yet. I'm going to in a little bit. But yeah.
No, I
Mhm.
So he said, how far have you read? And then I would probably ask after that, find it wrong.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So I'm not saying it's.
I would ask, what made you start? Like, what made you?
Okay. What got you started? That's actually a very smart question. I never asked him that question. I found out later what, and I'll tell you. So I'm not saying this is the best answer. This is just a true story. So this is what happened. I always want people to know that I'm asking you what you would say, like, oh, well, here's what I said. No, it's just a true story. So this is what I said. It's not the best thing. But we were like, especially back then, we go for the kill, we just want that sale. So I don't have any time for fluff. So I said, how much have you read so far? He said 1/3. And then my next thing was to tell him, but nobody answered that question. Why interrupt this process? I could take the next 15 minutes, literally, just telling you story after story of people who died before finishing the process. And I learned this from a friend of mine who became Muslim in Germany in the military. And he came back, and he is the most incredible da'i I've ever heard of in my life. I knew him personally, learned a lot from him. That's the new Shahada guy. That's why I'm not gonna promote him, okay? But he said when he became Muslim in Germany and left the military, came back home, he brought his entire family to Islam. His grandfather, his grandmother, his father, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, everybody except his dear sweet mother. And then one day she says, I'll meet you at your grandmother's house. We'll talk about it. So on the way there, she got a heart attack, slipped into a coma, died. They called him and said, hey, your mom just got a heart attack. So he said, I learned to never procrastinate and always creating the urgency. Right? So many people just died before that process. And if I can help you, save time.
because sometimes people are doing the wrong thing to discover if Islam is the truth. Let's finish the story. I said, how much have you read of the Quran so far? He said 1/3. I said, okay, my next question was, did you find anything wrong with it? He said, no. Now what do you do? Say the Shahada, right? So you're gonna say now, hey, you don't have to read the whole thing. So I asked him, did you find anything wrong with it? He said, no. I said, then if there's nothing wrong with 1/3 of the Quran, what are the odds that there's something wrong with the other 2/3 of the Quran? That's enough to make a decision now, and I'm suggesting you become Muslim right now. So he starts yelling at me. He had this issue. He didn't like people to tell him what to do, even though he was a cashier at the gas station. I love when people live in a fake world. Like, I'm not saying he's fake, but you know, like people, I don't like being told what to do. Really? I don't like laws. How many laws do you follow to get here? You got in your car, huh? So just be real, okay? So he goes, you're telling me what to do. Nobody tells me what to do. Okay. And he actually yelled at me like 2-3 times throughout the conversation. I don't remember all of them, but basically I said, if 1/3 has no mistakes, what are the odds the other 2/3 have a mistake? Now I said that once in a class, and the Muslim guy put his hand up. He said, but that's not correct, because sometimes you're reading a book, and the first 1/3 of the book, or even the movie, is good, and then the story takes a weird turn. Or maybe it's an Indian movie, the first 3 seconds were okay, and the rest is utter chaos. Oh man. Anyways, but that's wrong. The analogy is incorrect, because he was not reading the Quran to see if he liked the story, and then maybe the story will change. He's reading it to see if this is a book written by a supreme divine being and is perfect and has no mistakes. So if you conclude that the first third is from Allah, what are the odds the 2/3 are from what? It was co-authored. What? It's not possible. So I'm trying to tell him, you don't have to read the whole Quran. 1/3 was enough to make a decision. So there are 2 stories, but they're the exact same story that happened to 2 girls, both of them 14 years old, in different parts of America at different times. But it's the same exact story. 14-year-old girl, she said, I borrowed the Quran from my school library. Came home, I was locked out of the house. Nobody was home. I sat on the front porch, opened the Quran. I read the first 2 verses of Surah Al-Baqarah, and I became Muslim. So smart. This is a book in which there is no doubt. She said, no human being starts a book like this. When's the last time you got a book that started off with saying, this book is no doubt in it, it's perfect? Huh? What? This is not human writing. She became Muslim. There's another girl just like her, 14, same story, school library, sat in front of the house, different part of the country, different year, same story. So 1/3, and you said there are no mistakes, then of course it's a book of Allah. So I'm trying to tell him that. He got upset. And we talked a little bit more. He got upset. And I realized there's nothing I can do but just pray this guy finishes reading the Quran. And because there are other points too, like you said, like first of all, what constitutes a mistake? Because a lot of people are like, oh, that's a mistake. It's just something that disagrees with your whims and desires. It's not a mistake. Oh, I don't agree with that. Was one guy kept on. I don't agree with that. I just want to, who cares what you agree? No, it's ain't Yelp. Nobody cares what you think. You're still wrong. But 1 + 2 is 3. I don't really agree with that. Still right. Let's change math for your sake. Anyways, I can hear your thoughts. Don't get mean. So, or what? Actually, you know, let me. What you said was very interesting. You know why this guy started reading the Quran? Like, what made him, with this biker guy, what made him start to read the Quran? It's insane. He was asleep and he saw himself standing in a masjid and saying into a microphone in clear Arabic, just randomly. He was not reading about Islam, wala terrorism, or watching Fox News, nothing. Just saw this dream where he's saying, Ashhadu an la ilaha. When he woke up and asked about that, they said that's how you become Muslim. That's why he started reading the Quran. You would imagine this guy should not even read 2 pages, just become Muslim, right? Anyways, I found there was nothing I could do. Sometimes, yeah, you can't even interrupt the process. There was nothing I could do, but just to encourage him to keep reading.
Do you ever ask him like what he constitutes as a mistake?
I think I did. That's why I was just saying that. What is a mistake? It can't be something that disagrees with your desires. And he was very clear on that. Like his system was good. I give him that. I walked out of that gas station. I never saw that man again for like, I don't know, 7 years, 9 years. I never saw him again. He stopped working there. And one night I even stopped going to that masjid. And one day I'm driving by and I just see him outside, opening that little thingy or put the, And I was like, oh man, we're gonna bust a U-turn today. Pulled up to him and I walked up to him. Said, I spoke to you some years ago. And you were reading the Quran. Did you become Muslim yet? He goes, no. So maybe you never finished reading the Quran, right? I said, did you finish reading the Quran? He said, yes. What do you think happened? Got something wrong with it, right? I said, did you find something wrong with it? He said, no. I said, then weren't you Muslim yet? He says, because right now I'm reading Bukhari.
Oh my God.
All of Bukhari, cover to cover. And I said, I'll pray to Allah, he never hears about Muslim and Nisa'i. Okay? By the time this guy's ready to take his Shahada, they'll be like, brothers and sisters, we have with us Allama, Hafiz al-Hadith, al-Ilm. All right. So here's the problem. This guy, he wants to take Islam on 100,000-mile test drive before making a decision. And I didn't know it this back then. But basically later on, we came up with this analogy. We call it the car analogy. And the car analogy, I mean, nothing is perfect, but it's like yet to fail. All right. So that's not how you make a decision in anything in life. You look for the most important things and they agree with you, you make a decision. So we would start actually telling people, I'll give you this example, true story. MSA dinner again, and it's usually for non-Muslims, but only like 4 or 5 show up. And the Muslims come to eat all the kebab. So this guy was sincere. He came to me after the talk and, we did a quick check. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, check. 5 pillars of Islam, check. Okay. And then what's stopping you from becoming Muslim right now? We asked for the gold, went for the Shahada, all that stuff. And then he says, no, he says, my personality type, I'm the kind that I like to take my time, deliberate, do my research. I don't make impulsive decisions. So I need to take my time. Now, never give up, because most people would say, okay, I understand, I respect that. And I respect that, but I'm also going to try. And I said, you know what? I can resonate with that because that's exactly how I am. I don't buy anything on impulse. I do my research first. So I appreciate what you're saying. But let me ask you this, and boom, here we go with the car analogy. Let's use it right now. Somebody comes in here, and the richest man in Austin comes to an Oasis mosque and he takes his Shahada. And he's in such a good mood, he just looks at one of you and pulls out a key and says, this is my Lamborghini. And go examine it. And if you like it, you can keep it for free. All right? Richest man in Austin offering you his Lamborghini, but you have to go examine it. Now put your hand up and tell me what component you're going to examine in the car. For those of you who say, I'll just take it, when you walk to it, it is a Lamborghini 2022, but it's completely cut in half. All right? Or burnt to a crisp. So don't give me that, oh, just take it. I'd probably, if it's cut in half, you still take it, right? And you just keep that half sticking out of your garage and you're like, hey, John, waxing the old Lambo. Yeah, I'll take half, just take it in there. When are you ever going to drive that thing? Oh, I do on the weekends, especially when you're away. That's why you've never seen me in. All right, what would you examine in that car? Let's start with the system. What would you look for?
Mileage.
The mileage? So how much is like a 2022 Lamborghini?
$300.
$300,000, something like that? Okay, what knowledge is not acceptable to you? What non-mileage is not acceptable to you for a $300,000 car?
If you had bought it and was like, I'm gonna do a United States World Tour, and then you bring it to Austin saying, okay, I'm gonna go with it. Like, that's, I mean, it's about to break down. That and AC, if your AC isn't working, I'm not taking it.
So you would refuse a $300,000 car with no AC? Yeah? Okay, yes, what would you examine?
Either worth at least like $6,000.
Oh, so that's it? Yani if he had, it's mine, but there are no keys, but by the way, in the story, he handed you the keys. But the car is $300,000, can you round jump $6,000, get keys, and then sell the car and give everybody and stuff? What would be a no for you?
No,
Which component?
I don't think there's actually.
Yes, every time we do this analogy, check the trunk for a dead body, check the suitcase for cocaine. Yeah, hey, the richest guy in Austin, man. It's his car. Huh? Okay, you're checking the engine, because if a 2022 Lamborghini does not have an engine in it, it will cost you tens and tens of thousands of dollars to replace that. So you can't take it. Engine's too expensive. Transmission, too expensive. The body burnt to a crisp or cut in half by a train, you can't take it. But tires, I'll put tires, Habib. Even if they're expensive. No brakes? You ever heard of Fred Flintstone? Don't worry about the brakes. Open the door. For water too. People will be, oh, if there's no radio, give me a $300,000, I will sing. And I'll sound great too. Like nobody would refuse that car because, oh, well, the antenna is bent or one of the buttons for the radio is not there. Really? As long as the most expensive components are there and they're functional, you will take that car. You're not going to reject it because it's missing one of the lug nuts or the tires are, a little bit worn out. No. You would take it. So we started doing this car analogy with people. And in this, going back to that story, I did the car analogy with him. And then I asked him, this is a true story. I'm not exaggerating or adding anything to it. I said, and in that time it was a 2012 Mercedes or something like that, S-Class, nothing for the guy. And I said, would you accept the car? And I got him to realize the most important components. So the transmission, the body, the engine, that's it. Would you accept it? He said yes. And I asked him this exact question. Why is it that when the most important components of the car agreed with you, you accepted the car, but when the most important parts of Allah's religion, because remember we covered the 5 pillars, agreed with you, you rejected Allah's religion? Wallahi, this is what happened. You looked down like this in shame. Even though this is the guy who says, I like to take my time and deliberate and I'm not impulsive. He looked down like this in shame and he goes, you know what? I'll do it. And he took his shahada. And every time we use the car analogy, the person would take the shahada. And that's how we make every decision in life. When you're renting a house or buying a house or an apartment, you don't tell the real estate agent, well, let me move the kids and the wife and the dog here, and then after 6 months, we'll let you know if we want to rent this place. That's not how you decide which school you want to go to. You don't go attend for a year, just listening quietly. And, you know what, I like the school, I'm going to register. That's not how we make any decision. We look for the basic things that we're looking for, and if they agree, we make a decision. The problem with the old man is he wanted to take Islam on a 100,000-mile test drive, but you don't need that. So the car analogy started working so well for us that I got used to it never failing. There was a guy who used to pray with us in the masjid, like he would pray every Maghrib Isha, he's there, and he's not Muslim. So one day after the Salah, I talked to him, and I was giving the car analogy, and it didn't work, and he left. And then I'm driving home thinking, car analogy didn't work? It always works. Even though I know nothing always works, but it's like. And then he took his shahada, and then 2 months later, one day after Maghrib or Isha, he pulled me aside. He's like, by the way, I just want to let you know, one of the reasons I took the shahada was that car analogy thing that you did. It still works. But that's the point. You get people to realize you will know enough to make a decision. And the way you let them know they made enough, or they know enough, is really, or what will remove or assuage that fear is actually going over the 5 pillars. You can get a shahada with the, just tawheed, but it's going to be super hard. And the minute we start introducing the 5 pillars of Islam, shahada start coming like that. Why? Because you're saying, or the guy's saying, yeah, you gave me maybe the best of your religion in 5 minutes. But maybe there's some crazy thing that I don't know about that you're gonna spring on me later. Like every Wednesday we gotta swallow a live frog or something crazy like that. Why don't you tell me this earlier? Well, too late, brother. So the way to remove that fear is to say, look, I'm going to explain the 5 pillars. These are the most important 5 things that hold up what pillars do. They hold up a foundation. These are going to hold up your Islam. And most likely, everything you learn from this moment onwards will not be as important as these 5. So the idea, the logic is that if these 5 things, that are the most important, do not scare you away from Islam, what are the odds that something of lesser importance is going to scare you away? Yeah? So like if I tell someone about the 5 pillars and they agree, they take the shahada, I bring them to the masjid, enter with your right foot. It's like, wait a minute, what? You didn't tell me about this. No, this is weird. I'm not doing this. I'm leaving. No. So what are the odds that if the most important thing didn't scare you away, something of lesser importance is going to scare you away? And that's why you cover the 5 pillars. And that's why you sell the 5 pillars like that. This is what holds up your Islam. This is what the most important things. And as we explain the pillars, it takes 45 seconds, by the way, because we already covered the first one. And then we're going to Salah, we're going to, and just 45 seconds. I'm not exaggerating. Like each one very briefly. Hajj, a journey you make once a lifetime if you're physically and financially capable, and it's a spiritual journey, blah, blah, blah. Makes sense? You check. Makes sense? Makes sense. Move on to the next one. Check. Makes sense? You move on to the next one. Then when you're done, now you can ask for the jihad. And your chances of getting jihad now are incredibly higher. Much, much higher. Because you're saying you don't need to know everything else. You know the most important things. That's how you rented your house. That's how you bought your car. That's how you made every decision in your life.
Sometimes people will be like less nervous or less feel like they're not making like this crazy commitment if they know that they can like back out anytime or whatever, for example, right?
Yeah.
Is that a bad idea to like say like at the end of the day, like it's your choice. If you join and you feel like you find something like crazy, like you're not forced to stay.
Yeah,
you can leave.
that's like not a bad idea. That's the worst idea ever. And I'm telling you from like with my eyes seeing it, like this has never been how you present Islam to people ever. It was like, well, you have the receipt, so if you change your mind, we accept returns. You got 30 days, no returns. When did the Prophet ever say, you know what, you can enter in if you don't like it, you can, okay. No, we're not threatening anybody anything, but don't do it like that. And I'm telling you, there was one time at this, we were at this conference in Leicester, in England, and it was like all the dua, it's a huge conference, like a 7-day week thing, and like all du'as are trying to like flex and stuff. And I hate those kind of atmospheres where like everyone's trying to show, I'll take you on anytime. Oh no, this kung fu, man. Anyways, one second, let me finish this. So this guy, I talked to him, and it's clear. It's not about you. It's clear when this person is not interested and it's not gonna happen. It's clear. So I spoke to him, and based on my experience, this is not gonna happen. And you always leave him with something to keep going off, right? I left him with stuff. And then now we're like talking, and then suddenly this guy's try him. And then he's calling us over to hear the guy take a shahada. And I'm like, I know that this guy wasn't ready. There's no way you were able to do this. So I pulled him aside, like, how'd you do it? He goes, I told him, listen, don't worry about it. Just do a trial for 3 days. I'm like, we don't do stuff like that. Okay? We're not JCPenney. The guy sends me an email 3 days later, I'm not interested, and didn't work out because he wasn't ready. Don't do these things ever.
What if you give them the car, but then like they say, oh, well, what about my family? I get the car, but I'm like my family with something else. So
yeah,
they get the best thing, then like
yeah. So the family thing is one of the most common obstacles, and we always tell people the same thing. Look,
you got a couple of options. And don't be unrealistic with the person. Keep it real. Like I remember this one guy, like, no, this guy was like, if I become Muslim, my mother's gonna kick me out of the house. The guy was like, he doesn't even know his mother. He started telling him how his mother's gonna react. And I'm just sitting there like, he was like, no, it's your mother. She loves you. She would accept you. The guy comes back tomorrow, his face is different. Like, I'm out. Not of the house, out of Islam. Because the minute I told my mom, she was like, get out, you're not staying here, you're gonna be homeless. Like, so that's not realistic. So what's more realistic? We always tell people, look, when you become Muslim, sometimes Allah will test you with some difficulty. And that's like Allah's way of ensuring that quality people remain upon their religion. So be strong. You got billions of new brothers and sisters now, you can reach out to them. We're here for you. If your parents, you feel they're gonna kick you out of the house, you don't have to tell them immediately. And one guy was telling me, I'm gonna keep it from them for the rest of my life. I said, no, at some point you love your parents, you want them to become Muslim. So you're gonna start coming up with a plan based on what you know of their personality and you know of your relationship, that you are gonna bring them to Islam, you will introduce them. So you're not gonna keep this a secret forever, but that's more realistic. So we're like, going back to the car analogy, you put your family in the back seat, you know, just take them with you. So that's where you go with that, and don't create this false, everything's gonna be all right thing. So, how much time do I have? Time to stop? Okay, keep that thought. We're ahead of schedule, alhamdulillah. So we will finish on time, inshallah. Anyone making a lunch announcement? All right. Jazakumullah khairan, sallallahu alaihi wa sallam. Assalamu alaikum. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد. How was lunch? Great. The food was amazing. Yeah. Almost was on point. Chicken was great. MashaAllah, I enjoyed that. Great. Enjoyed that. The green and the garlic sauce was excellent. I didn't get garlic sauce, but I took my wife. But جزاكم خيرا جزاكم خيرا تعالى ونطعمنا اتقوا الله من سقانا. Thank you for that meal. For those involved, يعني. So what do we have so far? We have that when you're talking to someone, no matter, well, you know your talking points, they focus or center around the Tawheed of Allah Azza wa Jal, and then establishing that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the final messenger of Allah. Those are your main talking points. The only time you would swerve away from that is if there's an issue that's very important to them where they cannot proceed until it's taken care of. Please take care of it. Get back to the main point. And however you want to reach the final point, you have to build. And one of the things that's good about when you build this way, you agree on some basics or some principles. And that's why later on, that's why sometimes I would even like use a piece of paper. Every time we agree on something, I'll write it down. Because then when they get at the top and they get stuck, they try to backtrack and try to get out of it. But we already agreed that this is the best way to communicate with human beings, to send prophets. And we're already established that. And now we just have to look at each prophet and see, okay, this is a genuine, whatever the system is, okay? So, but always build. Don't just throw random bits and pieces of information, like miscellaneous from here and there, and hope one thing sticks. All right. Then we said, once you talk about that there's only one God, that Muhammad is his messenger, that Jesus wasn't God. And sometimes the Jesus section, you might have to go into evidence after evidence after evidence until it's clear, then you go back. But you can't proceed without clearing it. Because just like the Shahada, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, negation, affirmation. So just the same way for someone to become Muslim, what are the prerequisites? You have to get rid of every other god or idol or anything that's worshipped besides Allah. Affirm Allah is the only one that should be worshipped. Muhammad is his messenger. Those are the prerequisites to taking the Shahada. All right? Because some people will say things like, and this happened one time, and this was in Baltimore, and the guy goes, if somebody has a girlfriend, I don't give him the Shahada. Really? No, if someone worships 5 gods and insists on them, then I don't give him the Shahada. Because you can't say the Shahada, and the Shahada says that. There's no other deity that's worthy of worship than you affirm except Allah. Nafyun wa ithbat, negation, affirmation. That's it. But if someone has a dog, and you know, Muslims, we go crazy about that. Oh, they have a dog. Get rid of it. No one's gonna get rid of their dog. You know, dog is like a family member, you know? So, or you have to break up with your boyfriend, you have to do this, you have to do that. Those are not really prerequisites. You have to stop this before doing that. And I think a lot of people kind of have this misunderstanding that you need to make sure everything is Islamic in your life before you say the Shahada. It's not, there's no evidence for that. Just remove other false gods. Establish there's only one, and that Muhammad is his messenger. If somebody tells you, and this happened before, one guy was like, you know, La ilaha illallah, I don't have an issue with that. Muhammad Rasulullah, but I'll say it anyways. No, Habibi, don't say it. I've had a guy like that. I said, no, don't say it. 10 minutes later, one of the brothers came, oh, I got a shahada. My coach, this guy, so-and-so. So-and-so wasn't ready. You didn't hear him? No, he did it. He took the shahada. He wasn't ready. Then 3 days later, the guy tells me, I called him for follow-up. He said, don't you ever call me again. He wasn't ready. It was clear. Don't be always after the number or the shahada. So, that's it. Nothing else. Oh, you have to remove your tattoos, and that's the thing we do. What we do to reverse, that we expect them to change their life 180 degrees overnight. Yeah, find me someone who's been Muslim his whole life. I give him a hadith he never heard. He was. Let me check. Let me call my Shaykh. You want this guy? Everything. That's why I always tell when someone becomes Muslim, I always tell them, just find one or two people and get your knowledge and advice from them. Because everybody in the community wants to give you a piece of homework. You know, you just hug the guy for the first time, you know it's an earring. Remove the earring with it. You hug him this time, neck tattoo, remove the tattoo. But hug and leave, yeah. You know, we confuse them so much. This happened a long time ago. I was in the Islamic Center of DC, and a guy took his shahada. And I'm like, look at what we're doing to this guy in his first 20 seconds of Muslim life. First guy comes and hugs him. All right. And you know, we have in our community, we have one-time huggers and we have three-time huggers. Okay. And I'm fine if you're a three-time hugger, but for God's sake, do it right. Okay. I really don't like when people give me 3 hugs and it's just like this. That's not how you do it. Say something, yeah. Oh, good to see you. كيف حالك يا أخي والله it's been a while. How's everything? How's the family? Say something. You know, Assalamu alaikum, brother. What is this? It's a ritual, right? So, anyways, the first guy hugs him. He's a 3-time hugger, and then he tells him the guy just became Muslim. Then the guy, of course, pulled back. Then he's like, "My prophet did it 3 times." Then the next guy comes. Not exactly. I'm sitting right there. Second guy comes, hugs him once. Let's go. The new Muslim pulls him in for the second. He goes, it's 3 times, right? The guy goes, no. Great. This is the first 10 seconds of his life. You know? And some people, I feel bad for them. I saw a guy take a shahada in Malaysia. I was like, I gotta see this. And it was just like, it was such a bad thing. He was just on the ground, sitting like this. And there's a wall of people standing around him with their phones like this. And nobody's smiling. And he's sitting like this, and he's so scared. And the Imam is like, the Imam made sure the makharij and the tajweed of that is like, ashhadu, 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 Allah, 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 Allah. He made him say the whole shahada, and this is so horrible. What an experience. And just sitting like this, and everybody just around half a semicircle like this. And when they finally finished it, they were repeating each part 1,000,000 times until the makharij were like perfect. Then we finally got to the end. He starts from the beginning. I do. Anyway. Go ahead.
What do you say or advise to these people when you see stuff like that, like the hugs or the?
Yeah, so here's something interesting. First of all, you don't have to say the Shahada in Arabic, by the way. And I spoke to one of the scholars. it's become our ritual, so we stick with it. We get them to just make the sounds, and if they say something wrong, you don't have to yeah. So it's not even necessary to be done in Arabic. You can just have them say it in Tagalog or in English or whatever language. They know what it means. That's it. وخلاص. But we just follow the ritual. We do it in Arabic. We say it in English and some takbirs and stuff like that. And then hugs. And some people, they don't come from a family where there's hugging and stuff. So everybody sees it differently. But sometimes for some people, it's really awkward. There was a guy who took shahada in Houston. This is when I visited Houston before I moved there. And of course, everybody was happy, and he was white, so they were extra happy. And then, and then this uncle was so happy, this older uncle. He was like, I'm gonna sing in the sheet for you. And it was so awkward, like somebody sings to you, that's most awkward. What do you do? Like, and the guy was like, and everybody was, I was just want to crawl into a hole and everybody finish this shit for God's sake. And the white boy was just like, these are crazy things that happen. This guy tells me he took a coworker, they went to a funeral. During lunch, he said, let me just stop by the cemetery. There's a funeral. He says, we stood far from the burial, if they're doing the burial there. And then he said, when they had finished the burial, so I just stood with my non-Muslim friend, like far away from it. And the Imam is coming to his car, started coming in our direction. And then I told the Imam that, there is so-and-so. And so he asked, this is my coworker from work. And so he asked me, is he interested in Islam? And I told him, no, we're just here from work during lunch break. So the guy understood that. The Imam understood that he's interested in Islam. He started immediately telling him things and stuff. And then everyone else finished the burial and they all came in the same way. And then some misunderstanding happened and they understood that this guy took his shahada. And so people just start coming at him. Just a coworker doesn't know what's going on. Hugging him and stuff and kisses and stuff and advice. And then all these people are hugging him and he's like, what's going on, man? And the guy's like, I don't know, they think you're a new Muslim, and he's trying to talk to him while this is happening. And then he says, suddenly this uncle just showed up, stood right in his face. He goes, now you are just like baby Barnum. We were both in shock in the car, just driving quietly, and I'm embarrassed. And then the guy goes, what just happened there, man? And what's with the guy with the baby bottom? Tell him like you're clean and pure now, like he picks a baby bottom first. That's the analogy. Anyway, so I don't know how did we get into all that, but we were saying go ahead.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned something about like when you sit down with somebody, you said like can we agree on like the principles, and then you start with that, like to build up. I know you mentioned like some of the like a couple of them, but what's that system that you use to like set like the like here's what we're gonna agree upon before we get started?
Yeah, so I mean I haven't used that in a while, but basically like whenever I feel it's necessary, or the kind of person that the person is that kind that likes to argue or they want to be right all the time. So if we agree and then we get to a point where he gets stuck, he's gonna go back and change one of the principles. So with that kind of person, I want to agree on certain things. Like, for example, let's say we're talking about the veracity of the Quran. So we want to agree that a mistake in the Quran doesn't mean it's something that disagrees with your opinion, for example. Because your opinion can be wrong. Your opinion can be based on desire and lusts and things like that. It's not fact or. So if we're going to critique the Quran, here are guidelines, and we write them down, or we just, you write it, you say it and put a check mark or something, just like that. Just so something kind of ink on paper, even if it's just a check mark, we say, so it can't have contradictions. It can't, let's say we're doing the Bible and the Quran. So, okay, no contradictions accepted. You agree, so contradictions. No mistakes, some things that go against science or solutions for problems that actually don't work, that's not acceptable. If it's God's book, it has to be boom, 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 boom. Then when we get to let's say a contradiction in the Bible, he's like, well, but that could just be a copy error. Like, wait a minute, what do we agree upon? Like, that's a quick example of something like that. Yes, sir.
I had a question about one of your previous slides.
Uh-huh.
On the do's and don'ts, on the don't, there was one that said don't negotiate. And
Yeah.
For a little bit of background context, I grew up, for 6 years, I grew up in an area with no Muslim, and I was the only non-Christian kid in my entire high school. So I had a lot of friends growing up that were always asking me questions, and one of them was very interested in Islam, but the only thing they didn't like about it was that they'd see me pray in the back of the classroom, and they were not accepting it. They said they just did not want to pray.
You don't want to pray at all.
They did not like they're okay with everything else about Islam, but they don't like the idea of having to like 5 times pray. They don't like that. So my question is, do you like tell them is it better for them to not be Muslim and not be Muslim, or is it better for them to be Muslim and not pray? Like, how do you go about that?
No, it's better for them to be Muslim. It's always better to be Muslim.
So how
Because look, a lot of times someone will tell me, I'll be Muslim, I don't want to pray. I'll be Muslim, but I'll keep this. And I'll be Muslim, but I'll do that. And sometimes I'm telling them, look, you know what Muslim means? The Muslim is the one who submits to his creator, submits to the will of his creator. And you're telling me that I'm going to be a non-submitting submitter. I will submit, but not here and not there. And Allah says, enter into totality. Enter 100% into Islam.
So like with the car analogy, like you wouldn't take the car without the engine, right? Like with the 5 pillars. So he shouldn't be Muslim if he's not going to pray. But that's what I'm trying to ask you.
Yeah.
How does that work?
And the truth is that people look, the analogy the scholars say, like your heart is just like any vessel, like this bottle containing water. If I open it, start to empty it out, the instant the water leaves, something else replaces it immediately, right? Air, immediately. And if it's empty and I pour water into it, the water instantly replaces the air. But there's never a moment where I empty out the bottle, then it's a vacuum inside, and then slowly air starts to come in. All right. So they said your heart is exactly like that. It is always filled with the love of something. Now, the guy loves rap or heavy metal, and you try to get him to love Islam and Hadith and Quran. You don't first get the love of heavy metal out of his heart. His heart stays empty for 2 days, and then you introduce him to Allah and it replaces it. No. And that's why parents, let's say parents who have a child who's into like punk rock or whatever, they try to get him to hate it. Look at these musicians, they're all horrible people, they all do drugs, look at how they're wearing contacts and they think, okay, I'm getting to hate them first, then I'll introduce them to Allah and the Quran. But that's not how it is. You introduce at the same time. The love of Allah will push out everything else. That's why the guy is able to quit drinking, quit smoking, or for the sake of Allah, because now they love Allah. So this poor guy, he doesn't know. But if he understood the relationship between the servant or the creator and the creation, and he understands why we pray and all that, he's the same guy who'll later be telling, in the beginning, I didn't want to pray, and now it's like the best part of my day. And so many of these stories, and girls who will say things like, I'll become Muslim, but I'm never going to wear this thing. If you guys remember that lady, was kidnapped by the Taliban, and what's her name? I met her even. The British lady. Huh? No. Gretchen. What did that? There's an L in her name. Anyways, so it's a British reporter, white lady that was kidnapped by the Taliban, and then when they let her go, she became Muslim. So I forget. I was in a conference with her. I just forget her name. Lauren something. No, that's Lauren Booth is the sister-in-law. Forgot. Anyways, you see her in an interview, and she's got no hijab on, and they said, well, you've been Muslim for a while, but you're not wearing the hijab. It's like, what? I can't do it. Then I remember I click on the next video, and she's in full niqab and just her eyes are showing. So, people don't know all the beauty and the sweetness of Iman and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why let him become Muslim. It's slightly, not exactly the same, but like the man who came to the Prophet and he says, what do I have to do? And the Prophet tells him this very basic things. He said, well, Allah, I'll do this and nothing else. Yeah, and he doesn't want to aim high, whatever. Yeah, but he probably went on to do other things also.
So is it okay to negotiate then, like say, if, because his problem was with the prayer, he didn't want like a specific time for him to pray. He
Yeah.
wanted to be able to pray whenever he felt like it.
Yeah.
So is it okay to say, how about you do that? And then later on down the line, maybe he'll make up.
So don't negotiate means we don't make deals, we don't compromise, especially our fundamentals for the sake of agreeing, for the sake of interfaith dialogue, for the sake of you taking a shahada right now. We don't do that. But this is not a compromise. Islam recognizes that he's gonna work at his own pace anyways. Yeah. It's not, I always tell people like you become Muslim, it's not like some uncle's gonna knock on your door in the morning. Come on, wake up from Fajr. What is gonna keep tabs on you? So with this, I don't see this as like a negotiation here. You're just, you know, he's taking baby steps and he doesn't know what he's getting into. And he doesn't know how he's gonna love Salah and all the other stuff. So yeah, he can take a shot. So he met the prerequisites, right?
You mentioned like pretty briefly about like the age of the earth, like that was one of the big there, like how would you?
What I told was the guy was like, the Quran does not comment on the age of the earth. Because it's not a book about the age of the earth. It's about how to make it to Jannah and stay away from the hellfire. So when he heard that, he was happy with that. Like, why should the religious book tell you the age of the earth? For example? There's some science, and it's fine. But why should it be a science book? Anything else? No, sisters? Yes.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you or not, but like, literally this past Wednesday, I was in a conversation and like, after I was making dollars, I wish that there would, like, I feel like I could have done better in that situation. Like, I wish that, like, a little bit something my way, like, God. I don't know, like, the next day I found out that, you were coming to the Dawah workshop.
I'm good, man.
The thing that I think I struggled the most with was, like, I feel like a lot of the times it's like almost like like they don't care or like an apathetic or nihilistic attitude. Like for example, some of the things I heard were like, okay, well, like you know, maybe this is true, but like I don't really care. I don't really want to, you know, put time or effort into it because then like you know, I just want to live my life the way I want to live my life.
Good.
So like how do you? There are people who care a lot, and like something, but there's people who are just like apathetic. How do you do that?
I think we've encountered that a whole lot. And I always tell people, the guy who doesn't care, or the guy who's like, I'll deal with it later, you know, I'll find out later. He just doesn't know that the hellfire is black. He doesn't have a clue how bad the hellfire is. And if he had a clue, he would dedicate his entire life to figuring it out now before he has to deal with it. So when that guy that I told you guys, the car guy, new car every 2 weeks, that guy, he has the same talk to college professors, and he gets a lot of professors shahadas, a lot. Him and his friend one time they counted up to like they lost count at 65 in one day at a dawah table at the university. He got 60 shahadas. He said we lost count at 65, so we probably got like 70 something. And professors, students, and everybody. And this guy never changes it. All he talks about the 3 questions of the grave. And how and what the hellfire is like. Professors, everybody, because this speaks to everyone. You're an intellectual, you're a homeless guy, it doesn't matter. Nobody wants, you know, punishment. Everybody wants to avoid pain or difficulty or harm that is now or in the future. So that's all he talks about. So now whenever someone says, you know, they're just doing this, they're making faces and making fun of me like this, we just let them know that it's serious. I have this story, this drug dealer. Again, this was back when we didn't know about what a drug dealer looked like. So they're standing in the street corner, and we just see, you know, potential. So it's me and one of our du'at, he's 16, one of our great du'at, wearing a thobe and everything. So we walk up to him, we start talking, and his other friends are like, you're scaring away business. And we're like, business? What business is it? And then the guy was like, it's just a joke to him. He says, if I become Muslim, will y'all give me money? I said, no. He said, if I become Muslim, will Allah give me a brick? I said, what's a brick? He said, a brick of cocaine. So apparently that's the wholesale item, and then they break it down. So
So I was like, and then he's like, he's holding a beer in his hand, and I was like, okay, let me test it, and we just let him have it. But I've never done that before, that moment, and I've never done it until today. But I said, okay, oh, so you think you're smart, you think you're here making money? Let me tell you something. You will die for sure, because everybody dies. And when you die, three things are gonna follow you to your grave: your money, your your money, your deeds, and your family. And when they put you on the ground, your family is gonna come back to fight over your wealth, and you will have nothing left but your deeds. And angels, stern and severe, will come to you, and they will ask you three questions. And boom, we hit them with the questions of the grave. We told them how the hellfire is black and that people can never come out of it, and all this. I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating. When we left, he was frozen still in his place like this. When we walked away from him, he was like this. So, and a lot of times we meet people and they're like, yeah, I don't care, I'll figure it out later. Sometimes we use analogies. I'm like, hey, listen, would you just close your eyes and cross the street, or would you look both ways to make sure you don't get harmed? And or you tell them about the hellfire and you get them to realize how serious this is. And we tell them, Allah said this world has its glitter and it's shiny and it keeps you away from thinking of the akhirah. But it makes sense if the akhirah is eternal, and this life maximum will be like 80 to what? Maybe 75, 70 years. And just these short years determine where you go for all eternity. Yeah, I would dedicate hours, I would dedicate days to finding out if this is the truth or not. So you have to find out. And if Islam is fake, you move on. But you have to spend time and you have to care. We can let them have it. But nice to them.
I really heard someone say before, like I don't want this to be true, because then I have to start taking life more seriously. And like it's almost like, what if they're against the idea of taking life seriously? I mean, maybe it's just a repeat of what your answer just was.
Whether you take it seriously or not, you will die, and there will be consequences. I had a friend like that. It was like a real airhead. We used to work together, and like every sentence began with and ended with dude and had dude in the middle. All he cared about was parties and having a good time and everything. Back then, we saw that he was like old. He was 26, so we were much younger, and I was like trying to just to get him to realize. I said, listen, man, and it's not impressive what I said, but to someone who's in that mode, I said, look, you're 26 years old, and you're always trying to have a rush or a party and enjoy yourself and all that. I said, now when you look back at your whole life, does it seem like 26 long extended years, or does it just seem like just yesterday you were? He said, yeah, it just seems like it went by like this. I said, what if you spend your life like this, just having fun and playing games, and then you turn 60, and then you look back at your life and all the fun that you had, there's nothing like concrete, tangible, nothing you cannot draw upon it and have anything. It's just memories, and some of those parties you've forgotten about, and some of them just passed with the time. So when you're 60, would you rather look back and find that your life was just all parties and things that are completely gone and you can't even recall some of them? Or would you rather you look back and you find that you invested your life in worshiping Allah and having a relationship with Allah? He said definitely the second one. And I was shocked that it worked, because I went, what? Yeah, it's like the second one. Because what a waste that would be. There are many ways to do it, like many, many ways. And based on the person in front of you, you can find out, how do I get him to care? So it's just endless, many different ways you can do it. Many times we have to shame people out of like how many times we agree with someone on everything, and when we get to the shahada, I love pork too much. I love pork chops. I love a cold beer with dinner. And we use the same technique as never failed. We just shame them out of it. So you're telling me that Allah put you on this earth, gave you all these blessings that you cannot put a price on, your loved one, your health, your intelligence, your mind, and all this. And then he gave you varieties of food, different kinds of birds you can eat, and all kinds of things in the sea, and the fish, and different flavors of animals that you can consume, and all kinds of drink. And you're going to tell me that I recognize this is the truth, and I choose to not accept this religion and have a relationship with my Creator, because I like one kind of meat that he put on this earth so much that I don't even want to have a relationship with. And wallah, every time we say that, sometimes it's about beer, sometimes it's about pork, and he always looked down, and then they pretend they were kidding. Now it's just playing, I'm just kidding it. Go ahead, let's say it. And they always say it. Okay? So, where are we? We've got our main talking point, the Tawheed of Allah Azza wa Jal, the Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We've got the prophets. It's a logical connection. If there is a God, He must have sent prophets. Prophets have to be human. We already established that. They have to be. Then we speak about Jesus. Then we speak about Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And the way we spoke about it in that example was just like, hey, is it possible or not? And then the 5 pillars. And without the 5 pillars, you will struggle to get a shahada. But the 5 pillars are saying, look, these are the 5 most important things, and they all agreed with you, they all made sense. What are the odds that something of lesser importance is going to scare you away from becoming Muslim? And that's enough information for you to make a decision. You don't need to read more, you don't need to read, tafsir or Sahih Bukhari or any more hadith. You have enough information to make a decision. And if everything agrees with you, make a decision. Doesn't work, do the car analogy. Doesn't work, maybe there's something else. What's stopping you from becoming Muslim? We already agreed on everything. So, with the back to the police officer, went through the 5 pillars. Then, I went through the 5 pillars. Then I asked him that, do you have any problem with the idea? Now, listen to this, and I repeat this all the time. All right. Do you have any issue or problem with the idea that there's only one God that should be worshipped? He doesn't have relatives, doesn't have a spouse, he doesn't have grandparents or children, got it? That there's only one God, which was the message of Jesus, which was the message of Moses. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Do you have any problem with the idea that Muhammad was a messenger that was sent? He was also a shepherd. He did not change the 10 commandments. He was also upstanding, righteous, and good manners and all that. Any problem with that? He said no problem. So do you know how someone becomes a Muslim? You just say with your tongue and you believe in your heart what you just agreed to. That's exactly how you become Muslim. So you already have the ingredients of a Muslim. Become a Muslim right now. And you have the rest of your life to keep reading more and exploring and learning more and all that. And he did. That was the pitch. And he took his shahada. That's it. And it's the same one. I was doing the same analogy, remember the doctor's analogy? I always tell them, imagine you go to a famous medical school and you meet students who've been there for 6 years. Tomorrow,
There's a Jeep Cherokee in the driveway that's blocking people.
okay, Jeep Cherokee in the driveway. And we're gonna ask for 3 people to stand up and walk out. Because the owner of the Cherokee is gonna keep it there. All right, Jeep Cherokee, it must not be one of us, or maybe. So Jeep Cherokee in the driveway, all right? What was I saying? Yeah, so we use this analogy a lot. You know, you visit a medical school. In 6 years, people have been studying, and tomorrow they're going to get their degree, become a doctor. And one of them quits that night, says, "You know what? I'm out of here." You would grab him and say, "Listen, man, you already have what it takes to be a doctor. Why would you leave here without becoming one?" And I would tell the person, "You just agreed, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. You have what it takes to be a Muslim. Like, it's a shame to walk out of here and not be a Muslim. You have what it takes. What would stop you if you're already there?" And then usually they say it. And sometimes they don't, and then I'll show you how we work around that. Okay. So that's where we go. That's how we go from building and establishing and agreeing on certain principles and moving forward. After we make sure the person's on board, and then you get to the 5 pillars, and without the 5 pillars, you're going to struggle a lot. And then you go for the goal. Okay, any question about the process so far? So now.
It's one thing that they bring their own religion to the thing, like, what about my own religion?
What do you mean? Like they say, what about Christian?
Christian? And they're like, oh, well, like, start bringing out their Bible verses.
Yeah, you know something? So one of the lines I always use when you become, I always say if you become Muslim, never say when you become Muslim, because it's starting to put it there, right? When you become Muslim, you will be following the true message of Jesus. Because Jesus never said he's God. And sometimes I don't open that door if it's going to open a can of worms, right? But we tell them, look, the Muslim is in the safest position. Because the Jews believe in everybody from Adam, and then a great man came to them, Jesus, and they refused to believe in him. But the Christians do a better job. They believe in everybody from Adam, they believe in Jesus, and then they refuse to stop, and they stop at Muhammad. And then the Muslim comes and they believe in every prophet sent by Allah from Adam to Muhammad. Just looking at it from like a distance, this would be the safest position. Like we believe in Jesus, we believe in Moses, we've got everybody. So you will be following the original and the true message of Jesus. He never said he is God. He never once said worship me. He didn't change the 10 commandments. And he even said that there's a prophet coming after me. So you will be in the safest position. And you love your family, you're going to bring them to Islam as well. You're going to introduce them to Islam, and you're going to bring other people, your relatives and loved ones and friends to Islam as well. So that's how we deal with their new or the old religion. Yes, sir.
So one thing I've seen in the more learned, I guess, like non-Muslims, that like a lot of them have their own Muslim literature, like the New Testament, so on and so forth. And one question that they often pose is like, so okay, I see that you have Shaykh, so on and so forth, and your Hadith sciences is pretty good, you know. But are you telling me that everything in the New Testament is a lie? For them, the study that seems like a very big thing to put in front of them, even though they might believe that, okay, I've seen the truth in like, you know, Allah and so on and so forth. So what's the argument you can give for that?
About the truth they've seen elsewhere, or about the New Testament?
Convincing them that everything they've seen in the New Testament, for example, is not true. For them, it's kind of like, you know, say Bible or the Quran for like Muslims, right? It's kind of hard to see that as like completely.
Okay, so you got two routes here. Number one, if you don't know much about the New Testament, you can tell them, look, even let's say for the sake of argument, everything is true in the New Testament or the Old Testament, or whatever it is. But Allah sent his next revelation. So when Allah sends his next revelation, everything before it is abrogated. When Allah sends his new prophet, every prophet before him, you're obligated to follow the new prophet. Because a lot of times Christians will tell me, oh, I believe Muhammad was a real prophet, but I believe in Jesus, so I'm not going to follow him. And I told them this, and it works well. Imagine me and you lived at the time of Jesus. And we walk up to him in the street and even shake his hand. And you tell him, you know, Jesus, I like you. I believe you're real. You do amazing things, you know. But I'm not going to follow you. And I believe God did send you, but I'm not going to follow you. Because I follow Moses. What's wrong with Moses? He was sent by God. He taught some good stuff, so I don't have to follow you. I said, would you think that's appropriate to say that to the new prophet of God who's on earth at that moment? He said, no. They would say, no, it's not appropriate. Like, what would be the value of sending a new prophet if you could just ignore him and just randomly pick any of the other ones? They're all coming from God. Why would Allah send a new one then? When a new prophet lands, everybody has to follow the new prophet. When there's new scripture, you don't read the old scripture. That's one way if you don't want to open a can of worms with the New Testament. But if you know a little bit about the New Testament, listen, nobody's saying and it's a little bit of a gentle like fall here. Look, nobody's saying the Bible is 100% false. We are obligated to believe in the original Torah as it was sent to Moses. And we believe that God sent the Injil to Jesus and the Psalms to Dawood, to David. So we believe that originally Allah sent the scripture, but it was altered over the years, and therefore we don't follow what's in it today. So I'm not telling you that 100% of your book is false, but I'm telling you that it has been altered, and then I can throw some things that nobody can answer, like who are the authors of the 4 Gospels? When was the earliest Gospel written? And all these questions that they can't handle. So from there, I'll just gently move on to, you've got the new book.
Obviously there's like a million verse for it, but what's a simple way to like, when they reverse the question and say like, okay, then like, how is the Quran not been altered?
How's the Quran? We'll do that. Okay, I got 2 things. One, do we have a way to open, just show a YouTube video?
Yeah.
With audio? We'll do the whole microphone and the laptop thing. Okay, so we'll do that in a bit. And then the Quran hasn't been changed. That's so easy, but maybe this video will answer it. Okay, sisters, anything? You know which video, right, Imani? Why the Prophet couldn't have written. Show this video here. And then, so this video, basically, I think, so right now, probably over 1,000 people became Muslim in this video. Because it's used by a group called E-Dialogue. And E-Dialogue, they have 60 du'at around the world speaking of a total of 90 different languages. And they're just put these on these gaming sites and what have you, click here to chat to someone about Islam. So 24/7 around the world, they're chatting with somebody. They get around 250 to 350 shahadas every single week for the last, I don't know how many years. That's the group that's like used this technique to get over 70,000 shahadas. So they asked me to make a video, they play the video, and then they say, at the end of the video, click here to discuss this video. So they translate it into Portuguese, French, and well, it's in English. And like close to 1,000, like they keep the names and records of everyone who became Muslim as a result. So we're gonna play that in a bit here.
What's the video you told us that you, the 40-minute video that was?
Yes, I'm gonna give you all that instruction. Because, so one of the ways to save time is to refer you to the material and you can view it on your own. If it's hard, we can leave it, it's no big deal. Or I can just tell everyone the video, just yes.
It's not as controversial, I'd say it's in my head city, but I work in peace balance and a lot of my partners are in the Northeast. And a lot of the steps will not apply because they're all Nation of Islam.
Oh,
So that's one of the main reasons why I decided to do this workshop, because I work with them on a daily and things of that sort, and we will agree to certain things to a certain extent, and then things will shift to Terracon and things of that sort. So like, how would you approach that?
yeah. So here's one technique, right? If someone's being difficult, right? Or I don't know the ins and outs to refute your deen or your religion, just present Islam to them as if they never heard it. Because no matter what their religion is, it's not going to be complete like Islam. And it's going to have its holes and its problems. So just present Islam to them. Just a straight up da'wah. Don't present to them like, well, you're a little familiar with Islam and nation and similar, and you take them, just present them with the Quran being the final word of Allah Azza wa Jalla, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam being the final messenger. And if you know enough about the history to, I wouldn't open that door, like going into Elijah Muhammad did this and Malcolm X discovered that about him and all that stuff. It's all. So I just give them straight down. And in the end, there are always some points that we should say, okay, what is the Quran? Is it the book of Allah or not? If it's not the book of Allah, you have to explain how we got it. If it is the book of Allah, you have to follow what's in it. And what's in it does not mention nation whatsoever, or anyone coming after Muhammad whatsoever. How's the audio? Do we need this?
Why the Prophet Muhammad couldn't have written the Quran. The Quran is a book over 600.
That's full volume, huh?
Why the Prophet Muhammad couldn't have written the Quran. The Quran is a book over 600 pages long. It covers a wide range of topics and was revealed bit by bit over a period of 23 years. So if a man wrote the Quran, we already have a number of problems. If you're going to write a book like the Quran and claim it's from God, you can't make any mistakes. The book can't contradict itself, and you have to keep it consistent as you add to it over a period of 23 years and keep the message consistent. The grammar and style also have to remain the same. If the Quran is not from God, Muhammad would have to write it himself. That means in the middle of the Arabian desert, with no books around and being illiterate, he would have to know law, civil rights law, criminal law, family law, labor law, military law, personal injury law, real estate law, and tax law. He would have to know history. With little to no Christian presence in Mecca, he would have to know the stories and events in the lives of the prophets before him, the history of past nations, Judeo-Christian religious rulings, and he would have to know it well enough to somehow offer additional information and details not found in those books. He would have to know how to develop a nation, how to start a government, know about worship and purification, invent dietary laws, know psychology, about raising children, arbitration, distribution of wealth, finance, and business. In the area of science, he would have to know embryology, oceanography, about plate tectonics, cloud formation, UV rays, know about plants, mountains, bees, the human brain, the Big Bang, and the expansion of the universe. And in order to make the book complete, he would have to have knowledge of the future so he can write things that will happen in the years to come. he would have to be a time traveler in order to insert his name and mention in the Bible. If he's claiming that the book he wrote is from God, it must not have a single solution that doesn't work. He must also keep his emotions and personal life out of the book. The book should not reflect happy times nor sad times in his life. The writing should not become cheerful and optimistic, nor sad and gloomy as if a human wrote it. But when you read the Quran cover to cover, you can't sense when his wife died, when his daughters got married, when his grandchildren were born, when he was victorious, and when he was defeated. To anyone who examines the Quran, it becomes perfectly clear that there is no way a man in the desert 1400 years ago could have written such a book. But what if it were a committee of brilliant minds, a secret society that is in charge of correcting, updating, and rewriting the Quran over the years? Their job would be to make sure that the book appears to be accurate, has no mistakes or contradictions, and to keep updating it to agree with science and the changing world. If that were the case, then there would be other versions of the Quran. Due to edits and improvements, we would have new edited versions and old versions with mistakes. We'd be able to detect different writing styles and influences from the different authors. The problem with all of that is there is only one Quran. So one man didn't write it, and a committee didn't edit it. So where did it come from? What if clever devils dictated and influenced a man to write the Quran? The question then would be, what kind of devil calls to good behavior, worshiping God, honoring Jesus, giving to the poor, and warns of the devil? Anyway you analyze the Quran, you come to a clear conclusion. It could not have been written by a committee, a devil, nor the Prophet Muhammad. Since it's impossible for Muhammad to have written it, then that means he was truthful in that it is from God. If it is from God, that means he was a genuine prophet. And if he was a genuine prophet, then his message should be heeded and obeyed.
I don't know, you guys could read it if you couldn't hear, right? Makes sense? Yeah? So, can you just quickly write Kamal and Mekki Dawah technique or something like that? All right, there we go. See that video? With the earth tone thobe and that bookshelf behind? That's the one where we actually with the it's in the Islamic, what is it? Islamic Information Society of Calgary or something. So to that masjid, and so we do the video, we do the exercise with the audience, and that's basically what you would do with a non-Muslim. And I always tell people, you just need a pen, a paper, and a Catholic. All right, for real, that's what you need. And you sit down with them, and when you're done, they will either get up Muslim or they'll get up non-Muslim, but they know Islam is the truth, they're just not ready for it. So they just give it this weird name, but that's the video. Watch it. Follow the same steps. I explain them very detailed. Follow the same steps with whoever it is, atheist. My wife and I used it 3 Ramadans ago. They're leaving Islam. You know, she was born Muslim, and same techniques, came back to Islam. Done. Jewish guy, Christian, atheist. I don't want a headache. Oh, well, I start with this technique. All right. And so when I developed it, I wanted to run it by one of the Shaykh just to make sure, like, I'm not introducing something weird to the Ummah. And when I was explaining it to him, like, he was doing the half smile. That Shaykh, he likes what you're saying, he does a half smile. If he doesn't like what you're saying, he's just like this. He's doing the half smile the whole time. He said, yes, it's good, I like it. Then I found this out 4 years later. He said, 2 weeks after he showed it to me, I got a shahada using this technique. I really consider it to be the strongest technique that I know of. That, all right? One time I sent a guy was harassing me, send me the video, I sent him the video, next day he sent me a text back. I don't think it'll work. Like, be logical, شوية على الأقل, يعني, be logical. I just told you it's the most effective technique and ma'rifah. But at least it must work. You know, you don't have to like it, but at least say it will work. So that's that. I'll save time with that. Going back to that video we just played, it's like 4 minutes long. And when we have groups visiting Click or Masjid, we actually play that on the big screen. And we start with that. When we have people coming, I'll just put it on the iPad and let them watch it. Because if it's not from Allah, you must explain to me how someone could have written this book 1400 years ago in the desert. How does it mention all the stuff, some of the stuff recently discovered? How does it mention it? I didn't even do a long section on the science and all the other stuff and the stuff where that's not, you can't refute. How would a man know? You give me a plausible explanation of how a book like the Quran came to be, and I'm fine with you not accepting Islam. But you have to have in your mind a good explanation for the existence of this book. Otherwise, you have to agree and submit that this is the truth and you have to enter it. Yeah. So you can even add another exercise to that. You know, sometimes people come to my office and I just get a blank sheet of paper and I write the word Jamal in Arabic, right? And I write it twice. I tell them, look, it's the same word. It's not a trick. Same word. Can you verify that? Yeah, same word. Okay. Then I erase the dot under the Jim. Now it's Hamad. And now what does it mean? First it was a camel. Now it's a lamb. Right? So if you're reading the story and the guy put his tent and everything on the back of the lamb to finish his journey through the desert, are you going to catch it or not? Then add the shadda to the meme. Now it's Hammal. Okay? That he, you know, well, could be he made someone carry, or it could also mean, I don't want to be crass, it has another explanation. Or Jamal, just add the shadda to it. Jamal, he has adorned or beautified something. So tell me, you understand how if one dot moves out of place, we would catch it? And then there are also other arguments, like how the Quran is preserved in hearts as well, not just on paper. And the best example of that is when the Imam in Taraweeh makes a mistake. Especially if he makes a mistake in a surah that people are familiar with. He makes a mistake in Al-Imran, one guy will correct him. If he makes a mistake in Al-Kahf, the whole masjid is like, and the Imam did like street, like if he could speak, he'd be like, just one of you all say just one? And all 10 of them, and none of them being Arab, are like, because to correct people. And that's why the Imam at the Salah, brothers, we have one brother who is assigned to correct the Imam. Everybody else, please shut your pie holes. It's too much, right? All right. So, okay, we can get that enough. So those I think were the two videos I wanted you to. Yeah, but so that first video, those are the arguments. You tell me how this book came about. Even if you tell me the devil wrote. If you tell me the devil dictated the Quran to the Prophet, this devil. Devil teaches us sadaqah and respecting parents and cursing Iblis. What kind of devil is this? How about you just then cut the nonsense and say, you know what? Yeah, it's probably from God. Makes more sense than for it to be from a devil. Anyway, so when we explain the pillars, we make sure we're on the same page. What do you do at this point? Here we get to, can we get to the next slide, please? I think it's the golden rule. What do you do after you do all that? You go for the gold, which means ask for the shahada. That's the golden rule. The only two rules, or really this is the main one that I absolutely insist upon. Everything else I've been saying since the morning were suggestions. Take it or leave it. But this is the only rule I absolutely insist upon. Because if you don't follow this rule, you are nothing but a weird person. Now I'll explain how. All right. I'm inviting someone to my house. We're gonna walk, it's not too far. There's my house, that table's my house. So on the way, as we're walking with this guest, I'm telling him how he's gonna love my house. It's clean, my wife's a great cook, my children are well mannered, and we've got cushions, you're gonna be very comfortable, we'll make a fantastic juice, I'll make you coffee afterwards, and we're talking about my house and everything. Then I get him to the doorstep of my house. And then I say, well, I really enjoyed our walk. It was really nice talking to you. And let me know if you have any questions. And I close the door in his face. You tell me that's what a weird human being or not? Okay. Now, du'at who don't follow this rule, they're weird human beings. Because this is what's going on. That's Islam now, not my house. And I'm going to get you to the doorstep. Okay? And I'm talking to you about how Islam will make you a better person. And your life will improve. You'll be a happier person. And it's the better religion for you. And it's the only truth. And then when I get you to La ilaha illallah and you're convinced, well, it was really nice talking to you. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. And here's some more reading material. Close the door in his face.
Now you see how it's weird to not go for the gold? Why on earth did you bring him here to not let him in? Tell me one time the Prophet went to a people to call him to Islam, and when he got there, he didn't call him to Islam. Even a sentence doesn't make any sense. And the Prophet would ask people to become Muslim. Let me tell you the difference for me personally, when I learned this rule, and before I learned this rule. Before I learned this rule, I used to go, take my pamphlets, put them in a backpack, stand in front of this guy, Muslim guy's grocery store. And as people are walking out, I tell them, I'll give you a 5-minute introduction to Islam. And then I would stop people, and I had practiced it in my head and go through it nice and smoothly. And then when I'm done, there would be this weird, awkward silence. Because, you know, that old 80s, 90s stuff, I understood that if you tell them what Islam is, they're going to beg you to let them become Muslim. So I would finish and I would wait for him to start begging. And we'd just be staring at each other. And it's so awkward. I just didn't know what to do at that point. And they're just standing there waiting for something. And then at the end, they're like, well, thank you for that introduction. They walk away. I didn't know that. This is old school stuff. We didn't know that. Then when I learned the golden rule, the difference between, and I'm talking about effectiveness. So I have something, distinguish between an effective da'iyah and a successful da'iyah. A successful da'iyah gives shahadas and builds those people up until they're part of the community. An effective da'iyah, he can just effect change, get shahadas, but there's no follow-up, there's no quality. Okay? So I'm talking about the difference in effectiveness now. The difference between learning this rule and not learning this rule is, I don't know how many years I was giving da'wah with 0 shahadas. And then when I learned this rule, went to 5 shahadas a day, just from this rule. There was a guy who attended half the workshop. He heard the first golden rule. He had to run to work. He got a shahada next week because he learned the rule. You have to ask for the shahada. You have to go for the goal. If you're not, then why did you bring him that all the way there? And I'm talking about, you have to ask for the shahada when that's your goal. If we're doing a rally about the woman's right to wear hijab, let's all be on the same page. We're not trying to get shahadas here. You don't have to ask for a shahada if you just accidentally look into someone's eyes. But if I got you to the point where you believe that there's one God and Muhammad is his messenger, then absolutely 100% you absolutely have to ask for the shahada. Otherwise, one more time, why did you bring him there? You have to. This is the golden rule right here. This is what will make a huge difference after Allah. And I follow this rule so much that even if I'm certain the guy is not ready for the shahada, I still ask for the shahada. Because what does it do? It plants it in their mind that I have to become Muslim. Okay? So are you ready to become Muslim right now? Not right now. You know, what is right now? What does it mean? When he says, what does it tell you that's happening in his head when he says, not at this moment? He's accepted the idea that he has to do it, just not ready to do it right now. Whereas what if you tell someone, and this is proof that you've been doing a bad job all along, you tell them, so you're ready to become Muslim right now. Become Muslim? I have my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm not going to become. Oh, where was I? I was under this impression that you're ready. That's because you aren't taking it, making sure he's right with you. So it also gives you, it lets you know, gives you this like a little insight into their mind of how close or how far they are. But it tells them that you have to do it, you know? And they start to accept the idea, just like Al-Hassan. Every time I would see him, he'd look down in shame. Like, you have to look down in shame. You don't want to become Muslim, don't become Muslim. But in his mind, it's like, I need to become Muslim at some point. So you have to go for the goal. You have to ask for the shahada. You have to. If not, then find another career. Why are you doing this? Getting people right to the door and just walking away. And there's so much stuff. I just don't want to, so even in retail, just real quickly, in retail, they try to study why a sale doesn't go through. And they were doing this in one area, and they found that 96% of the time a sale doesn't happen, the salesperson did not ask for the sale. What about the other 4%? The other 4% crams the 1,001 different reasons why you wouldn't buy something. It was the wrong color, it was the wrong size, I had cash, they accepted cards, I didn't talk to my wife, All the 1,001 reasons are crammed into the 4%. 96% of the time, the salesperson didn't ask for the sale. You have to ask for the shahada when the person is ready. Not like when I just start introducing Islam, I ask for the shahada. No. But when the person is there, not here or there, but when they get here, they're at the door, ask for the shahada. Just like you would tell your guests to come, please come right in. You don't bring the food outside. You have to ask for the shahada. It's the golden rule. Yes, sir.
How do you address like the issue of like when someone asks why are there more extremists in Islam than there are in any other religion?
There aren't. I'm telling them there aren't.
Why is it more prevalent in Islam? How do you-
It's not. So basically, look. So there are a couple of things, right? So, like I remember after 9/11, those of you who are like older after 9/11, it was just disgusting. It was just, the trouble with Islam tonight at 9. Not the trouble with you, yeah. The trouble with Islam. What and we'd have people say, hey, the problem with the world right now is the Muslim. Okay, wait a minute. What, you just woke up? Islam's been around for 1,400 years, okay? And when was Islam a problem for the West, ever? You tell me. When did you wake up and go to sleep thinking, oh my God, the Muslims? When was that an issue? Or now there are certain political events happening around the world, and now suddenly Muslims became the #1 thing. So is it Islam and its teachings that are 1,400 years old, or is it recent events, political events that are causing problems, right? And I always tell people, look, if you think Islam commands us to kill non-Muslims, we wouldn't be talking right now. I always say that, and people laugh when it's like a joke, right? But we wouldn't be talking. Oh, your religion commands you to kill non-Muslims. Hey, there are 7 million of us in America, or maybe 8, I don't know. But the point is, if that were these were the teachings of our religion, don't you think there'd be a lot more death and murder in the news? Don't you think? Remember that clip from the Young Turks of that professor who said, well, if that's the case, there should be more violence in Muslim countries. And then he does the whole murders per 100,000. It's like, something? Let me tell you. If you want to get down to it, I don't accept any nonsense from any Westerner. For me, Westerners, you just shut it. I don't want to hear anything from you. Because the numbers are not on your side, and you are delusional. You always think you're the best, you're the role model, you're the example, and you're the worst. And even today with numbers, you are the worst. I don't allow anyone in that position to talk down to me at all. Okay, I'm not saying be aggressive or anything, but I always quote this thing when Malcolm X's lady came to him, rahimahullah, and she came to him and she's like, something about how could you say this about white people? You know his answer was? He said, you don't have the moral grounds to stand upon to ask me that question. That's like, but that's some black stuff right there. You can't expect our leaders, immigrants, they don't say tough things like that. That's why when I worked at CARE, I used to work at CARE National. You'd see the African American brothers, like they had crosses burnt on their grandpa's front yard and stuff. So they've got that fire, And then you've got the Arab and DC brothers, and we're from America, and they're trying to be sweet and they'll fit in, and just let me get under the doormat. And the brother's like, no, it's different. It's very different. And so, but that's why I don't apologize for anything. And I don't apologize for something I didn't do. And don't ever accept that position. And after the Danish cartoons, we had a talk at the university. There was this other speaker. He was being all apologetic. I refused to apologize. I'm like saying, don't insult me. Don't insult me. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Best. Well, that's your answer. Yes, don't insult me. Best. And I'm not going to apologize for anything that happened. Because if I don't do anything, I don't apologize. Until today, I've never apologized for 9/11. There were many people who wanted apologies from me for 9/11. And here's why I didn't apologize for 9/11. I woke up on 9/11 just as confused as any other white guy in America on 9/11. I didn't know what's going on. White guys woke up, turned the TV on. Oh my God, what's going on over here? Okay. And the same way I was confused. It's not like I woke up and I was like, oh, the brothers did it. I was just confused. Why should I apologize? But it's up to you, but this whole thing of
You know, the Westerner has this higher ground and he's telling you that you guys are violent. Anyways, if you look up that video, you see the numbers were insane. Like we're supposed to be the violent ones, and there's violence in your streets, in Europe, and in America, and in Canada, more than Egypt, more than Sudan, more than any place where, of course, there's no war going on. How are we the violent ones? You gotta wake up, Habibi.
How do you answer, or I mean, how do you answer questions where they're like, it's on the true message and the true religion? Why are they different, like people that are Muslim and different, you know, sects and the religions and that?
Yes, so you diffuse this, because one time someone asked me, said, look, if it's the truth, why are there so many different sects and groups and all that? I said, listen, Habibi, don't you worry about it. 1,400 years ago, our Prophet, ﷺ, before he even passed, told us we're going to break into groups. So that's not about, it's not about whether the religion breaks into groups and factions. The point is, even after it splits, which is inevitable, can you always at any point in history recognize the truth? Boom. That's what it's about. And until, if you want to pray like the Prophet ﷺ today, can you? You want to make wudu like him, can you today? Absolutely, it's preserved. Show me how Isa alayhi salam made wudu. You can't. Show me how. Pick anybody else. Pick anyone and show me their the detail of their life like the Prophet ﷺ. So we can always find the truth. We can find the weak hadith and push it away from the authentic. We can find the fabricated narrations and the very weak narrations. No, we can always find the truth. So people, for whatever reason, deviate from it, but it's always there. That's the point. Now you tell me which of the 70-some Christian denominations is the truth. It'll just be one big fight. It will never end. Yeah? Would someone have their hand up? Okay. All right. So, yes, sir. What is the what? Okay, we're getting to, there's a slide just for that. You had something before the break, I apologize.
Oh, I just wanted to know, you ever follow up with people saying that?
I never saw him again. It was weird. Like I did see him for 7 or 9 years, and then I see him that one night. He's reading Bukhari, and I never saw him again. He probably has his PhD in Hadith one. You know, my dream is just one day to tell this story, and then like he's in the room, somebody knows him, and he's Muslim, you know. That's all I do. Okay, next golden rule. So that you get the first. Any question? Wait. Let's go back. Any question about this golden rule? Feel free to argue it if you want to. Yes, sir.
When do you know the difference?
Look at that example I just gave where I said, do you believe that there's only one God that is worthy of worship? He does not have children or grandchildren or relatives or spouses. He said, yeah. And you okay with the idea? Do you accept that he could have sent, or that he sent Muhammad as a prophet, Jesus, the same way he sent Moses, sent Abraham, sent David, Solomon, Aaron, Lot, Abraham? You agree with that? He said, yes. And then I tell him, look, that's just, that's how you come on. All right. Any question about the golden rule? Golden rule is a big deal. This is how you do it. The golden rule. Yes.
I've been asked by Christian, if Prophet Muhammad a person of Ummi, he doesn't know how to read and write, how could he verify that the Quran that he transferred now became book is valid from Allah? But he himself doesn't know how to read and write.
So how can he confirm it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are just like one of those easy things, or you just explain to them like look, do you really think that's a puzzle? Don't say that, but is that really a puzzling thing? Like someone who is unlettered, does not know how to read and write, and this was also a very oral tradition or culture. So the Quran comes and then he memorizes it. He says it to someone, Ali, Muawiyah, write it down. Then he says, read it back to me. Sahaba, just read it back to me. Khalas. I mean, is that hard? Yeah, some of the things are easy, you know. You don't have to be literate to know, to verify that a document says what you just dictated, you know. But khalas. So these things are not hard. Proving the veracity of the Quran is very, very easy. Just like with that Jamal thing in Hamal, and like here it is. One dot moves out of place, one word, the whole sentence will collapse. Would you not catch it? All right, that's the first golden rule. The second one is create the sense of urgency. That doesn't mean push people. A lot of du'at, sometimes they push too much. You should tell you should be able to recognize when you're being too pushy. All right, so again, going back to that whole thing of be aware of how you come off. And some du'at would push. And they push people hard because they want to get that shahada. Sometimes there's an audience. That's why I never give da'wah if they're too more like when I used to have our da'wah events, we can tell people, look, if I'm talking to someone, don't make a circle around me. I remember this one guy, this Korean guy, I'm talking to him and it's working well. And then everybody wants to see, oh, I see him in action. Look, man, I repeat the same thing to every person. Like if me and you went out right now for street da'wah, after 4 people, you'd be like, I gotta go home and have from homework. Because I just repeat the same thing. There's nothing like, oh, let's see some secret. No, there's no secret move or nothing. So this guy, I'm giving him doubt. Then I have my partner with me. Then another guy wants to hear. And I tell you, for me, up to 2 people spectating, that's the maximum. And then 3, 4, 5, then there was a circle like this. And this guy, his body language changed. And he started doing things like this. And he sees an audience, and now he's trying to make arguments and show that he's smart and that he knows a few things from Nietzsche. Nietzsche said. Okay. So create the urgency. Urgency is not being pushy. It's not about you, it's about the person. And if they're not ready, you can tell when they're not ready. You can figure out what it is, what's stopping you, what's the obstacle. You can leave them with something, with a thought, with a deadline even. That's another technique we have. So one of our newest techniques that we call the Shahada timeline. Someone says like, oh, I can't become Muslim right now. So, okay, give me a timeline. And you can negotiate the timeline. That's a negotiation that works. So, true story. Again, MSA dinner, 3 non-Muslims show up. Yes, sir. Yeah, done?
Sorry to interrupt, but if a sister's trying to leave, if anyone drives a white Honda or black Chrysler, she requests that you move it.
So it's either one moves, we're fine?
We need both of them to
They're
move.
both, okay.
So white Honda, any black Chrysler? Okay, that's fine, I'll go over.
Imagine they're both owned by the same guy. Yeah, they're both mine. Huh? Tell the guy's single saying stuff. Tough guy, huh? Wait till she comes. Yes, dude. Never made that good. All right, true story. MSA dinner. And after the sisters bring me this young lady, after the dinner, and all right, she's been interested in Islam for a while, read about Islam. Let's do a quick check. I don't know you, let's do a check, all right? I don't know what you read, I don't know who gave you what da'wah. So, you believe there's only one God that should be worshipped? Check. That Muhammad was his final messenger? Check. Pillars. Check. All right, wonderful. Is there anything that's stopping you from becoming Muslim? Any question, any issue that's causing you friction and she said, no. So, okay. Do you know how someone becomes Muslim? Same old. Do you know how somebody becomes Muslim? You say with your tongue and you believe in your heart what you just agreed to. You have what it takes to be a Muslim right now. So don't leave this room a non-Muslim. You're already qualified. Sometimes they tell you things like, yeah, but I don't know about the hijab. Listen, hijab might be step 14. When do you worry about step 14? When you're standing at 13. I don't want to do that. Look, and we got analogies, the driver's like, oh, I don't want to get my driver's license. Why not? I don't want to drive on the highway. I'm scared to drive on the highway. Get your driver's license. And then go to Kroger down the street and go to the masjid and avoid the highway and then work your way up to the highway. Don't not get your driver's license because you don't want to get on the highway. So you're qualified for step 1. You just said you believed it. You just became Muslim almost practically. So you can't tell me I'm not qualified for step 1. You just said step 1. So you can become Muslim right now and worry about step 4 when we get to 4. And 5 when we get to 6 and whatever, the order chronologically. So I told her that, and she's like, no, she said, I need more time. All right, this is a technique called quantifying, where it's used by lawyers and prosecutors, all kinds of people. They get you to quantify. Like, for example, I'll come back to the story. This guy in DC is like, I won't become Muslim.
I said, why not? He said, I'm happy being Christian. Can you tackle happy? You can't. Don't be happy, I'll make you happier. No, I can't. I don't know what. So you can't get him to quantify that. So I asked him, what is it that makes you happy being Christian? He said that Jesus died for our sins. Well, now it's easy. I just show you that he didn't die for your sins. But when you quantify, you can break it down. So lawyers use this. Yeah, I was a faithful and hardworking employee for this company, and after this many years, they fired me. Okay, so when you say hardworking, what was your, see now quantifying hardworking. When you say hardworking, what was your schedule like? Did you work Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5? Yes. Did you work overtime? No. Weekends? No. You took every other Friday off? Yes. You took your sick leaves? Yes. So basically you just worked 9 to 5 and you took every other Friday off and you know overtime, no weekend. See how he quantified it? So she said, I need more time. I don't know what that means. Do you? Is that 2 years? I've seen people 2 years studying Islam, 3 years, 9 years, that guy. Huh? So 7 weeks, what is it? So I said, how much time do you need to get her to quantify that? This is a true story. I'm going to tell you word for word what was said, even though it was many years ago, word for word. She goes, 2 months. I said, exactly 2 months? That's too long. She goes, okay, Friday. This was Wednesday night. See what happened? She went from 2 months to 2 nights. This was Wednesday night, I'm telling her this. So Thursday night, Friday night, I'll come and take the shahada you're sent. I said, okay, what's going to happen from now? What do you expect to happen from now until Friday? Like you already believe in what it takes to be Muslim. Are you expecting like a deep voice to say something to you, a beam of light in the middle of a dark room? What will change in your mind from now until Friday? Just do it right now. He said, because I'm going to try again, right? She goes, and I'm not being pushy, I'm just excited now telling you the story. But I was calm, gentle as I always am. And I said, okay, so, I can't push you, you're a grown woman, I respect that. So Friday, she's going to come to our center after the lecture and she's going to take her shahada. So just do me a small favor. From now until Friday, I want you to drive very slowly and very carefully. Wear your seatbelts and just try not to die. She said, you're scaring me. I said, but unfortunately, there have been many people who were interested in Islam, and the angel of death doesn't say, oh, they have a Friday appointment, Saturday morning will come visit her. So some people have died before they got a chance to take their shahada. Just drive carefully. Wear the seatbelt. I'll see you on Friday, inshallah. I got in my car and went home. No pressure, right? Sisters called my cell phone. She took her shahada. So now there's a lot of evidence for urgency, but urgency is not pressure. Urgency is not pressure. Some people don't have good taste. They start pressuring people and making deals, and I'll throw in another $20 bag of chips. No, don't that negotiating we don't do, right? So the Prophet just look up the Islam of Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib. He look up the Islam of Abu Sufyan. It's a clear case of creating urgency. Do it right now. And he becomes Muslim the eve of the conquering of Mekki in the tent of the Prophet. Great story, it's a funny story. But that's what it's all about. Because why do I have this as a rule? One of the golden rules. Because here's the issue. And we've seen too many of these stories where someone is interested in Islam. All right. First of all, without urgency, they will take their time. And the sale doesn't happen without urgency. That's why there is a sale, early morning or Sunday until noon sale, or the coupon has an expiration date. Because if imagine you get a coupon in the mail that says expiration, Yawm al-Qiyamah. Oh, let me just go up and use it quickly before. There's no urgency. That's why every time you go to the dealership, this is the last 6-cylinder. This is the last convertible. This is the last. Like, am I coming at the wrong time all the time, or what's going on here? They call it the doomsday approach in sales. To get you to act, there has to be urgency. So the problem is our dawah for decades has been the exact opposite. Exact opposite. And I don't have to struggle with you guys. But I used to, in the old days, I used to do the dawah training for Why Islam. So when Why Islam just started, I used to travel around doing the Why Islam training to teach their people dawah and stuff.
And I would have to use a lot of examples to explain these points, because the da'wah was this, okay? Take your time, think about it. Yeah, akhi, people would come to the masjid and say, I'm here to become Muslim. And a guy would start with the shahada, and an uncle would cut him off and say, wait a minute, you guys, we should not put pressure on him. Yeah, pressure me, yeah. The guy walked in by himself, okay? There's one guy who said, this uncle came and he said, look, brother, are you sure you want to do this? You should go home and think of it. And he's like, it's as if telling him, I'm trying to save you. These guys will kill me if they find out. You need to go home. Yeah, akhi, think about the message you're giving this guy. And he kept telling him, well, take your time, go home, think about this. This is a big decision. This will change your life. Go home and think about it. He said, the guy left. I never saw him again. One of my friends, he said, I was in the masjid coming to pray Dhuhr. A non-Muslim stopped me. He says, hey, I'm ready to take the shahada. I said, I don't waste any time. Say it after me. He said, in the middle of the shahada, an uncle came. Brothers, wait. We shouldn't push him. We shouldn't pressure him. Yeah, akhi, the guy walked in here, ya akhi. I'm not holding a gun to his head. He said the guy walked out and never saw him again. That was da'wah for the longest time. The guy comes ready, you go home, think about it. Ya akhi, he just came from home. What? Or we give the guy a book and tell him, Yallah, amsik, become a scholar in this book. Read and take your time and contemplate and no, mafi time. There's no time. Read. And now, so many frustrating things, but basically, they would tell people to take their time. So you know how I would prove this in the old days? I was doing the wise now and other training. I would actually ask reverts in the audience to put their hands up. I don't never forget this. It was New Jersey, long time ago. A lady put her hand up, and a young man put his hand up. Okay, how long were you studying Islam before you became Muslim? He goes, 3 years. Studying Islam 3 years. Then the lady said 2 years. And then I asked the guy, why did you suddenly become Muslim? He says, one day, out of the blue, for no apparent reason, one of the Muslims that I've known called me and said, hey, you know what? You've been doing this for a while. Why don't you just become Muslim right now over the phone? He said, I did it. Then I asked him for the audience. I said, what if that guy never called you? He said, I would still be studying Islam. Nobody says, oh, I know enough. Now, you gotta go for the gold. You gotta ask for the shahada. You have to create the urgency. Everybody thinks they have forever. I was telling the sister yesterday this story about this guy. He loved Islam so much. Just got up to get a drink of water. He dropped dead. He dropped dead. He loved Islam so much. He just dropped. So create the urgency. People will be so relaxed with this issue. You know? Like a guy will come to the masjid for shahada and they're like, brother, the guy who gives shahadas is not here, but you can come back tomorrow. Yeah, who is this guy? He's a certified shahada giver. This guy. If they don't know how to say this, you tell them. Say after me. What's so hard? Anyways, so yeah, the urgency, create the urgency. Don't pressure people. Don't push people. Don't make people uncomfortable. You should be able to tell when you're going too far. But don't tell them you have the rest of your life to make a decision. No, the shaitan's after you. You've got bills to pay, you've got work, you've got exams, you've got papers due. So no, you have to make a decision fast. You got to act upon it. That's what urgency is. That's what look up the story of Abu Sufyan when he becomes Muslim, Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib, others. Yeah, you'll see what the urgency is. It's not pressuring people or embarrassing people or anything like that. Those are the 2 golden rules. All right. What else do we have? What else? What other slide is here? Yeah, some people just like to take their time. Some people don't feel the need to change. The hellfire fix this one. Okay. I mean, like talking about the hellfire. It won't fix the later. It's too late. They need to do more reading. How do you fix this one?
What, after taking shahada, you can do it?
The car mileage.
Good. Yeah, the car, right? You already know enough to make a decision. You don't need to become a scholar. The car analogy. You need to think about it some more. Hey, what if you die? You don't have that long. Okay? Still have issues, misconceptions. How do you fix that? Ask them straight up. What is stopping you from becoming Muslim? Need approval of a family member? No, you don't. That's how you fix that. That's it. You know, no, do you love that family member? Yes. You want them to become Muslim? Yes. Become Muslim and then learn and then be the beacon, the guiding light for them to go. Yeah, it's kind of a you know. Good. What's the next slide? I just want to know. No, let's go. Keep going. Keep going. We already did this whole. So I gave you those 2 videos, right? And. Yeah, keep going. We don't need any of this. This is that video that I showed you. No, the senseless evasion of the Muhammad equation, because it adds up. He's a genuine prophet, it's gonna add up nice and clear. He's not a genuine prophet. You know what? First time I use that technique, this guy shows up to me in biology classes. Muslim guy, he wants to marry this girl, she's atheist, you know. So he's like, yeah, she's atheist. Can you prove that Allah exists? Like, it's easy. She's willing to listen. It's the easiest thing to prove the existence of Allah, because there's evidence for that everywhere. Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah said, Allah created human beings and they're very much in need of water to survive. So therefore, Allah put water in every corner of the globe. And Allah created human beings and they need to believe in their creator. So even more so than water, Allah put his evidence everywhere in the globe. So it's easy. I said, yeah, we agreed, we sat down, boom, she took her shahada from just analyzing the Prophet ﷺ. She took her shahada, they got married, good follow-up. They still married, they moved to Malaysia. Every time I go, I meet them there. They have 3 kids now. Yeah. So that's that video that says the Dawah technique. What else is there? Ooh. Okay, let's keep going. Do we have time for that? What time? When are we stopping? Is it Asr or is it Maghrib already?
We can stop tomorrow.
I mean, I think we're cool with going. We can take time.
When are we stopping for Maghrib? In 20 minutes? Like, let's see what we can do here. I don't even know if we need this. Let's keep going.
Can you go back to the stuff before? Yeah, what people always ask that question, like, why does God need us to worship him? Why does I would say we need him, not we need just to.
Good. So this is basically like these 2 questions here. Why does God need us to worship him? Don't ever answer that question. Anything you start to say is wrong. Anything. Because you have to fix the question first. Never accept the premise of a question if it's incorrect. Because no matter how eloquently you speak, you're saying, this is why he needs us. He doesn't. But first you fix the question. Well, I understand. I know what you're trying to say. Just let me clarify that Allah is not in need of us to worship him whatsoever. He doesn't need anything from his creation. He's self-sufficient. He's this, is that. Why did he create us to worship him? And then you start giving answers. Can God create a 4-sided triangle? And then you Muslims are asked that question, of course, with the Iman, they answer, yes, he can create a 4-sided triangle. He can create 16-sided triangle inside your eyeballs. Take it easy, Habibi. Don't accept a question like that. Because what's the problem with that?
Triangle is possibly the very definition of a triangle has 3 sides.
Yes, don't start answering about the 15-sided triangle means it has 3. Okay, so you're just, I don't know where you studied math, but the triangle does not have. Once it has 4 sides, it's a square, a parallelogram, and a rhombus, whatever. No.
What do you answer to why God created us to worship?
Okay, good. How do you answer that? Why did God create us to worship? Remember this. You can give an answer, and then someone can say, why? And then you give an answer, yes, but why? So why did Allah create us to worship? Okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is so magnificent and is so great and that he is deserving of being worshipped. So he has billions and billions of a creation that worship him non-stop. These are the angels, but they worship him also because they're programmed to worship him. So he created us and we have the choice to go this way or the other way so that we will also worship and glorify him. Okay, why? Allah also has some attributes, or like Allah has attributes that would only be manifested if there's a creation to show that to. Yani, Allah is merciful, but there has to be a creation to show that mercy to. Allah is generous, but there has to be a creation to show the generosity. Okay, yes, but I also don't understand. Okay, so no matter what you say, someone's gonna say yes, but still, why? Why? You're gonna run out of things to say. And nobody said that because you're the da'i, you have to have infinite knowledge. So when you run out of things to say, this is what happens. You flip it. Okay, you flip it on them. But listen. Now you kept asking why for the last 16 minutes, and I've run out of knowledge. But that's not the point. The point is you're here, he's there. What are you gonna do about it? That's what it's. Khalas, I gave you enough
you've exhausted all my knowledge now, and it wasn't very much. But now, what are you gonna do about it? That's it. That's it. You keep asking, you can keep asking 1,000,001 questions about everything. But at the end of the day, you're here, you're alive, you will die, and you're gonna have to deal with this stuff. So what are you gonna do about it? Because we're not just here to like, the guy just keeps asking me and for fun, and then he walks away. La habib, ta'al hina. What are you gonna do about it? We're not an information booth either. Some du'at, they just stand there, and then someone asks them a question about one, and they give the scripted answer. Then they ask another, they give, and then they're like, any more questions? Well, thank you very. What are you, an information booth? Huh? Where's the button? That way. No, I'm here, I've got a mission, and I'm gonna go for the gold, both gold. Not to here to answer your questions. Any other questions? No, thank you. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. La ya habib. We've got a job to do. Yes, sir.
So most atheists, they're not really atheists, they're kind of disenchanted with God, they kind of choose not to believe in him.
Yeah.
So a lot of times because of the problem of suffering, which is like, oh, how, if there is a God, then how will it allow so much suffering in the world and so on? What's like the best answer for that? Because that's like a lot of atheists, especially common atheists, can bring up.
Yeah. So you got a bunch of things. Like, first of all, half of the suffering they're complaining about was caused by humans, right? Yeah, and unless it's a mudslide, it's humans causing the suffering and all that. Oh, in Africa, it's like, okay, in Africa, but what's causing it? You got corrupt leaders, you've got the diamonds, you've got all kinds of things, and the Westerners have their finger in it somewhere. So half of this stuff you're complaining about is created by human beings.
There was a saying, it was like, I was going to ask God, like, why he allows all this chaos with sad, whatever in the world. And I was afraid he would ask me the same question.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, I always wondered people when I met this one, ruined their life, and every decision they make was dumber than the one before it. And they're like, why is God doing this to me? Like, I do have like the IQ of a doormat or something. What's going on? You're not seeing too mean, right? Too mean. Oh, come on, man. Wake up, for God's sake. This is how it is now today in America. No one's responsible for anything. No one's accountable for anything. It's some kind of disorder, some kind of trauma, some kind of state, some kind of trance. Khalas, you got it. Everything has an excuse. Person weighs 600 pounds, but it's because of the trauma. Stop eating. You could have stopped at 300 pounds. I'll let that go. 500, and now you're making your wife to 660. Who had their hand up? Oh, look.
You ever had a conversation with somebody where you felt kind of, I don't know, stumped, or maybe you feel like you could have given them a better answer on the side, or at the time they were telling you feel like you got it up?
All the time. All the time. And mostly, I'll be honest, mostly with the early days, right? That's what I said. Experience is your best teacher. Like, you go home like burning, like, oh, I should have said this. Oh, how could I not say that? And then what happens? That boiling inside you, that's when you formulate this answer. And the next time someone asks you that, I'm ready. Boom, 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 boom. Like, you know, people would be like, oh, how do you have the answers ready like that? So I'm like, Habibi, not like some genius or anything. Okay. But one day I didn't answer right. I went home mad, got the answer ready for next time. Experience is the best teacher. A lot of times that happens. Even not as often now, of course, but still, like, there are times where like, oh, I should have said that. And then you're ready for the next time. No. Okay. Anything else? I guess we should just do Q&A now, because I've covered, look, all the other slides. I know you're like seeing on the slide, is he gonna cover it? Remember, this is a 4-day class. But the original 5-hour Shahada, the one that used to get the crazy results, we've covered all that material. So don't worry about the other stuff. We've covered everything you know that you would know. Of course, let's agree, the more you know, the better, right? The more you know, the better, the more effective you'll be. So that's why always read more and study more and prepare more. But you all have enough knowledge of Islam, obviously, with which to call yourself a Muslim. That's enough to go and call people to Allah. Don't ever let the shaitan, what if they ask you a tough question? They're not going to ask you what's the opinion of the four madhab on this issue. They're just going to say, why are we here? All that basic stuff. That's the first thing. All right. The other thing also is, so we're saying
that you all have enough knowledge to call people to Allah with. The more knowledge you have, the better. If somebody asks you a question you don't know the answer to, it's the easiest thing in the world. I always tell dua, your best, people who give dawah, your best friend is, I don't know. Somebody asks you, who's your best friend? You say, I don't know. When people are texting, you know how they write IDK? What does that mean? Every time I ask people, nobody knows the answer. So, don't George Bush it. I don't know if you guys are like, remember George Bush and stuff, but that, remember his answer on sovereignty? Yeah? Or, fool me once. Shame on you. You fool me, can't get fooled again. Come on now, those were the fun days. The guy was dunce. But don't George Bush, you don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But because I don't know the answer, doesn't mean that the answer doesn't exist out there somewhere. I will get the answer and get back to you. And studies show that when you say, I don't know, people like you more. People like you more.
I heard a really good thing with him where it's like somebody said, I think you don't know the thing you say, I might say, I don't know, but like I'm Muslim, I don't need to know that to be a Muslim, neither do you, but you could.
I like that, that's great. Yeah, I don't know that, but it's not part of becoming Muslim. And you don't need to know that either to be a Muslim. And sometimes people ask you things that are just not important. Listen, Allah is not going to ask you about that. Don't worry about it. Okay? Yes, sir.
I don't know if you have this experience, but I know there's a lot of people out there that are just malicious. So in a way, they don't want to talk to you. They'll just stand next to your table and start babbling nonsense and like falsehoods, and they're not trying to engage with you at all.
Yeah.
They just want to yell at the other people.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
That's one of the reasons why we always worked in pairs. We always had a partner. It's not about how good you are or knowledgeable I always like to have a partner, because this is one of those scenarios where the partner comes in, and sometimes we've got two people, one of them very responsive, the other very combative. We split them apart, and we don't formally like split them apart like this, but it's very simple. And this happened with that guy with the chicken and the bihami. I'm talking to him like this because his friend came, and he was agreeing with everything. When his friend came, he started his friend, like he was a short dude and his friend was tall like this. So his friend would say, what about that though in Islam? And then the guy would do this. He was like, yeah, what about that? He started changing on me. And man, I love my old partners. We didn't have to wink at each other. We didn't even have to look at each other. He immediately knew what was going on. So my friend stepped in, started talking to this guy, and I was talking to this guy, and then we started to separate them. And it's real easy. You will always maintain the same distance between you and that individual. So if I take one step this way, that guy will naturally take another step towards me. If my friend takes one step that way, already look, we're 2 steps apart. I take another one after a while, and we were far apart from each other, and we were able to talk. So your partners are great, because at the Dawah table, you've got the serious folks. You don't want to waste time with this guy, this troublemaker, and not speak to this genuine guy. So I'm going to talk to him, or I'm going to go take the crazy guy way over there, so you can talk to this guy. That's and then you should be able to immediately sense these things. Like you don't have to, and it's not good, especially if you get caught doing it. Won't work. Yes.
So this question is from the Zoom. When people ask about like Trinity, how do you respond to the explanation of Trinity?
Okay. Hey man, do we have that slide that says the thinking outside of the box thing? Or did we skip that? Okay, I guess not. The Trinity, so look, in the old days, we would sit with Trinity, quote Matthew, quote this, they quote this, I quote that, and we go back and forth. That time I was telling you about, sat down with these 5 missionaries, I don't know how long, and maybe at least 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. 5 missionaries, and they teach Bible study, and like we destroy them, but it's like 3 hours to get there. Then we come up with this new technique, and 7 minutes we're done with the Trinity, because we don't question the Trinity, we question the mindset of how can you believe in something that doesn't make sense. And then 7 minutes we move on from the Trinity. And there's so many ways. Let's not reinvent the wheel. There's so many ways and techniques, and you can go watch Ahmed Didat rahimahullah videos, you can watch Dr. Zakir Naik videos, you can watch what's that guy, Hussein Imran videos, IREF, just like RF. You can watch Shabir Ali, like that's intellectual, he'll destroy them kind of thing, and so on and so forth. But
Like, every now and then you get onto this argument and you stick with it. Like we have one of my favorites now. We even have a name for it. I call it, did Moses know Jesus? And every time people come into mind, we just hit him with this. Did Moses know Jesus? Okay. You're saying God all along was the Father, the Son, the Trinity, the Ghost. And Jesus was always God, and he was there before the world was created, and he took part in creating the world. So yeah. Okay. So when God spoke to Moses at the burning bush, when God approached Abraham, when God communicated with Noah, did he ever introduce Jesus? Because they're co-equal according to you. Did he ever say, hey, Moses, by the way, let me introduce you to Jesus. There's someone very important here. He created you, Moses, so you need to know about him. By the way, I just used this technique the other day. When was the last time we were here? Remember that last time we were here and it was Friday prayer, and after Friday prayer, there was a guy out here. What was his name? Yusuf. And he's Christian, right? And I hit him with the whole, did Moses know Jesus? And I got, what do you think I got back? That's a good question. That's a really good question. Yeah, I know it's a good question. So, did God introduce Moses to Jesus? If he didn't, that means he's not significant, not co-equal, and not a God. Because how did I create you and you don't introduce me to him? Kif. If he did, that means throughout history, Allah has been, astaghfirullah, for the sake of argument, choosing the worst communicators as his prophet. Because Ibrahim as-salam never explained the Trinity, never talked about Jesus. No one ever did that. David, Solomon, Abraham, Lot, Moses, never a word. Why didn't Bani Israel know that, hey, there's somebody called Jesus, 3 gods? Because it was something that was contrived and invented later on. That's why. Because if the Trinity is the truth and it was always there, there is no way that when God spoke to Moses, he didn't tell him about Jesus. You see how this point is? It's very powerful. Very powerful. Yes, sir.
I feel like this is what the competition is happening. So went through it like, okay, one essence, 3 people, co-equal, co-eternal, right? Then he brought up like, oh, Jesus didn't want to die on the cross. For others, if Jesus didn't want to die on the cross, does he have less power than like his father? And he's like, no, because he's fully human. It's like, he's not fully, so he's fully human, he's God. And then it got into this weird thing where like he's like, knows wrong, but nothing's happening.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How do you move from like there to actually something happening?
So look, just tell them, hey, look, that's a point for me, and that's the end of that, okay? Because you're gonna keep running around, okay? And same thing happened with those 5 missionaries. So look, did Jesus know he was gonna come die for people's sins? Or was it like a mission when he got to earth? He opened the envelope, like, oh my God, this is the mission? Like, no, he volunteered. He volunteered and he said, I'm gonna die for their sins. Okay. He was on earth. While he was on earth, did he remember that? Or is it like that movie where the special ops guy loses his memory and then, come on, it's all movie. He knew all along he's here to die for people's sins. He said, yes. I said, okay. So he has to be arrested, to be crucified and all that. Then when the Roman soldiers came to arrest him, this is a famous prayer known as the Garden of Gethsemane. He prayed, Father, let this cup pass from me. And let this not happen to me. Wait a minute, that's his plan. He knew it all along. He was here waiting for this moment. And when it's about to come, he goes, let this not happen to me. And then when he's put on the cross, which by the way is a sin, because all Jews number 7, here it is. He says, my Lord, why have you forsaken me? Why have you forsaken? It's your plan. It's your plan. And we're not disrespecting the prophet because it's not the real story here. But it's your plan, and you're saying, why have you forsaken me? You don't know what it was all about. Your existence on earth is to die up here. So I asked these 5 missionaries this question, and the boss guy goes, well, that was the human side of Jesus coming up. I played a dumb. I played a dumb. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I've never heard that before. And what passage is that in? I'm flipping through my Bible. I know it's not in there. He goes, well, I mean, it's not really in any passage. It's just, I was like, I just stopped and like, so look. I said, this is exactly the problem. I'm being very polite about this is exactly the problem. Okay. Like every time the story doesn't add up, you add some explanation that's not from within the scripture. Like, and I told them, are we talking about Dr. Bruce Banner here? Like every time somebody, that was the Hulk side of God.
Kamal, it's exactly like that. And every time I catch you with something, it's like, oh, here it means la habibi. If it's gonna be figurative here, let it be figurative here. If it's literal for Jesus, let it be literal for somebody else.
How do you take them out of the box there? Because it feels like they're doing whatever they can to say it.
Yeah, you tell them basically, let me tell you what's going on here. And what's happening is that the story is inconsistent. It doesn't add up. Either God was one all along or God was three all along. We don't see any traces or evidence in the Old Testament or any of the teachings of the old prophets that he was three all along. And we don't see Jesus clearly saying, listen, people, I am God, you have to worship me. You have these vague hints to the Trinity, and that's not acceptable. Your main message can never be hinted to vaguely at all. One guy once told me, this missionary, said, look, show me clearly and explicitly where Jesus said, hey, I am God, worship. He goes, the Bible's loaded with parts like that, but you can't see them. I said, why not? He said, because God hasn't touched you. See, that's why Islam is so respectable. I touched you. They touched you. So he goes, God hasn't touched you. I said, great. Then I'll never bother with your religion. And no one on earth should ever bother with the Bible or Christianity. So he goes, what do you mean? I said, look, because on the day of judgment, when God says, hey, why don't you follow Jesus? Why didn't you? I have an argument against him. So, well, that book you sent makes no sense until you touch. And you didn't touch me. And that's why you see when people play games with the Quran can be interpreted. بلسان عربي مبين آيات بينات آيات مبينات. Don't play that game. We're not Christians. The Quran is clear. And if the revelation isn't clear, then it's not fair. It's all enigmatic and mystical and shrouded in mystery. So let them know, look, that doesn't make any sense. And this is what's really happening here. Because there's no evidence and the story is not adding up. And we're inviting you to our message. Jesus said it word for word. Remember when the Jews came and asked him, what is the first commandment? What did he say? Who nafsu? He goes, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. I'm calling you to that same message of Jesus. And there's so many good arguments, the red letter Bible arguments, so many. I just don't want to go into Maghrib time. Is it Maghrib? Yeah. Thank you so much. You know, are we doing anything? I mean, I'm at your service here. I'm staying another night. Whatever you need.
We can do Q&A and yeah. And
okay. So we'll do another like Q&A after the Salah, inshallah. Allah. Allah 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 Allah